Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2202, 2202. Translator, 5496903-3. The four brown bears rushed out like hungry tigers. After 2 warps, they arrived at the space zone where the pirates gathered. Split up. The commanders of the 4 subfleets gave the order almost at the same time. The captains agreed, and then like tigers entering a flock of sheep, the brown bears' automatic cannons might not be powerful, but depended on who they were compared to. Against these armed merchant ships, it would only take a few shots to break their shields. Under the high firing speed of the automatic cannons, it would not even take 20 seconds to sink a pirate ship. Run. The Imperial Army is coming. Don't worry about those things. Survival is more important. The pirates scattered one after another, but under the assault engine of Brown Bear's Annihilator Type 2, these armed merchant ships were as fast as turtles. How could they escape Brown Bear's pursuit? Moreover, there was a huge gap between the military radar and the modified civilian radar. The pirates' radar only needed to run for a dozen light seconds before they would lose their target. However, the military radar on the Brown Bear had a scanning range of several hundred light seconds. It was impossible for these armed merchant ships to escape from their radar screens. Hence, a massacre began. That's right, this was not a battle at all. This was because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The pirates finally understood the reality. They scrambled to escape, not caring about anything else. However, in front of the Annihilator Type 2 assault engine, how could these turtle-like pirate ships escape? 3 days later, the last pirate ship was destroyed. More than 90% of the pirates were annihilated. Only a small number of them were holed up in the pirates' nest. Those who did not escape on the ship survived. Lord Commander, we have already wiped out all the pirate ships. None of them have escaped. A few Brown Bear fleets reported to Aurelia after they returned to the fleet. Aurelia nodded in satisfaction. Then, he instructed the adjutant, order all the main ships to launch a planetary bombardment on the planet where the pirates are located when they pass by the pirate stronghold. Destroy them completely. The adjutant immediately relayed the order. Sigh, the sooner you die, the better. Jiang Fei sighed from the side. The number of these pirates was definitely not small. Each pirate ship had more than 1,000 people on board. With the addition of the people in the pirate nest, Alyer had killed at least hundreds of thousands of pirates this time. However, Jiang Fei did not sympathize with these people. No matter which space civilization it was, their attitude toward the pirates was the same. All of them were killed on the spot without any trial. From this, it could be seen how detestable these pirates were. A day later, the Imperial fleet arrived at the pirate stronghold. Then, the 10 or so main ships split into several groups and began to bombard the planets where the pirate strongholds were. After a moment, the planets were completely destroyed. The pirate bases that were hidden deep underground were also completely destroyed. All right, adjust your formation, Aurelia ordered after completely annihilating these pirates. After all, they were not here to suppress the bandits. The main reason for eliminating these pirates was to keep it a secret. After eliminating these pirates, the Imperial fleet entered a deeper space. Even the pirates would not go there because it was too desolate. Many of the beacons on the shipping routes had already failed. These beacons were left behind from the early era of the Great Cosmos. Later on, space technology was developed. After the Stargate stabilization technology appeared, everyone used the Stargate to travel between the two galaxies. No one cared about these ancient shipping routes anymore. During the long interstellar journey, Jiang Fei and the others spent more than a month in boredom. Sister, we are about to enter the Kara galaxy, Lake said to Aurelia. Yes, Aurelia ordered. Once they entered the Kara galaxy, it would be the territory of the Vizari army. No one could predict what would happen. Lakes immediately passed down Aurelia's order. At the same time, Jiang Fei walked into the bridge. We are about to arrive at the Kara galaxy. What do you plan to do? Jiang Fei asked. No, I plan to go around to the Stargate. Aurelia said. Only by taking the Stargate would they be able to attack retreat, and defend. They would then have full control of the war. Jiang Fei nodded. Just as he was about to discuss the specific battle matters with Aurelia, a radar operator suddenly walked over. The radar operator said to Jiang Fei, "Ah." Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. Then, he immediately reacted. This must be Vinlon looking for him. Otherwise, how would a radar operator dare to talk to a general like him like that? Jiang Fei asked. Vinlon nodded. Jiang Fei explained to Aurelia and then left the bridge with Vinlon. After arriving at a relatively quiet cabin, Jiang Fei went straight to the point and said to Vinolin, "You came to see me this time for a reason, right?" Jiang Fei knew Vinolin's habits very well. This guy was definitely a night owl who would come to his house for no reason. Sure enough, the first thing that Vinolin said was this. Jiang Fei asked, "The development team wants to make a dungeon for some paid players," Vinolin said. "So what?" Jiang Fei was confused. He had participated in a few dungeons before. It did not seem to be a big deal. Vinolin's words stunned Jiang Fei. "What?" Jiang Fei cried out. If it had been another planet, he would not have cared. However, Earth had been chosen. This was not something that Jiang Fei could accept. Vinolin advised. "How can I not get excited?" Jiang Fei shouted loudly. After all, his parents had many friends on Earth. The location has been decided by the development team. Vinolin's words made Jiang Fei clench his fists tightly. He really did not like the feeling of fate being controlled by someone. Jiang Fei asked. He knew that Vinolin had come to find him, so there must be a way. The location on Earth cannot be changed. Vinolin said. When Jiang Fei heard this, he felt a little more at ease. At the very least, he could set the quest location at the desert or the bottom of the sea. Although the Earth would definitely be affected, this would at least reduce the damage to the minimum. Chapter 2203 2203 Translator 549690033 How about it? Asked Vinolin. Cut the crap. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He knew that Vinolin would come looking for him like a night owl who would come to his house for no reason. It was related to his family and friends. How could Jiang Fei just sit back and do nothing? To put it bluntly, the relationship between Jiang Fei and Velen was one of mutual help and mutual use. Jiang Fei wanted to know the development team's movements through Velen. He hoped that Velen could help him deal with some of the details so that he would not be targeted by the development team. Velen hoped that Jiang Fei would come and disrupt the development team so that he could delay the game time. He wanted Jiang Fei to have the time to find an opportunity to free himself and the entire universe so that he could be free. Now, Vinolin was clearly scheming against Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei also knew Vinolin's purpose. However, he had no choice. For the sake of his family and friends, and to protect Earth, he had to be the boss. In order to continue fighting with the development team, he had to continue working with Vinolin even if he knew that Vinolin was scheming against him. I'm just making a suggestion. Vinolin was still the same. Jiang Fei was both angry and helpless. All right, cut the crap. I'll take care of this boss. Tell me the details of the dungeon. Jiang Fei said unhappily. Vinolin had expected Jiang Fei to go back and take care of this boss, so he had already prepared the information. Jiang Fei took a palm computer from Vinolin's hand and began to look through the relevant information. It turned out that this dungeon was a personal adventure type. The development team had specially prepared it for super VIP players. There were 5 stages in total. The rewards for each stage were very generous. The bosses for the first 4 stages had already been selected. Vinolin came to Jiang Fei to ask him to be the final boss. Jiang Fei asked after reading through the information. Vinolin smiled and replied. Jiang Fei did not expect Vinolin to agree so readily. Anyway, after you kill them, they will be reborn at the dungeon entrance. So, it doesn't matter how many times you kill them, Vinolin explained. What do you mean? Jiang Fei frowned. Yes, of course, they will not give up after 1 kill. They will definitely try a few more times, Vinolin said. Then what do you mean? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. If it was really like playing a game, the players would not stop until they cleared the dungeon. Act like it. Kill them a few times, and then sell your weakness to surrender. Anyway, once you surrender, you'll be invincible. Just make up a few lines and you'll be done, said Vinolin with a shrug. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. This was too sloppy. You have to understand. These guys are all super VIP. They are rich. They have spent money. Therefore, this dungeon is just to give them some rewards. Vinolin rolled his eyes as well. Jiang Fei cursed silently. He had been like this when he was playing the game. VIP players were not the same as normal players, or perhaps normal players were also one of the entertainment items for VIP players. How is it? Vinolin smiled and said, but if it's so simple, why are you looking for me? Jiang Fei asked. Sigh, isn't this for your own good? If those VIP players were to enter the dungeon directly after arriving on Earth, of course, I could look for anyone. But what if they don't enter the dungeon and go somewhere else to play first? Earth is your territory, said Vinolin as he shrugged. Jiang Fei frowned. I'm just saying that it's possible, said Vinolin. Then what should I do? Jiang Fei asked. Vinolin said with a strange smile on his face. Jiang Fei was stunned. When you're outside the dungeon, I will give you a player identity. You can totally kill them in the name of PK, said Vinolin. Jiang Fei was stunned. Of course, Vinolin replied. Jiang Fei asked. About 7 days later, Vinolin replied. 7 days? Jiang Fei said. It doesn't matter. Vinolin said as he handed Jiang Fei a wristwatch. Jiang Fei asked. The red button lit up, which means that a player has entered the dungeon. Once you press it, it will appear at the position of the final boss. The blue button is the teleport button to Earth. However, the position is random. The yellow button is the return button. After you complete the quest and let the players clear the dungeon, you can press that button to return a SCOTA star, explained Baron. Jiang Fei asked. Based on what Vinolin said, he could not just let the players pass the test. At least let them try 7 or 8 times, Vinolin said. Jiang Fei nodded. All right, I have already told you the quest. Vinolin said and left, leaving behind a radar officer who had a blank look on his face. Said Jiang Fei as he touched the watch on his wrist. He had been away from home for a few years. It had been 3 to 4 years since he last met his parents. After returning to the bridge, Jiang Fei said to Aurelia, Get everyone here. I have something to say. Aurelia agreed and quickly gathered the girls to the bridge. Nina asked, Yes, husband. What happened? Bella asked curiously. I have to go back to Earth for a while. I might be away for a month or 2, Jiang Fei said. Why? Bella asked. Jiang Fei then told everyone what Varen had said. Hua Milan asked, No need. This thing can only teleport me. You won't be able to get there in time, Jiang Fei said as he pointed at the wristwatch on his wrist. The girls could not help but feel a little disappointed. All right, don't be disappointed, Jiang Fei said to the girls. Chapter 2204, 2204. Translator, 549-69033. After I leave, there's no need for you to be too aggressive. You just need to reduce the activity space of the Vizari army. Do not close them off, Jiang Fei warned Aurelia. Okay, Aurelia nodded. Then, Jiang Fei instructed the other girls to cooperate with Aurelia. Honey, don't worry. With us around, everything will be fine, Bella said with a smile. Sage Lord, I will protect them well, said the Phoenix Spirit. After Jiang Fei left, she was Aurelia's strongest combat power. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he found the dragon race and the ferocious beast race's powerhouses and told them to follow Aurelia's orders. Of course, these people did not dare to disobey Jiang Fei's orders. After everything was arranged, Jiang Fei pressed the teleport button to Earth. A white light flashed. Jiang Fei felt as if he was on a roller coaster. After a period of dizziness, he did not know how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, he was already on Earth. An ear-piercing honking sound came from behind Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei apologized to the driver and quickly walked to the roadside from the middle of the road. After returning to Earth, Jiang Fei could not help but sigh when he saw these low-level technology products that he had not seen for a long time. The players have not arrived yet. I don't know where my parents are. Jiang Fei had already made plans. However, no one wanted this to happen to themselves. Although the best plan was to move all the people on Earth to other planets, the problem was that Jiang Fei could not bring his entire fleet here. Therefore, it was impossible for him to move billions of people in just a few days. Moreover, the moon base could not accommodate so many people. Although some moral bitches might question Jiang Fei and say that since he had the ability to move people, why would he only think about his family and give up billions of ordinary people? Jiang Fei only wanted to say that he had never admitted that he had become a saint. Although Jiang Fei did not mind helping others, that was only if it did not harm his own interests. If he really said that he was sacrificing himself for others, Jiang Fei did not think that he was that noble and would not save his family and friends. He would not do such a thing if he wanted to save someone he did not want to do. Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly and spread out his spiritual power. He quickly locked onto his parents' location. Why isn't it in winter Hawaii? Han Tianyu is really something. Soon, Jiang Fei confirmed the location of his parents. Jiang Fei teleported and returned to the door of his house. Pa! 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 Jiang Fei patted the door lightly. A familiar voice sounded. It was Jiang Fei's mother. Jiang Fei cried. At the same time, tears welled up in his eyes. Although in Han Tianyu's eyes, Jiang Fei had only been gone for less than 4 to 5 years, Jiang Fei had actually been gone for more than a few decades. Therefore, the longing for his parents suddenly burst out. Little Fei is back. When Jiang Fei's mother heard his voice, she immediately became excited. It was Jiang Fei's father's voice. His mother said, "Mom, you didn't hear it wrong. It's me." "Open the door," Jiang Fei shouted. "It's really me. It's really little Fei." Jiang Fei's mother shouted. Jiang Fei said speechlessly. At that moment, his mother was so excited that she did not know what to do. She even forgot to open the door. 4 to 5 years might not be a long time, but in the hearts of his parents, every day was like a year. Therefore, the longing for Jiang Fei in their hearts was no less than that of Jiang Fei, who had gone through decades. Suddenly, Jiang Fei felt a little regretful. He had always felt insecure, so he did not dare to bring his parents out. Moreover, he had been struggling to survive in the universe all day and could not find the time to return to Earth. If Jiang Fei could go back to the past, he would definitely bring his parents over once he had a firm foothold. The door opened, and Jiang Fei saw his mother. Her hair had already turned white as she had just turned 40. "Little Fei, is it really you?" His father. Jiang Fei's mother excitedly pulled him into her arms. Clang! There was a loud sound in the room. Clearly, Jiang Fei's father was so excited that he knocked over the coffee table and broke the teacup. In less than 2 seconds, Jiang Fei saw his father, who had also grown white hair. At that moment, his father was probably faster than an athlete. Fathers were usually like this. Perhaps they never said anything, but in their hearts, they loved their children. They were no less than their mother. At that moment, the eyes of Jiang Fei's family of 3 were red. For a moment, no one knew what to say. All right, come in first." In the end, it was Jiang Fei's father who spoke first. "Yes." Jiang Fei's mother quickly pulled him into the house. "Little Fei, are you thirsty? Drink some water first." After pressing Jiang Fei onto the sofa, Jiang Fei's mother got busy. "How is it?" His father's voice was slightly trembling. He tried his best to keep his voice calm so that he would not burden his son. He knew that his son was no longer an ordinary person. He did not want his love to become a burden to his son. "I still have to leave in a few days," Jiang Fei said. His father nodded. Although he was reluctant to leave, he did not say anything. "However, I will take you guys with me," Jiang Fei said. A crisp sound came from the kitchen. Clearly, his mother, who was eavesdropping, had dropped the plate. Although his father knew that Jiang Fei was adventuring in the universe, he would never have thought that Jiang Fei would already have such a strong foundation. "It's all right. I will bring you to Skoda Star for a period of time. After that, I will find a planet with a good environment for us to settle down on," Jiang Fei said with a smile. At this moment, with his power, he wanted to own that planet. That was something that could be done with just one sentence. "If it won't be troublesome for you, it would be good for us to live together as a family," his father said as calmly as he could. How can it be troublesome if we live together as a family? It's settled then, said his mother in the kitchen. All right, Zhang Fei replied with a smile. Chapter 2205, 2205. Translator, 5496903. Jiang Fei suddenly realized that his god-sister was not at home. Before Jiang Fei left, he had entrusted his parents to Shang Guanqi. What Jiang Fei did not expect was that when Shang Guanqi was mentioned, his parents were all silent. His mother even had tears in the corner of her eyes. Jiang Fei asked. At that moment, his mother was sobbing. It was obvious that she could not speak. Sigh. His father sighed and told Jiang Fei what had happened. It turned out that Shang Guanqi did have a hard life. She had been adopted by the sect since she was young. However, she was raised as a killing machine. From the moment she was sensible, she had accepted cold-bloodedness and killing. It was only when she met Jiang Fei that her fate changed. Hence, she left her sect and acknowledged Jiang Fei's parents as godparents. Jiang Fei's parents also wanted a daughter very much, so they treated her very well. Jiang Fei even trusted her with the safety of his parents. Unfortunately, a beautiful woman's life was short. In the second year after Jiang Fei left, Shang Guanqi suddenly fell sick. She was a level 4 powerhouse, but she could not even last 3 months. She could not save her life from death. When he heard the bad news, Jiang Fei felt even more regretful. If he could return to Earth frequently, Shang Guanqi might not have died. After all, Jiang Fei had the ability to remove the illness from the energy cord. However, no matter how strong Jiang Fei was, he could not bring people back from the dead. Moreover, Shang Guanqi had already died for more than 2 years. Her body might have already decayed after being buried. There was no possibility of saving her. Forget it. Everyone has their own fate. Jiang Fei sighed and began to comfort his mother. Actually, if Shang Guanqi could see Jiang Fei before she died, she would definitely tell Jiang Fei that she was already very lucky. If she had not met Jiang Fei, she might have lived her entire life in endless slaughter. In the end, she would also die in the hands of others. Not even a complete corpse would be left behind. After meeting Jiang Fei, although Shang Guanqi did not live much longer, at least she was able to stay away from killing as she wished. Moreover, she had a pair of parents who loved her dearly. This made her feel a kinship that she had never experienced before, especially when she was seriously ill. When she saw the anxious tears in her godparents' eyes, Shang Guanqi suddenly felt that she was already very happy. She even left this world with a smile on her face. After pacifying his mother with much difficulty, Jiang Fei spent another 5 days with his parents in peace. During these days, Jiang Fei tried his best to please his parents so that they would forget the pain of Shang Guanqi's departure. However, Jiang Fei was not back for a vacation after all. His time was still very tight. After spending 5 days with his parents, there were still 2 days left until the player arrival date provided by Vinylin. Jiang Fei knew that he could not delay any longer. Dad, Mom, I'll send you to the moon base to stay for a few days first, Jiang Fei said to his parents while chatting. His mother did not think too much and immediately agreed. Why? His father asked. Yes, it is a little troublesome, but I will solve it, Jiang Fei said. He was not willing to lie to his parents. Asked his mother immediately. Jiang Fei was still very confident in his own strength. His mother was still worried. All right, if you listen to my son, you will be helping him. If we stay here, it will only distract him, said his father with a wave of his hand. Seeing his father's serious expression, Jiang Fei's mother did not insist anymore. I will come and pick you up later. I will make some arrangements now, said Jiang Fei as he walked back to his room. He then activated teleportation. He did not want to display too many superpowers in front of his parents. After all, his parents were ordinary people. They could not understand these powers. After teleporting, Jiang Fei appeared directly in front of Han Tianyu. However, the situation was a little awkward because Han Tianyu was lying on a big red bed. He was only wearing a pair of pants. Moreover, there were 2 pink girls on the bed. They were also dressed rather coolly. Han Tianyu was shocked by Jiang Fei's sudden appearance. However, his reaction was very fast. He instantly knocked the 2 girls unconscious. Brother, You're going too far. Han Tianyu first glared at Jiang Fei. Although they had not seen each other for 4 years, the relationship between him and Jiang Fei had not changed. That was why he dared to talk to Jiang Fei like that. All right, stop messing around. I will give you 10 hours. Bring the people that you think are important. I will send you to the moon later, said Jiang Fei. What's wrong? Asked Han Tianyu. I don't have time to explain to you. Go and gather your people as soon as possible, said Jiang Fei as he teleported away. After the white light, Jiang Fei went straight to the moon base. Everything was still running smoothly under the management of 0541's dungeon, 0543. 0543 still retained its original address of Jiang Fei. Okay, prepare some rooms and activate the life support system. I want to bring some humans over, Jiang Fei instructed, as there were almost no humans in the lunar base. In order to save energy, the life support system was usually not activated. 0543 replied. From the conversation with it, Jiang Fei did not feel any emotion at all. Clearly, the possibility of the intelligent system wanting to evolve was very low when no one was talking to it. After the arrangements for the moon base were made, Jiang Fei went to look for Han Tianyu and gave him a list of martial artists, classmates, and friends who were on good terms with him. Of course, Jiang Fei did not mind bringing along his childhood friends like Zhao Feng or his friends in the Martial Artist Alliance. All right, leave it to me, Han Tianyu replied readily. Tell the public that I'm back. I would like to invite everyone to a gathering. Don't tell the truth, lest it causes panic, Jiang Fei advised. Tis, Han Tianyu rolled his eyes. However, from Jiang Fei's words, he knew that this time there might be a lot of trouble. After all the preparations were done, Jiang Fei asked 0543 to send a landing craft. Then he took his parents to the lunar base in the landing craft and settled them down. A few hours later, Han Tianyu was also ready. Not only did he gather some of the most important people to him, but he also found the people on Jiang Fei's list. In the end, these people were transported to the moon by a large landing craft. Without knowing it, they were taken far away from Earth. Chapter 2206, 2206. Translator, 549690033. When all the important players had arrived at the moon base, it was already the 6th day. There was only 1 day left until the players arrived. Phew, I hope these guys don't cause any trouble. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and made up his mind. A day passed very quickly. The day of the arrival of the players had finally arrived. Jiang Fei felt that in the middle of the Sahara Desert in Africa, there was a violent fluctuation in the space. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, because the players had not entered the dungeon yet, he was not in a hurry to act. After waiting for about an hour, the red button on Jiang Fei's wristwatch flashed. Clearly, the players had already entered the dungeon. As the dungeon quest this time was only provided for a small number of wealthy players, other players could not reach this place. The only super VIP players who could come to Earth to challenge the dungeon quest were the super VIP players in this small party. Jiang Fei prayed in his heart. He could still deal with ordinary rich players. Jiang Fei was not confident in himself. Then, Jiang Fei pressed the red button and teleported himself into the dungeon. After a burst of white light, the scene in front of Jiang Fei changed. He had already appeared on a huge throne. Joe! Jiang Fei looked around. Other than him, there was also an army of guards. Clearly, these guys were the monsters around him, the final boss. Jiang Fei shouted at the monsters. However, these monsters clearly did not have any intelligence, so they ignored him. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Then, he realized that the exit of the hall was not closed. He could get out. Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he walked down the throne. Then, he followed the main road and went straight to the front of the dungeon. The dungeon that Jiang Fei was in was a typical dungeon. Other than him, there were 4 other bosses in the dungeon. However, these guys were all NPCs created by Vinylin. They did not have much intelligence. It was likely that they would not be able to stop these players. However, on the other hand, this place did not exist to make things difficult for these players. The purpose of this dungeon was to give these players some benefits. Therefore, the first 4 bosses should not be difficult. However, Zhang Fei was clearly an exception. According to what Vinolin had said, he had to withstand more than 10 attacks before he could surrender. Although Zhang Fei did not know the purpose of doing this, since Vinolin had said it, he would do it. As he moved forward, Zhang Fei soon arrived at the position of the 4th boss. This guy looked like a dungeon monster with a fierce look. He stood in the middle of the hall and did not look very smart. After passing through the hall, Zhang Fei continued walking. Soon, he arrived at a place that was similar to the cafeteria. In the middle stood a butcher with a bloody kitchen knife in his hand. There was no need to ask, this guy must be the 3rd boss. After coming out of the cafeteria, Zhang Fei walked through a long corridor and came to a place that looked like a stable. However, this place did not raise horses, but a kind of 4-legged bug. Behind one of the red bugs sat a warrior in armor. This guy should be second brother. After passing through the stable, Zhang Fei did not walk far before he heard the sounds of battle. Apparently, these players were quite efficient. At this time, they had already cleared the small monsters and started to fight the first boss. As he continued to walk, Zhang Fei found himself in an arena. He was in the stands. The arena below was filled with corpses. It was probably the small monsters that the players had just cleared. At this moment, 10 players were surrounding the first boss. Watch out for this guy's ignition. Spread out. Spread out. Shield me. F*CK. This guy is so fierce. As he watched the battle below, Zhang Fei could not help but twitch his lips. As a veteran gamer, he had to admit that these guys were too weak. Half of them did not even have the will to fight. At that moment, a player also noticed Zhang Fei on the stands. Khan is the Flame King. Isn't this guy the final boss? Another player pointed at Zhang Fei and shouted. Oh! Zhang Fei was slightly surprised. However, he quickly came to his senses. Vinolin had mentioned to him that he would obtain the identity of a boss in the dungeon. On Earth outside of the dungeon, he could also obtain the identity of a player. Therefore, in the eyes of these players, Zhang Fei's image had been dealt with by Vinolin. Had all been dealt with by Vinolin. Ignore him for now. A player shouted. Background. Zhang Fei smiled slightly. At the same time, he became playful. Therefore, he shouted at the boss below him, Useless trash, I'll teach you what it means to fight. As soon as he finished shouting, Zhang Fei directly attacked. Since he was the Flame King in the dungeon, Zhang Fei decided to convert all his spiritual energy into the fire attribute. Then, he directly blasted out a fireball. Zhang Fei's unexpected attack instantly hit 2 players. These 2 players were definitely not weak. Their combat strength was above 30 million. They were simply not enough. Therefore, with just 1 attack, these 2 guys were instantly killed. The other players were shocked. Then, they scattered and looked at Zhang Fei vigilantly. Isn't he the final boss? Why would he attack? I don't know. Maybe it's part of the plot. Then what should we do? How would I know? A few players were discussing among themselves. However, they were all focused on Zhang Fei. The first boss did not care about that much. Once these guys were distracted, he finally seized the opportunity. After a few rounds of urgent attacks, he had already defeated a player on the ground. D'asterisk emin. Adjust the formation and fight the boss first. We'll talk about the final stage later. Among the 10 players, there was finally someone who understood. Under his command, everyone finally set their sights on the first boss. Chapter 2207. 2207. Translator 5496903. The players once again focused their attention on fighting the first boss. Zhang Fei felt a pain in his balls as he watched the process. These guys were really terrible at fighting. Any main force of a second-rate guild would be more cooperative than them. Fortunately, the bosses that Vinolin designed were relatively weak. Although they were very strong, they were all based on the program to release their skills. Moreover, they would attack whoever was close to them. The damage could not be focused at all. Therefore, they were not a threat to the players. Zhang Fei smacked his lips and turned to leave. He did not intend to waste any more time here unless he killed these players one after another. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before the first boss was defeated. Moreover, according to Virion's arrangement, these players would have to clear the level sooner or later. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have to keep making things difficult for them. Jiang Fei left in satisfaction. A sharp-eyed player shouted. Another player sighed. Cohen and the others are too unlucky. They were killed by the Flame King directly. Yeah, now we have to extend the life of the carrier. It's a lot of money. Who cares? It's not like we're the unlucky ones. After Jiang Fei left, these players did not have to put in so much effort to fight against the first boss. Therefore, they fought the boss while chatting and waiting for the dead players to resurrect and run the dungeon. After Jiang Fei left the arena where the first boss was, he went to the stables where the second boss was. Jiang Fei thought. Then, Jiang Fei took advantage of the time when the players were fighting the first boss to start making arrangements at the stables. After about 40 to 50 minutes, Jiang Fei heard a noise coming from the passage outside the stables. Clearly, the players were coming over. Jiang Fei found a high platform and stood there. He did not hide his tracks at all. Damn! On the other side, the players had just cleared the monsters outside the door when they saw Jiang Fei. One of the players guessed, "Why don't we try beating him up?" Another player suggested. Some players did not agree. "What are you afraid of?" The previous player said. "Cohen, you've already died once." The player, who had commanded everyone to fight the first boss, frowned. "You guys are too cowardly. Andy, don't bother about it." The player, named Cohen, really did not believe it. He had even taken care of the second boss in the stable. He directly charged towards Jiang Fei. Cohen raised the longbow in his hand and shot an arrow at Jiang Fei. An arrow with a red glow shot straight at Jiang Fei's face. What a lucky guy. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. This Cohen's strength was not bad. His combat strength was around 41 million. He could be considered a first-rate expert even in the 5 corners of the world. However, in front of the dragon sage Jiang Fei, this little bit of strength was not enough. Jiang Fei extended his left hand forward. Then his middle and index fingers suddenly closed. With just 2 fingers, he caught Cohen's arrow. Almost all of the players were dumbfounded. They had never thought that the final boss would be so strong. Since he was pretending to be a boss, Jiang Fei naturally had to get into character. He roared angrily and immediately activated teleportation. In the next second, he appeared beside Cohen. It was as if he was grabbing a chicken. Before Cohen could even react, Jiang Fei grabbed the back of his neck. Following a soft sound, Jiang Fei twisted Cohen's head off. Jiang Fei threw Cohen's dead body on the ground and then went straight to the other players. F***CK. I told you not to let Cohen mess around. The other players also saw that they were all hindsight. When Cohen went up to provoke them, they did not stop him. In fact, these guys also had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They thought that if they could kill the final boss before they clear the level, it might be an achievement challenge. That way, they might be able to get a better reward. Unexpectedly, they did not see the reward. Instead, they provoked the final boss directly. Everyone, don't panic. This is a dungeon. There's no way we can escape. Andy indeed had some talent as a leader. When he saw that the final boss was activated, he immediately made the most rational judgment. However, reason alone was not enough. Jiang Fei, the final boss, was not someone they could deal with at all. According to Vineland's arrangement, Jiang Fei would only go easy on them after he had tortured them enough. That way, they would be able to clear the dungeon. Now that Jiang Fei was going all out, they had no room to resist. The difference in strength alone was not something that these players could handle. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not one of those stupid bosses. He would not be stupid enough to beat up those melee attackers first. Jiang Fei charged straight at the only healer among the players. With a single slap, the fragile healer was pushed to the ground by Jiang Fei. The small body of support-type spellcaster was nothing in front of Jiang Fei's slap. Therefore, the female player died in an instant. After killing the healer, Jiang Fei's gaze fell on the few long-ranged attackers. His feet suddenly accelerated. Before the players could react, Jiang Fei was already in front of them. Bah! 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 The outcome was predictable. In less than 10 seconds, more than half of these players had died. Only a few melee attackers looked at each other. Everyone was dumbfounded. Forget it. Don't resist anymore. And he was also discouraged. Facing such a boss, they would not be able to do anything even if they were forced to death. After a moment, all the players were killed by Jiang Fei. Perhaps it was because they were in the dungeon, but these players did not drop anything. This made Jiang Fei very disappointed. However, he quickly came to an understanding. After all, if the dungeon boss could pick up the equipment of the players, it would be a little unreasonable. Jiang Fei, who was on a killing spree, flexed his wrists. It was indeed very enjoyable just now. Being able to torture the players without any scruples made him feel extremely happy from head to toe. Chapter 2208, 2208. Translator, 5496903, Jiang Fei, who was in a good mood, returned to the high platform and continued to wait for the players to arrive. After more than 10 minutes, the players who had resurrected and run the dungeon returned to the stable. This time, they had learned their lesson. No one dared to provoke Jiang Fei. Cohen pursed his lips. You still have the cheek to say that? A player complained. After all, the cost of a life-prolonging vector was quite a lot. Of course, they had to find someone to take the blame. Cohen rolled his eyes, indicating that he would not take the blame. All right, stop arguing. I think this King of the Blazing Flame is a storyline character. We can't fight him until the final step. Otherwise, he will directly go berserk and wipe us out, Andy analyzed. I think so too. If we don't provoke this guy, he will at most use 1 or 2 skills to distract us, just like the first boss. The healer girl said, then let's ignore him. Fortunately, Cohen was not an Ironhead doll, so he was also competing with Jiang Fei. The players immediately focused their attention on the iron-armored general riding on the bug. Cohen, go and pull the small monsters over. Andy still adopted the most conservative method of fighting. As an archer, Cohen was naturally in charge of luring the monsters. Although he had just made a mess, he still had to do it. Cohen shot an arrow at a large bug. Then he turned around and ran, wanted to pull the bug over to kill it alone. These bugs and the boss were together. Therefore, when Cohen shot the arrow, the boss battle began. Intruders! The armored general roared angrily. Then, he rode on the large red bug under him and rushed up. Immediately after, the dozen large bugs in the stable also rushed up. You guys go and pick up the monsters. Andy quickly distributed the tasks. A few melee players answered and then rushed up. After the battle with the first boss, Andy had clearly confirmed his command in the party. Mia, you take care of Andrew, Andy said to the healing girl. Mia nodded in agreement. The melee attackers who were carrying the small monsters asked, think of a way. I don't believe that you don't have any recovery items on you. Andy said angrily, how could a player who could join this party be poor, who did not have a few top-tier items on them? When they first met that pervert Jiang Fei, there was nothing they could do. They did not even have time to activate their life-saving tools or take potions before they were instantly killed. However, it was different now. They were only fighting a few small monsters. How could they kill people instantly? Therefore, Andy did not pay any attention to the complaints of the few melee players. He only reminded Mia to ensure the safety of Andrew. From a huge sword in the hand of the armored general, this guy's attack power was not too low. Jiang Fei watched the players fight the boss from the high platform. After the first boss had gotten used to it, the players' coordination was slightly better. It was still a significant improvement. Andy commanded the ranged attackers to start focusing on the small monsters. Move! Move! Andy shouted loudly. However, a player with a heavy cannon still overflowed with aggro, causing a large bug to come straight at him. After being bitten by the large bug, the player, who was developing technology, was shocked. The shield on his body had turned red in an instant. This meant that more than half of the energy of his shield had been destroyed. These VIP players did not all descend on the cultivators. They also had such technological choices. The weapons and shields that they were equipped with were not something that could be explained by the technology in Jiang Fei's universe. Therefore, their combat power was not weaker than the cultivators. However, these technological players also had a weakness. They were very weak. Once the shields were broken, they would be dead. It was also fatal for the cultivator-type players. "Mike, move!" Andy shouted loudly. Oh, Mike, who was shocked, also reacted. He immediately retreated. However, he found that his right foot had sunk. Then he felt a sharp pain. Mike let out a scream. He did not know when, but a huge beast trap had appeared on the ground. This thing was clamped on Mike's leg. His calf was twisted abnormally. It was obviously broken. Huh? Jiang Fei laughed happily. It was obvious that he was the one who started it. Mike, who was caught by the trap, could not move. The big bug that caught up with him took a few bites of his shield and died. Jiang Fei continued to watch the show happily. After Mike died, the big bug was finally pulled away by the melee attackers. These melee attackers were all players of the cultivator class. They were relatively agile and fast. Therefore, it was not a problem for them to fight with the big bug. If they were bitten once in a while, they could also use tools to block it. However, what surprised Jiang Fei was that these players did not activate the ball-shaped absolute defense tool when they were in danger. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei secretly took out a defensive ball. Then he found that this thing was currently unable to be activated. Clearly, the dungeon had restricted its use. Otherwise, the previous players would not have died so easily. However, it made sense. If such an absolute defensive item could be used hundreds of times, the dungeon would be too easy. After all, the boss was stupid enough to use its skills. Moreover, its attack speed was slow. If he could activate the defensive ball, he would not even need to use his brain to kill the boss. After putting away the defense ball, Jiang Fei found that the players had almost finished dealing with the big bugs. Now, only the armored general riding on the red bugs was left in the stable. Andy shouted. At this time, the remaining 9 players began to gang up on the boss. "This is so boring," Jiang Fei suddenly shouted. "Be careful of the Flame King," Andy shouted after hearing Jiang Fei's voice. At that moment, Jiang Fei waved his hand and a fire dragon appeared. The power of the origin was converted into fire-type spiritual energy in his body. Then, he used the dragon race's bloodline martial skill to unleash it. The power of this move was definitely not something that these players could withstand. Chapter 2209. Translator 549699033. The fire dragon took away 2 long-range players. In the face of Jiang Fei's full attack, these players with 30 to 40 million combat power were nothing. Jiang Fei clapped his hands. This time, he did not intend to wipe out these guys. Andy shouted loudly. He was afraid that someone as brainless as Cohen would provoke Jiang Fei again. The remaining players nodded one after another and focused their fire on the boss. As Jiang Fei did not interfere, it was much easier for the players to fight the boss. After all, these bosses only knew how to use their skills stupidly. They could not pose a threat to them at all. However, during the battle, Jiang Fei triggered a few more of the traps that he had set up. One of the skills that worked together with the boss once again took away another player. However, the effects of the remaining traps were mediocre. Other than creating some trouble for these guys, there were no other results. Seeing that the second boss was about to be defeated, Jiang Fei shrugged and left the stable. He was ready to go to the restaurant to watch the show. Focus fire. Don't waste your ultimate skill. Mia is running out of spiritual power. Andy shouted. The remaining few DPS players began to use their ultimate skills. Under the concentrated fire of these guys, the second boss was soon unable to hold on. As the second boss fell to the ground, these players began to divide the loot. After the distribution of the spoils of war was over, according to Andy's idea, they would continue to fight the third boss. However, there were a few players who were unhappy. Andy, why are you in such a hurry? This dungeon can't be repeated. A player suggested. Yeah, we're not those guys who rely on playing the game to earn money. Another player also nodded and said, Yeah, let's take a break, several players echoed. Andy saw that so many people didn't want to fight anymore, so he could only nod and agree. Although he was the team leader, if everyone didn't work, who would he command? Let's gather at the dungeon entrance tomorrow morning, someone suggested. Sure, I have something to do later. It's time to go offline. Okay, I have to go out too. Goodbye then. A few players flashed with black light. It seemed like they had gone offline immediately. Mia asked, I don't know. Let's take a look around the planet, said Andy. Mia suggested, if Jiang Fei was here, he would definitely be able to tell that Mia was interested in Andy. Andy nodded. I'll go too, suggested Cohen. Do whatever you want. Mia rolled her eyes. Clearly, she did not want Cohen as a third wheel. Cohen shrugged and said to another player, Andrew, what about you? If there's nothing else, let's go for a walk together. That's fine. Andrew nodded. Jiang Fei had set up many more traps in the restaurant. He had even planted a few mines. After waiting for almost an hour, the blue button on his wristwatch lit up. F*CK. Jiang Fei was stunned. The blue button lit up, indicating that the players had left the dungeon. How weak, Jiang Fei said in disdain. When he was playing the game, the team dungeon rating bosses were all half-night and half-night. It was not as if they had never done an all-night dungeon quest. However, no matter what, the players had left. There was no point for Jiang Fei to stay in the dungeon. Therefore, he pressed the blue button and teleported back to Earth. Jiang Fei frowned. He had sensed the aura of 5 super powerhouses on Earth. This meant that there were 10 players in the dungeon. In the end, half of them had stayed on Earth. Only 5 of them had actually logged off. Jiang Fei thought to himself. At this time, he already had the identity of a player through his connections with Vinylin. Therefore, he could kill these players on Earth at will. Even if these guys were killed by Jiang Fei, they would only feel that they had been killed in a PK with other players. This way, Jiang Fei would not have to worry about being targeted by the development team other than picking up their equipment. This time, Jiang Fei could be said to have killed the players according to the order. Not only was there no risk, but he had also gained a lot. However, Jiang Fei also had some concerns. After all, this was Earth. If he were to fight with the players freely, the damage would be too great. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided that if these players were to behave themselves and be a tourist on Earth, he would turn a blind eye. Then, Jiang Fei would not stand on ceremony. Therefore, Jiang Fei found a place to sit cross-legged and meditate. At the same time, he released his spiritual power. He began to closely monitor the players' every move. Andy, look, what is this? Mia pointed at a candied fruit seller and shouted. She had never seen the red candied fruit that was strung into a string. Moreover, her excitement was not entirely because she had seen something new. It was mainly because she could be together with her sweetheart that she was so happy. Andy shrugged. He had never been to Earth, so he also didn't know what candied haws were. Look, at this time, a child bought a string of candied haws in front of Mia, and then ate it happily, which made Mia feel like she had discovered a new continent. Andy was much calmer. Mia pulled Andy's sleeve and said coquettishly. Andy asked. Mia pouted and shook her head. Andy said helplessly. Mia rolled her eyes and ran to the uncle who sold candied haws. Mia asked the uncle with her big eyes. Of course, the uncle naturally would not say that his own food was not good. Mia said with a pitiful expression, Sigh, you little girl, our daughter is about the same age as you, but she has already gone to work. Look at you, you're not young anymore. You only know how to play cosplay all day long. The uncle sighed, but in the end, he still gave Mia a bunch of candied haws. It was obvious that the uncle who sold candied haws had mistaken Mia and her father, who were wearing battle suits, as young boys and girls playing cosplay. Chapter 2210, 2210. Translator, 5496903 This. Mia was conquered by the taste of the candied haws after only taking a bite. After all, no girl would not like this sour and sweet taste. Mia brought the candied haws to Andy's mouth. Andy was a little embarrassed, but if he didn't open his mouth, Mia would force the candied haws into his mouth. So he had to take a bite. This sour and sweet taste was really good. After that, Mia dragged Andy around. When she saw something delicious and fun, Mia went up and acted coquettishly. Basically, it was not too expensive, so the other party gave it to her. After all, she was dressed like a cosplay. She was a very cute girl. If she opened her mouth, most people would not refuse. Of course, if Mia liked something more expensive, then no one would give it to her. When she saw others refuse, she would act coquettishly and then pretend to cry. If the other party really didn't give it to her, then she would have no choice. Moreover, Andy, who was standing beside her, also felt embarrassed. It was time to drag her away. Anyway, from Jiang Fei's observation, this pair did not say that if they did not give it to her, they would use their strength to snatch it away. Mia and Andy were very dutiful. However, the others might not be like that. Other than Mia, Andy, Andrew, and Cohen, there was another player who acted alone. This guy looked handsome. Anyone could tell that he was a gentleman. However, when this guy was in a place where no one was around, what he did was not so honest. At the beginning of the dungeon, Jiang Fei did not notice this player named Hao. Because he was well-behaved, he was not as bad-handed or as cheap as Cohen. Therefore, he was very inconspicuous. However, when there were no other players around, only a group of NPCs in their eyes, this guy's true nature was revealed. As a girl screamed, Hal's hand grabbed her chest. A normal hooligan would not do such a dirty thing. Moreover, it was on a crowded street. F***CK. The girl still had a boyfriend. Who could tolerate this? 9 meters tall. Therefore, the girl's boyfriend gave him a big slap. However, he clearly did not realize what kind of person he was facing. Hal raised his hand and actually used his own power. The man was instantly burned to ashes. In the face of such a situation, the girl screamed in fear and was completely dumbfounded. Murder! Murder! The surrounding crowd was also dumbfounded. Who had seen such a sci-fi scene? With a raise of his hand, the person opposite him was burned to ashes. This was simply not something that ordinary people could understand. Very soon, there was no one on the street. If it was a normal situation, there might be people watching. However, for such a supernatural phenomenon, the first reaction of everyone was to run for their lives. They dared to stay and watch. Hal walked towards the blonde girl with a lewd smile. You? The blonde girl was scared silly. She took one step at a time, but soon she leaned against the wall. There was no way out anymore. It's useless. Hal laughed proudly. He had already investigated the planet. This planet was a low-tech planet. No one could threaten him. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so brazenly. F***CK. Jiang Fei was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He immediately activated teleportation and appeared beside Hal in the next second. Are you F***King Shameless? Jiang Fei grabbed Hal's shoulder and threw him out. The kid directly crashed into the wall of a building, creating a big hole in the wall. Hal was hit hard. He turned his head and saw a player that he did not know. Hal was stunned. However, he quickly came up with an answer. He believed that Jiang Fei was a player who was doing other quests. Although he could not enter the reward dungeon, he had appeared on Earth. After coming to a realization, Hal said to Jiang Fei, "Brother, you're being too controlling. It's just a bunch of NPCs. Do you have to be so serious?" Jiang Fei said angrily, "Hey, don't give me any face." When he saw Jiang Fei scolding him like that, Hal's face fell. Jiang Fei could not be bothered to talk to Haldo anymore. He immediately attacked. In order to prevent the aftermath of the battle from damaging the city, Jiang Fei directly projected his inheritance space. Kid, are you serious? Hal was instantly trapped. Jiang Fei leaped over and was about to kill Hal. A golden light flashed. Hal had activated his defensive ball. Under absolute defense, Jiang Fei was unable to kill him instantly. Jiang Fei, who knew the weakness of the defensive ball, immediately made his move. His 10 fingers moved together and shot out one finger wind after another. The frequency was so high that it was hundreds of shots per second. In a moment, the number of layers of the defensive ball was exhausted. Hal asked. Jiang Fei did not say anything. He directly punched Hal's chest and caused it to collapse. Hal spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his body was still confined and could not move. Good kid, I admit defeat. Hal cursed angrily. He knew that he could not beat the person in front of him in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, it seemed that he would definitely die today. However, he had remembered this grudge today. When he resurrected, he would definitely find someone to take revenge on Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei punched Hal's head into pieces. A true spirit flew into the air. This was Hal's consciousness that had returned to the safe zone to resurrect. However, that would definitely attract the attention of the development team. After all, Hal was a VIP player. He was also an elite in the Gamma space. If anything happened to him, the development team would be in big trouble. After releasing Hal's consciousness, Zhang Fei looked down and saw that other than the corpse, Hal had really dropped 2 items. Zhang Fei smiled and kept the 2 items. Then, he cleaned up the battlefield briefly and teleported away. Zhang Fei did not have to worry about that. Naturally, someone would come back to deal with it. The Mutants' Brotherhood had done this many times. Chapter 2211. 2211. Translator 549-69033. After returning to his own home, Zhang Fei sat down on the sofa in a disgraceful manner. Since his parents were not at home, no one complained that he did not stand up or sit down. Zhang Fei took out the 2 pieces of equipment that Hal had dropped and looked them up and down. The first item was a soft armor. It looked very thin, but it had powerful functions. At that moment, Zhang Fei had the identity of a player. Therefore, when he saw this equipment, naturally he got the relevant information. Soft gold armor provides the wearer with an automatically activated shield. It can defend against attacks with a combat power of less than 45 million. At the same time, it can also provide the wearer with a small agility bonus. This was the information that Zhang Fei got from the first item. Zhang Fei nodded. This item was already very powerful. It was a pity that Hal had met Zhang Fei, the Dragon Sage. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to hurt him. After receiving the soft gold armor, the first person Zhang Fei thought of was Hua Mulan. The soft gold armor was useless to Zhang Fei. An attack with 45 million combat power was not considered powerful to Zhang Fei. If the enemy's attack was so powerful that he could not defend against it, the soft gold armor would not be of much use. However, this item was very suitable for Hua Mulan. This girl's martial arts were astonishing, and with the support of the power core, her attack power was much higher than others of the same combat power. Ordinary high-tiered players would not be able to defend against her direct attacks. However, Hua Mulan's defense was too weak. She was different from the other girls who had powerful combat power. Nina had the power of space. She could use the space barrier as a defense. Sylvie was proficient in time and could use time reversal to defend against damage. As for Bella, she had the life core. She could recover on her own. Hua Mulan was the only one. Although she had the power core and was extremely strong in terms of attack power, the power core could not be of any use in terms of defense. Therefore, this soft golden armor was the most suitable for her. After putting away the soft golden armor, Zhang Fei took out the second item that Hal had dropped. This was something similar to a Tier 3 Rubik's Cube. It looked ordinary, but Zhang Fei could feel the amazing power from it. Pandora's Rubik's Cube. Randomly rotate the Rubik's Cube and combine it into whatever color you want. Then, open it and you will get a surprise. The asterisk emin. Zhang Fei was shocked. After all, the combination of the colors of a Tier 3 Rubik's Cube was an astronomical number. If that was the case, how many treasures would this box produce? However, Zhang Fei was also a little hesitant because the name of the box included the words Pandora. That meant that the item that was produced might not be good. After thinking about this, Zhang Fei did not open the Rubik's Cube rashly. After all, this was Earth, his hometown. He did not want to open it and cause any accidents. After putting away Pandora's Rubik's Cube, Zhang Fei leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes. Then, he continued to use his spiritual power to monitor the players that remained on Earth. At this time, Hal, who had been killed by Zhang Fei, had also resurrected in the safe zone. It was different from dying in a dungeon. If he died in a dungeon, he would be resurrected at the dungeon entrance. If he was killed by players outside, he would be killed in a PK. After resurrecting, he would be in the safe zone. This was to prevent others from guarding his corpse. F***CK. Hal kurset angrili. Then, he began to contact his friends. He wanted to return to Earth to look for trouble. Big Brother "We don't have that map that you mentioned," said one of Hal's friends. Because Earth was chosen as the host of the reward dungeon, normal players could not directly send it over. However, if they were fly over by themselves, that place did not even have the coordinates. In a vast galaxy, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. "Ichemum, then there's nothing we can do. Let that kid go first." Hal was still angry, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he would not be a match for Jiang Fei if he went back alone. If he went looking for Jiang Fei, he would only be tortured again. Therefore, this matter could only be put aside for the time being. The only thing that Hal felt regretful about was the Pandora's Rubik's Cube. It was an item dropped by the second boss in the reward dungeon. In the end, he had bid for it at a high price. Before he could use it, it was dropped by someone in a PK. This made Hal very unhappy. At the same time, under Jiang Fei surveillance, Mia and Andy were still happily strolling around the streets. With her cute appearance and her acting cute skills, MIA was doing very well. Not only did she have food and drink, but she also got a lot of small toys. She even asked for a lot of small toys. Although the strange clothes of the two attracted the attention of the pedestrians around them. In this cosplay era, although their clothes were very different, they did not think too much about it. They only thought that they were two young people with a unique hobby. On the other side, Andrew and Cohen appeared in a European city. They first visited the church and then strolled through the streets for a day. Because they did not have money, the two guys only looked and did not buy anything along the way. They did not use their strength to rob. Of course, the two men did not have Mia's unique advantage. Therefore, they were empty-handed for the rest of the day. The Europeans were more open-minded about the armor and weapons on the two men. After all, the otakus on their side were having more fun. Occasionally, there would be people carrying homemade armor and weapons on the streets. Therefore, everyone was already used to it. Jiang Fei was very surprised that the two brawny men were so obedient. After all, to players, the game world was not bound by morals and laws. They could do whatever they wanted. From this point of view, although Cohen was a troublemaker, he was not bad in nature. At the very least, he did not have Hal's bad habit of bullying the weak. However, when the sky gradually darkened, the two brawny players did not want to cause trouble, but trouble came to the two of them. Hey, a few gangster-like boys walked out from the dark alley. One of them even had a pistol in his hand. Compared to the peace in China, although the day in Europe was beautiful, when night fell, those beautiful and flirtatious towns suddenly changed their appearance. Cohen's nature was immediately provoked. He had his own bottom line and would not take the initiative to bully the weak. However, his troublesome personality made him unwilling to be so well-behaved. Therefore, this day had suffocated him. Now that these guys took the initiative to come to his door, Cohen's heart was about to burst with joy. Chapter 2212, 2212. Translator, 549690033. What the F***ck are you laughing at? You two otakus, do you hear me? The hooligans became even more aggressive. Andrew, do you hear me? They want you to take off your pants and stick your butts up, Cohen said to Andrew with a smile. As for these hooligans, they did not care at all. F***ck. A hooligan walked up with a baseball bat and hit Andrew's head with the bat. Andrew raised his hand and grabbed the bat. You dare to resist? That hooligan had obviously never seen an otaku who dared to resist. In the past, when they encountered this kind of anime otaku, these guys would obediently pay the money. Just as the hooligan was stunned, Andrew, who was a little angry, waved his hand and punched the hooligan's chest. When the punch landed, Andrew regretted it. He was angry just now, so he did not manage to hold back his punch. Although he did not use his full strength, it was just a casual blow. However, do not forget that they were all using carriers with combat power of more than 30 million. Let alone a hooligan. Even the strongest person on Earth would not be able to withstand this punch. Of course, Jiang Fei was not one of them. However, he was not on Earth all year round. Although this was his hometown, he cannot be described as an Earth expert anymore. Therefore, when Andrew's punch landed, the body of the hooligan became familiar. His entire chest caved in, and his internal organs were all turned into mud. This guy did not even have time to react before he was killed. Another hooligan screamed. The hooligan with the gun opened fire. It was unknown whether it was because he was frightened or something else, but he shot at Andrew. The bullet hit Andrew's body and then fell to the ground. It did not even leave a white spot on Andrew's combat uniform. Damn it, who are these two guys? The hooligans were dumbfounded. They subconsciously wanted to run away, but could Andrew and Cohen let them go? We'll keep this kind of scum. Let's just kill them, Andrew said. Cohen smiled slightly and then took out the longbow on his back. A few arrows shot out like meteors and hit the hooligans accurately. The few hooligans who were showing off just now did not run away. They were all killed on the spot. Jiang Fei watched everything quietly through his spiritual power. However, he did not stop them this time. These hooligans were indeed detestable. There was no telling how many people had been harmed by them. Therefore, even if they died, they would still die. Jiang Fei did not go looking for trouble with Andrew and Cohen. After all, the two of them had performed very well during the day. However, Jiang Fei did not intend to interfere. It was not like there were no people in Europe. Soon, two experts from the Holy See appeared in front of Andrew and Cohen. Two of you, where did you come from? One of the Vatican Knights asked. His tone was quite friendly. After all, in the eyes of these experts, the lives of ordinary people were nothing. They would not make a big fuss over this. It would be a great merit. Andrew turned to look at Cohen. The two of them exchanged a glance. To them, these two powerhouses of the Holy See were no different from ordinary people. After all, Andrew and Cohen's combat values were about 30,500,000. And these two knights of the Holy See were not even at level 5 on Earth. In other words, their combat values were less than 10,000. The gap between the two sides was too wide. Therefore, in Andrew and Cohen's hearts, these two knights of the Holy See were also ordinary people. The leading knight of the Holy See nodded. We are here to visit. Andrew smiled. It's okay. The knight of the Holy See said with a smile. Thank you so much, Andrew said. Since the two of you have come to Europe, why don't you come to our Holy See? We have prepared some delicious food. Maybe you can try it. The knight of the Holy See sent an invitation. Andrew was a little hesitant. Cohen, who was a troublemaker, flared up again. He was bored after wandering around for a whole day. Now that someone was treating him to a meal, of course he was willing to go. Andrew was a little hesitant. What's the big deal? Anyway, we're only going to continue the dungeon tomorrow. What's the big deal about going to eat some good food? Cohen asked. The taste was very ordinary. Then, seeing that Cohen was so interested, Andrew did not say anything more. Anyway, they were playing the game for all kinds of experiences. It was not bad to go to the Holy See with these NPCs. Therefore, Andrew and Cohen followed the two Holy See Knights back to the Holy See's headquarters. F***CK. Jiang Fei frowned. He did not know if there would be any trouble if he asked the Holy See to invite these two players back. However, it was not convenient for Jiang Fei to appear and interfere now. Because Vinolin had given him the identity of a player, Andrew and the others saw him as a player, while the people from the Holy See might still recognize him. When that time came, Jiang Fei would have a hard time explaining his identity. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only choose to wait and see. Andrew and Cohen followed the two Holy See's knights to the Holy See's headquarters. As expected, they were treated to a feast. However, the higher-ups of the Holy See did not show up. That was because they did not know what kind of gods they had invited. Previously, Andrew and Cohen had only killed a few hooligans. Therefore, although everyone, including the two knights of the Holy See, knew that they were not ordinary, they did not pay too much attention to them. They planned to let these two knights accompany them. After the meal, they would check the strength of these two people, and then the higher-ups would appear. For Andrew and Cohen, how could they be recruited by a group of NPCs who cannot issue quests? They came here to eat something good and see something new. Just as they said, they were here to visit. Therefore, it did not make any difference to them whether the Holy See would send out the higher-ups. In any case, these experts of the Holy See were no different from ordinary people in their eyes. It will be the same no matter who came. Chapter 2213, 2213. Translator, 5496903. The people of the Holy See held a feast. Andrew and Cohen did not stand on ceremony. They ate and drank as they were given. The food was like the flowing water of the Yangtze River, but also like a whirlwind. It all went into their stomachs. After eating and drinking, Andrew stood up and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. We still have something to do, so we'll leave first." The two knights of the Holy See were dumbfounded. "You've already eaten, drunk, and then you want to leave? How could that be possible?" "Hee, you two? We admire your abilities very much," the leading knight of the Holy See said. Although his words were quite polite, the meaning was very clear. "We're entertaining you to recruit capable people, but you're here to cheat us of food and drinks," Cole said with a smile. At the same time, this kid's eyes were darting around, and no one knew what he was planning. "It's just a spar," the leader of the Knights of the Holy See said with a smile. Andrew sighed. How could a player with their strength look at such a low-level soldier? In his opinion, sparring with these two Knights of the Holy See was a waste of time. "Okay," Cohen agreed immediately. "What do you want to do?" Andrew asked unhappily. "I have nothing to do," Cohen shrugged and said. "Sigh." Andrew sighed. Then, the two Knights of the Holy See brought Andrew and Cohen to the training field. This was the internal training field of the Holy See. It was as big as 2 football fields. For an ordinary powerhouse, it was enough to be used for sparring. Cohen asked with a smile. The leader of the Knights of the Holy See asked. Cohen laughed. With his strength, even if he closed his eyes, he would still be able to completely defeat the 2 Holy See Knights. Therefore, the competition was not important at all. The leader of the Holy See was still very conservative. He was afraid that a weapon without eyes would cause accidental injuries, so he chose to use martial arts. "All right," Cohen laughed. The 2 Holy See Knights were stunned. They had originally planned to have a one-on-one sparring match, but looking at the guy in front of them, he wanted them to come together. Cohen smiled and said. The 2 Holy See Knights looked at each other. Since the other party was so arrogant, they would not be polite. A Holy See Knight rushed forward and punched Cohen. At the same time, another Holy See Knight slid to the side and attacked Cohen's left rib. Cohen smiled slightly. In his eyes, these 2 Holy See Knights were as fast as a snail. With a slight flash of his body, the 2 Holy See Knights lost their target. Where are they? The 2 Holy See Knights were stunned because Cohen had suddenly disappeared from under their eyes. Bah! Cohen appeared behind the 2 of them. Then, he struck the back of their heads, and each of them received a ladle. The 2 Holy See Knights' faces turned red. Cohen did not hit them hard, but it was too humiliating. What was the difference between an adult teasing a child? Instantly, the 2 Knights of the Holy See were embarrassed. "Thanks for letting me win," Cohen said with a smile. The leader of the Knights of the Holy See blushed. He finally realized the difference between him and them. These 2 were at least experts of the 5th rank. However, the Knight of the Holy See clearly did not expect that even though he had identified Andrew and Cohen as experts of the 5th rank, he had still underestimated them. After all, experts of the 5th rank on Earth only had a combat power of more than 10,000, and these 2 players were super experts with combat strength of over 30 million. Just playing around, Cohen said with a laugh. He simply appeared to have nothing better to do and was wasting his time here. "All right, we should go," Andrew urged. The leading Holy See Knight said. Andrew was a little impatient. As a player, although he did not want to bully the weak and had his own bottom line, fundamentally he still looked down on these NPCs. Again, these were still low-level NPCs in front of him. "Gentlemen, my companions have already gone to inform the Pope." When the Holy See Knight mentioned the Pope, his face was full of respect. He even felt that it was the Pope's honor to meet these 2 people in front of him. However, obviously, Andrew and Cohen did not see it that way. After Cohen had played enough, he did not have the mood to stay here anymore. "Gentlemen, wait." The knight of the church who had left earlier returned. If he calls us, do we have to go?" Andrew was a little angry. He felt that these low-level NPCs were pushing their luck. "How dare you? How dare you be so impudent?" The 2 Knights of the Holy See were also angry. Although they couldn't beat Andrew and Cohen, the Holy See did have experts of the 5th rank. These 2 actually dared to insult the Pope and the Holy See. How could they tolerate such humiliation? Andrew was completely enraged. From the start, he didn't want to waste time with these low-level NPCs, but Cohen insisted on staying here to play. There was nothing he could do. Now, these low-level NPCs actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. This made him furious. The two Knights of the Holy See felt that the experts on their side had come to help, so they became even more confident. Andrew roared angrily. Just the sound waves alone had sent the two Knights of the Holy See flying backwards. Then, they lay on the ground and spat out blood. The weaker one couldn't even get up. The three experts of the 5th rank of the Holy See rushed over, but they clearly hadn't realized what kind of enemy they were facing. Andrew was truly enraged. He didn't say anything else, and directly attacked the 3 experts of the Holy See. The 3 experts of the 5th rank of the Holy See didn't even see how Andrew had attacked, and they had already been beaten until their bodies exploded and died. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and there was simply no room for confrontation. After Andrew's killing intent rose, they were destined to die. Andrew's sudden killing intent caused the entire Holy See to fall silent. Even the Pope understood that they had offended someone they shouldn't have offended. But to be instantly killed by someone was too terrifying. This sort of enemy wasn't someone they could fight against. Chapter 2214, 2214. Translator, 549690333. Please calm down. At this moment, the Pope could not be bothered to be reserved. They, who were used to being high and mighty, were very domineering when speaking to anyone. They did not expect to bump into an iron plate today. Cohen asked. At this moment, the Pope also appeared very humble. He had no choice but to lower his head under the low eaves. Cohen asked with disdain. The Pope waved his hands repeatedly. Although he knew that the other party was deliberately humiliating him, he could not do anything about it. At this moment, Andrew was obviously still angry. Impudent. What did you say? I'll fight it out with you. Although the Pope was smiling along, the low-level knights below could not take it anymore. They usually received brainwashing education, and in their hearts, the Pope was the supreme existence. This was simply a heinous crime. Thus, a large number of low-level knights surrounded Andrew and Cohen, looking like they were going to fight to the death to protect the dignity of the Holy See. Everyone dispersed. The high-level bishops of the Holy See tried to persuade them. However, the low-level knights were not moved at all. Sometimes, faith could make people forget about life and death. Andrew's anger was clearly aroused again. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Although the people of the Holy See had nothing to do with him, he could not just watch Andrew and Cohen slaughter the people of Earth. Therefore, Jiang Fei closed his eyes and activated teleportation. In the next second, he appeared in the sky above the Holy See. Jiang Fei attacked directly. A wave of spiritual power shook the people of the Holy See. From the Pope to the ordinary knights, they were all knocked out by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was afraid that the people of the Holy See would recognize him. If they called his name, it would not be consistent with the identity of the player. When that happened, the two players would be suspicious. Therefore, he attacked in advance. He first knocked out the people from the Holy See. After that, Jiang Fei landed and said to Andrew and Cohen, "These NPCs are related to my quest. Please show mercy, friends." Cohen was stunned. Jiang Fei's identity as a player was real, so they did not suspect anything. Jiang Fei nodded. Who? Andrew, who was still angry, panted heavily. However, he also nodded. He was usually easy to talk to. It was just that he had been provoked by a group of low-level NPCs. Jiang Fei smiled. He did not want to kill these players too much to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, Jiang Fei did not mind teaching a lesson to a guy like Hao. Cohen asked, "No need. My quest is very simple." Jiang Fei smiled and said. "Then, we'll take our leave first," Cohen said. "Please do as you please." Jiang Fei smiled and said. After that, Cohen and Andrew left. After Jiang Fei and Andrew left, they left as well. As for the people from the Holy See, it would be good to let them lie on the cold ground for a night to calm themselves down, it would prevent them from being so overbearing. After returning to his home, Jiang Fei found that Andrew and Cohen had gone offline. On Earth, only Andy and Mia were still shopping. Speaking of which, the two of them were really addicted. They actually did not feel tired after shopping for a whole day. However, thinking about it, it made sense. As long as they had the energy, they would not feel tired, let alone shopping for a whole day. At this point, Jiang Fei decided to take a break. He was not interested in peeping at the little lovers' romantic feelings. The two of them were also quite obedient. Therefore, Jiang Fei left a trace of his spiritual power to monitor the high-frequency energy fluctuations. Then, he entered a meditative state. The next morning, Jiang Fei's wristwatch rang. The red button lit up again. Clearly, the players had entered the dungeon again. Jiang Fei pressed the red button and teleported into the dungeon. After the teleportation light ended, Jiang Fei still appeared on his throne. He walked out of the tunnel with ease. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the cafeteria. At this time, the players had just finished clearing the small monsters on the road and were also here. At this time, the butcher boss was standing in front of the table. He was waving the bloody butcher knife in his hand and chopping up half a piece of pork. Other than this boss, there were also some customers and waiters in the cafeteria. It seemed that they were all small monsters. "Let's clear the small monsters first," Andy instructed. As Andy's command yesterday was very successful, the players had already placed a lot of trust in him. "We have a guest. What are you waiting for?" Just as Cohen was about to go forward and lure back a small monster, Jiang Fei suddenly shouted, "Damn it, it's the Flame King again." All the players had a dark expression on their faces. Yesterday, because of this final boss, they had all died at least once. After all, the cost of resurrecting a high-tier carrier was very expensive. Jiang Fei did not care about that. He walked directly to the small monsters and kicked them one by one in front of the players. Originally, these small monsters could be killed alone. However, with Jiang Fei's action, the small monsters all came to the side of the players. Therefore, the aggro system was instantly activated. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei was the final boss. These stupid small monsters could not possibly rebel, right? Therefore, they could only vent their anger on these players. "Melee attack," Andy shouted loudly. However, there were too many small monsters. No matter how busy the few melee attackers were, there were still some that they missed. A ranged attacker was beaten to death. Another player fell to the ground and died. "Open up the distance." Andy was constantly on the brink of danger. He commanded the remaining players to fight against these small monsters. After 10 minutes of hard fighting, half of the small monsters were killed. However, Andy and the others were wiped out. After being resurrected, these players were about to curse. The 18 generations of the development team had been greeted by them. How could there be such a perverse dungeon? However, these players clearly did not realize that all of this was Jiang Fei's doing. Clearly, he was not created by the development team. After returning to the canteen, the remaining monsters were no longer a threat to the players. This time, Jiang Fei did not kick the monsters to the side of the players, so the monsters were quickly cleared. Next, the players would have to face the challenge of the third boss and Jiang Fei's harassment. Chapter 2215, 2215. Translator, 5496903, Andy shouted. Cohen immediately went up and shot a spike at the butcher boss. The butcher boss roared and was activated. As Andy spoke, Andrew raised a shield and rushed up. The bloody butcher's knife struck Andrew's shield, forcing him to take a few steps back. This boss was much stronger than him in terms of pure strength. "Mia, keep an eye on Andrew," Andy ordered in an orderly manner. The rest of them nodded one after another, and then began to attack the boss. The butcher BOSS attacks were powerful and heavy. Sometimes, when Andrew was sent flying, the other melee players had to help block it. They were hit hard. The butcher boss suddenly threw down the butcher knife and took out a chain from nowhere. There was a huge hook on the front end of the chain. The unexpected hook hit a long-range player behind him. The butcher boss shouted and pulled the long-range player closer to him. The butcher boss raised his blade and swung it down. The long-range player was instantly beheaded. Even the melee players could not withstand the butcher's attack, let alone a long-range player. The dungeon could not activate an absolutely invincible tool, which made the players much more vulnerable. Jiang Fei was happy to watch the show from the side. This third boss was quite fierce. It actually killed a player alone, which surprised Jiang Fei very much. Everyone, don't be distracted. Seeing that the long-range players were a little panicked, Andy quickly comforted them. Then, everyone continued to attack the boss. The boss took out the hook again, but this time, the players had learned their lesson, causing the hook to return empty-handed. Seeing that the wounds on the boss were getting more and more, all the players, including Andy, felt that victory was in their hands. The butcher boss suddenly shouted, "You are all lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Come and see my strength." With a furious roar, the butcher boss began to spin crazily. The butcher knife in his hand was like a storm of sharp blades. All the melee players around him were sent flying. Andrew was still fine. His own defense was strong. With Mia's support, he did not receive too much damage. However, the ordinary melee players were in a terrible situation. One unlucky guy was instantly killed. The rest of the players were also heavily injured and fell to the ground. Andy shouted loudly. However, it was already too late. As the butcher boss spun around, it rushed towards the position of the ranged players. Mia was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Before she could react, she was shredded into pieces by the boss's blade storm. Following that, the few ranged players did not run away. They were all killed by the boss. All right, don't resist anymore. Andy knew that they could not continue the fight. This was how the bosses were usually like when they were clearing the dungeon. They did not even know the skills of the boss, so they could not defend against it at all. They could only use their lives to test it out. Don't be discouraged, everyone. That storm of blades should be the boss's ultimate skill. Next time, we should prepare ahead of time. Andy comforted everyone after the party was wiped out. Yes, this boss is a little powerful, Andrew nodded and said. After resurrecting, although everyone had spent a lot of money, these players were all super VIPs. They were not short of money, so their emotions were not affected too much. Jiang Fei, who was watching from the side, even felt that the reason why Vinylin had asked him to block a few more waves was to let these players spend more money. Come, Andy said after seeing that everyone had adjusted their state. Cohen took the initiative to step forward and shot an arrow at the boss. With a roar, the butcher boss rushed over again. Andrew used Shield Bash and firmly received the boss. Andy began to command. The boss only had a few moves, so after the fight, he took out the hook lock again. Because of the experience, the BOSS hook lock could not hit the long-range player anymore. Very soon, the boss was beaten up again. Everyone be careful, Andy shouted. Just remembering the BOSS ultimate skill. Jiang Fei smiled sinisterly. Then, a fire dragon was formed in his palm. F***CK. Cohen happened to be facing Jiang Fei, so he immediately saw the fire dragon in Jiang Fei's hand. The other players were all shocked. Although Jiang Fei had been watching the battle, he had not made any movements previously. This made the players relax their vigilance against him. All of you are useless. You can't even hit the enemy in one hit. Jiang Fei's fire dragon left his hand and went straight for the long-range players. Andy shouted loudly. However, was Jiang Fei's fire dragon that easy to dodge? Although the player who was facing the fire dragon managed to dodge in time, Jiang Fei's fire dragon seemed to have eyes. It chased after him and went after him. The long-range player was instantly killed. However, this was only the beginning. After the fire dragon killed the player, it actually shot towards Mia. This fire dragon instantly killed 5 long-range players who were more concentrated in their positions before it finally disappeared. Andy said in a very dejected manner. The healers and DPS were all dead, leaving behind a group of melee players. What was the point of fighting? Andy, what's going on? This King of Flames is too fierce. A player complained. Mia suddenly said. Andrew was focused on fighting the boss, so he did not hear what Jiang Fei shouted. He said that the butcher boss is too useless. Mia said, F***CK. Cohen asked in surprise. Then what should we do? A long-range player shouted. Leave a melee block to block the hook. Andy said after thinking for a moment. The defense of a melee player was relatively high. Even if they were hit, they would not be instantly killed. It was still less than the damage of the King of Fire's skill. Kulme. Andy sighed. Chapter 2216, 2216. Translator. 5496903. The players, who had made a comeback, came to the front of the butcher boss once again. Andy took a deep breath and said. Koa nodded. This time, they were much more serious. After all, they had been killed twice in a row. This was a big blow to the confidence of the players. Following the BOSS roar, the battle began again. After Andrew caught the boss, the players began to fight carefully. A few minutes later, the boss took out the hook again. Andy shouted. Ryan was the sub-tank in the party. His defense was second only to Andrew's, so even if he was hooked, he would not be killed instantly. The boss's hook hit Ryan, who took the initiative to go up to him. After pulling him close to him, Butcher slashed at him with a big knife in his hand. Ryan, who was already prepared, raised the round shield in his hand. However, this attack was too heavy. Even though Ryan's defense was second only to Andrew's, he was still shocked by the boss's attack and vomited blood. All right, let's continue fighting. And he secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as the BOSS skills were not completely empty, the King of Flames would have no reason to use his ultimate skill to wipe them out. However, Andy did not know that Jiang Fei wanted to wipe them out not because of the rules, but because of his mood. As Jiang Fei watched the players fight the boss, he wondered if he should disturb them again. Forget it. It's about time. Jiang Fei finally sighed and gave up on the plan to wipe out these players again. Just as he was worried, it was very easy for him to wipe out these players. However, if he really made these people depressed, they would have to find a place to vent their anger, right? Then, once they were out of the dungeon, it would be Earth. This place would not be able to stop them from causing trouble. Although Jiang Fei no longer interfered with the players, the Butcher Boss was still there. When the heavily injured Butcher Boss used its ultimate skill, the players tried their best to avoid it. However, there were still two melee players who were cut into meat paste by the storm of blades. One of them was Ryan, who was injured just now. When the storm of blades ended, the boss was obviously weakened a lot. At this time, Andy immediately ordered to fire at full force. In the end, under the focus fire of the players, the Butcher Boss still died on the spot. However, before he died, he dragged another player along with him. I'm not fighting anymore. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Ryan was the first to shout. He had died the most in the dungeon today. It was not a big deal to spend some money to resurrect himself. However, he had died so miserably every time. This made people feel a little traumatized. That's good too. Everyone, let's take a break. Andy nodded as well. He could also see that everyone had died too much today. Therefore, they were not in high spirits. Seeing that these players were about to take a break after only fighting one boss, Jiang Fei said disdainfully. Back when they were clearing the dungeon, they would die every day for the entire night. However, no matter how much Jiang Fei looked down on these players, he could not stop them from leaving. I'm going offline first. I'm going too. I'm not having a good time today. Let's find a place to relax. After a few flashes of black light, most of the players had gone offline. Only Andy, Mia, and Hal were left in the dungeon. Mia said to Andy lovingly, "Let's go together." Hal invited politely. Although he was not a human yesterday, he was like a gentleman when dealing with players of his status. He was simply a standard hypocrite. No, thank you. Mia refused with a smile. She and Andy were in a passionate relationship. How could she hope to have a light bulb by her side? All right then. I did not insist. His shamelessness had always been reserved for those who were lower in level than him, because even if those people were humiliated, they could not threaten him. For example, the low-level NPCs in the game. Mia pulled Andy and teleported out of the dungeon. Where are we going to play today? Hal muttered and teleported out of the dungeon. Damn it. Jiang Fei frowned and teleported out of the dungeon. Jiang Fei was no longer worried about Mia and Andy. The two of them were just like an ordinary couple on Earth. They did not fight with others or bully others. There was no need to keep an eye on them. However, Hao was definitely a trouble. Therefore, after Jiang Fei returned to his home, his spiritual power never left Hao's side. On the other hand, after Hao left the dungeon, he teleported to a European city. Ever since he met Jiang Fei in the Americas, although Hao kept saying that he would not forgive Jiang Fei, he knew very well that without the help of his friends, he would only be tortured if he faced Jiang Fei alone. Therefore, he deliberately avoided Jiang Fei this time. Since Jiang Fei was in the Americas, he might as well come to Europe. However, Hao had not expected that Jiang Fei was not a player who was doing quests in America. Therefore, no matter where he went, as long as he did anything, Jiang Fei would find trouble with him. Hao nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, he did not know where he was. However, the triangular iron tower in front of him was very interesting. The surroundings were also very lively. Many blonde beauties were dressed very coolly. Their fair skin and plump figures made Hao unable to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Check it first. Hao also learned his lesson. He did not act immediately. Instead, he sensed his surroundings. He walked out of the alley. Hao smiled and greeted them. The two blonde beauties were very enthusiastic. When they saw Hao, they actually took the initiative to welcome him. Hao smiled and asked. Of course. What Hao did not expect was that the two beauties were very enthusiastic. Hao pointed to the alley next to him. The two beauties agreed immediately. F***CK. Hao was overjoyed. He had never thought that the two beauties would be so cooperative. Soon, the three of them arrived at this relatively quiet alley. This alley was relatively dark, and there was a strange smell. There were some small toys made of rubber scattered on the ground, but Hao had never seen them. He didn't know what they were for or why they were abandoned here. Chapter 2217, 2217. Translator, 549690033, Hao asked with a lewd smile. The two blonde beauties were very cooperative. Even without Hao doing anything, they pulled down the shoulder straps of their clothes, revealing a piece of fair and smooth skin. Hao laughed loudly and pounced on them. An hour later, Hao put on his clothes in a refreshed manner. 2,000 euros. One of the blonde beauties said to Hao after she tidied up her clothes. Hao was stunned. We each have 500 euros. The blonde beauty rolled her eyes at Hao. Hao was stunned. He didn't have the currency of Earth. Nonsense. The blonde beauty, who was full of joy just now, instantly put down her face. Who? At this time, a group of burly men rushed into the alley. Sir, everyone is out for fun. The blonde beauty said weirdly. The leader of the tattooed men said. Hao roared at the sky. These people's combat strength was not even as strong as ants, and they actually dared to threaten him. This simply made him laugh until his teeth fell out. Kid, you're really arrogant. The tattooed man waved his hand, and two of his underlings rushed up. Hao's face sank. These ants actually dare to provoke him. Then don't blame him for killing them. Bang! Two punches were thrown out like lightning. Hao wasn't even able to use 10% of his strength, but the two strong men were sent flying over 10 meters away, and a large hole was punched in their chests. After instantly killing the two strong men, Hao acted as if nothing had happened. He smiled at the two blonde beauties, then smiled at them and said, How is it? Do you still want money? No. The two beauties were scared silly. Although they had connections with the gangs, they had never seen someone blow someone to pieces with one punch. The tattooed, muscular man in the lead still had some knowledge, but he still muttered about Hao's strength. So he took out a pistol from his back and fired at Hao. In the blink of an eye, the bullets in the magazine were emptied, but when the bullets hit Hao's body, they made a series of crisp sounds. Not only did these bullets fail to hurt Hao, but they also failed to leave a mark on his clothes. They didn't even manage to leave a mark on his clothes. Hao didn't show mercy to men. As soon as he finished speaking, his 10 fingers shot out consecutively. Just the force of the air shot out pierced through the foreheads of these strong men. The two blonde beauties let out a scream, and then they were so scared that they fainted. Hao laughed disdainfully. At this time, The sky had gradually darkened and night had fallen. Two figures landed in the middle of the alley. Friend, even if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. This is the territory of our Dark Council. The ones who came were a werewolf and a vampire. They had re-established their power in Europe. Hal looked disdainful. Although these two dark creatures had the power of level 4, in Hal's eyes, they were nothing. The werewolf said, "I don't care who you are," Hal said angrily. He was about to have another round with the two beauties, so he did not have the mood to deal with these two guys. Impudent. The vampire said angrily. Dark creatures like them were not good people to begin with. In addition, they were the masterminds behind the gang, so they were not good people. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't be polite with their words. Noisy. Hal was also annoyed. He directly attacked and instantly arrived in front of the two dark creatures. Then, he grabbed one of their necks. Hal broke the necks of the two people. However, these dark creatures had very strong vitality. Breaking their necks was not enough to kill them. Hal laughed coldly. Then, his hands lit up with pure energy flames. The two dark creatures let out shrill screams. However, this was not enough to make Hal soften his heart. After a moment, the two unlucky fellows turned into ashes. Zhang Fei quietly observed everything in the dark. At first, he planned to make a move. However, he later thought that both Hal and the dark creatures were not good people. He might as well just wait and see. Hal came in front of the two beautiful women. At this time, they had already woken up. However, they were so scared that they hid in the corner of the wall, shivering. We will serve you well." The two beauties begged. Hal smiled and touched the two beauties' breasts. But at this moment, the sound of police sirens came from outside the alley. Obviously, the gunshots of the gang leader had attracted the police. Hal roared angrily. The two blonde beauties were so scared that tears were about to fall. He turned around and walked to the exit of the alley. Then he raised his hand and struck. A few police cars were overturned instantly. The police officers inside were killed instantly, without even knowing what had happened. Zhang Fei sighed. He could ignore Hal killing a few gang members. He could also ignore killing a few dark creatures because these guys deserved to die. However, the problem was that Hal killed the police officers. Zhang Fei could not ignore this matter, even though those white police officers had nothing to do with him. A white light flashed, and Zhang Fei appeared behind Hal. Zhang Fei patted Hal on the shoulder. "Who the F***CK is patting me?" Hal opened his mouth and scolded. However, when he turned around and saw that the person behind him was Zhang Fei, the guy's face turned ugly. His arrogance from before instantly disappeared. F***CK. Hal felt extremely disgusted. Killing innocent people indiscriminately. Zhang Fei did not waste any more words. He grabbed Hal's arm. At the same time, the origin power instantly invaded Hal's body. Hal was instantly restrained. He did not have the ability to resist at all. Chapter 2218, 2218. Translator, 549-69033. After Zhang Fei caught Hal, he did not end his life as easily as the last time. This time, Zhang Fei wanted to teach him a lesson. Hal was grabbed by Zhang Fei's arm and fell to the ground, creating a large hole in the solid ground. Zhang Fei swung hard. Hal drew a half circle in the air and fell to the ground again. "Bastard! Don't fall into my hands." Hal cursed loudly. Zhang Fei laughed in his heart. His identity as a player was completely fake. In Hal's eyes, whether it was his appearance, voice, or aura, none of it was real. After leaving Earth, it was impossible for him to find Zhang Fei again. Bang! Bang! Hal was like a broken bag. Zhang Fei threw him back and forth, causing the ground to be full of holes. With Hal's strength, this level of damage was insignificant. However, the problem was that it was a great insult to him. He had never been humiliated like this before. "Are you angry? Are you helpless?" Zhang Fei asked with a smile. Hal roared angrily. "All right." Zhang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he flicked his finger and a faint golden glow appeared between his fingers. This was a sharp blade made of metal-type spiritual energy. The sharp blade cut through the skin on Hal's shoulder. A A sharp pain was felt, causing Hal to scream in pain. "How is it? Are you happy?" As Jiang Fei spoke, he used the sharp blade to carefully cut Hal's flesh. That was right. Jiang Fei's goal was very simple. He wanted to slice Hal into pieces. After all, Jiang Fei was an Earthling. Hal's impudence on Earth had crossed his bottom line. Therefore, he wanted to teach Hal a lesson. That would cause trouble. However, if he only killed Hal, Jiang Fei's current identity was a player. Therefore, the development team would only have a patch to restrict the duels between players. It would not end in such bloodshed. You're crazy. Those NPCs have nothing to do with you. F*CKU. You're crazy. Let me go. Under the intense pain, Hal cursed. However, it was useless. He was restrained by Jiang Fei. Although he could activate the defensive ball, Jiang Fei's hand speed was too fast. The layers of the defensive ball were instantly exhausted. The final result was still the same. "I'm begging you, big brother, please kill me." In the end, Hal had already broken down. Under the excruciating pain, he regretted activating 100% realism. In fact, players usually activated 10% to 50% realism. This way, even if they were injured, they would not feel too much pain. However, the question was, what was Hal doing before this? If he did not activate 100% realism, how could he feel good? However, the choice of realism had to be changed when he entered the game. Therefore, after Hal activated 100% realism, he did not have the time to go offline. This resulted in him enduring the pain without wasting any time. All of it was the most realistic experience. Under the intense pain, Hal had completely collapsed. He had even forgotten to force himself to log off. Although his character would still be alive for a period of time after he was forced to log off, he would still be killed by Jiang Fei. At the very least, he would not have to suffer such inhuman torture. Unfortunately, Hal, who had lost his will, had forgotten about this. Therefore, he only cared about begging Jiang Fei for mercy. He did not realize that he was a player who could be forced to log off at any time. Jiang Fei saw that Hal's condition had collapsed, so he decided to stop when the situation was good. The sharp blade pierced directly between Hal's eyebrows and instantly took his life. Hal felt his vision darken. He was finally free. After reviving, Hal immediately logged off. This time, he did not even complain to his brothers. Clearly, Jiang Fei had left a shadow in his heart. Jiang Fei laughed coldly and teleported back to his home. As for who would clean up the mess in Europe, that was not his concern. When he returned home, Jiang Fei closed his eyes and lay down on the sofa. At the same time, he opened his spiritual power. The situation of Mia and Andy instantly entered his mind. Andy! Mia leaned beside Andy happily. At that moment, the two of them were playing happily in the amusement park. Andy held Mia's little hand lovingly. The two of them were talking and laughing. If only players were like them. Jiang Fei sighed. For players like Andy and Mia, they played the game to experience a different life. They did not want to fight with others, nor did they want to rely on their own power to bully others. However, there were too few players like them. In the world of games, the law no longer existed. Morality had become a joke. Power was the only law. Anyone could be lawless. The worst side of human nature had appeared. There were too few people who could hold their own. The night passed peacefully. Around noon the next day, Jiang Fei's wristwatch flashed red. Clearly, the players had returned to the dungeon. "Come on, everyone, let's work harder today." Andy encouraged everyone after everyone had gathered. Yes, the other players responded one after another. They had fought 3 bosses previously. This had increased the confidence of the players. However, Hal's condition was clearly not good. Andy asked, Oh, me? Hal was obviously a little absent-minded. After all, the incident yesterday had given him too much excitement. He was just an ordinary elite in the gamma space. Although he had a certain amount of wealth, he had never suffered such a crime. Especially yesterday, when he had activated 100% realism. This excitement was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Andy sighed. Hal's condition was obviously not good, and he was a little absent-minded. However, this dungeon was a reward dungeon, and Hal also had a part in it. He could not kick Hal out of the team, right? Clear the monsters in the corridor first. Cohen, you go and clear the monsters. Andy shook his head and said to Cohen. He then began to lure the monsters. The player party entered combat mode. At the same time, Jiang Fei landed on the final throne. He once again walked along the corridor to the fourth boss. Then, he quietly waited for the players to arrive. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 2219. Translator 54969-033. After a tough battle, the players finally cleared the monsters in the corridor and arrived at the hall where the fourth boss was located. Unlike the previous bosses, there were no monsters in the hall of the fourth boss. Only the ferocious-looking boss stood alone in the middle of the hall. There is also the king of fire that the players hated to the core, Jiang Fei. At that moment, Jiang Fei was standing in a corner of the hall. He looked inconspicuous, but the players who had suffered enough would not ignore his existence. Damn it, Cohen felt a headache when he saw Jiang Fei. There's no other way. Andy sighed. This king of fire had caused them a lot of trouble. If it was not for him, they would not have been wiped out so many times in this dungeon. A player asked. Let's try it once first, said Andy. After all, no one had ever encountered this boss before. They did not know its characteristics at all. Therefore, there was no way to talk about strategy. Cohen said. No need. I'll go by myself, Andrew said. Previously, he needed Cohen to start the fight because there were small monsters around the boss. Cohen was a long-range player, so he could separate the monsters and lure them over. Then the small monsters would riot. However, it was different this time. In the hall, there was only the boss itself. Although there was the king of fire standing in the corner, the players had already fought 3 bosses. They had also learned a thing or two. As long as they did not take the initiative to attack the king of fire, he would at most cause some trouble for everyone. He would not really participate in the battle. Therefore, Andrew did not need Cohen to help him lure the monsters this time. He directly charged to the front of the boss. How dare you? The boss was activated. Because he did not have much intelligence, his first target was Andrew, who was charging at him. Andrew, build up the aggro. Mia, keep an eye on Andrew's condition. Andy commanded. The other players nodded one after another. Even Hal, who was absent-minded, did not make a mistake. The boss battle went very smoothly. Although this ferocious-looking boss looked fierce, it did not seem to be very powerful. It was not even worthy of its position as the fourth boss. However, as the boss battle progressed, the players were about to experience the terror of this fourth boss. Scram! As the boss roared angrily, Andrew was immediately sent flying. At the same time, his aggro value was also cleared. Andy shouted loudly. Because the boss had cleared Andrew's aggro value, his target had already shifted to the ranged attackers behind him. Ryan used Shield Bash to attract the BOSS attention. But at this moment, the boss began to release its skills. Following the boss' loud roar, the ground near the players suddenly cracked open. Then, a large number of bald zombies drilled out from within. These zombies looked ugly and wore yellow kasaya. Each of them let out a strange cry. Then, they pounced on the players closest to them. The melee players were shocked, but these zombies did not pose much of a threat to them. After all, they were small monster-level zombies. These melee players were all very agile. Not only could they deal with these zombies, they could even kill these zombies in a few rounds. But the problem was that the long-range players were in a terrible situation. As soon as these zombies crawled out, they were already very close to them. Before these long-range players could dodge, the zombies had already closed in. Following that, they began to launch a frenzied attack on them. My shield can't hold on much longer. Save me first. The long-range players called for help one after another, but because there were too many zombies, the close-range players did not have the time to save them. Following a scream, a player who used a technological weapon was torn through his shield. If the player who used technology did not have a shield, then it was practically a certainty that he would die. Very quickly, he died under the claws of the zombie. Save me. Another long-ranged player cried out for help. At the same time, he distanced himself from the zombie beside him. He was a player of the cultivation system, so he had more methods than a technological player. The zombie was killed quickly. However, not every ranged player had this guy's good luck. Soon, another ranged player was killed, and Andy's team lost 2 members. But at this time, Andrew rushed back. After he took over the boss, Ryan began to crazily snatch the aggro of the small monsters. The long-ranged attackers had finally overcome this crisis. Andy ordered. Although 2 people had died, the team still had the strength to fight. The boss battle could continue. After a few minutes, the small zombie monsters were all cleared out. The boss battle was back on track again. Everyone be steady. Andy adjusted everyone's formation and let the long-range attackers hide behind the melee attackers. The melee attackers would still have time to protect the ranged attackers behind them. Even though the boss had already killed 2 players, Zhang Fei was still not satisfied. Seeing that the boss's injuries were getting worse and worse, Zhang Fei knew that if he did not make a move, the boss would be defeated. Therefore, Zhang Fei could not sit still. If the 4th boss was defeated so easily, how was he going to delay the time for the players to clear the dungeon? Could it be that he had to rely on himself to create a team wipe for the players? According to Zhang Fei's observations during this period of time, these players did not have the determination to clear the dungeon. If they were really wiped out by a boss more than 10 times, they might give up. This was not the outcome that Vineland hoped for. That was why Zhang Fei would create trouble for the players in the other boss scenarios. His goal was to share the more than 10 times of team wipeouts so that the players would be wiped out a few times at each boss position. That way, they would not feel that a particular boss was too difficult to defeat and would not give up on challenging the dungeon. At that moment, seeing that the 4th boss could not take it anymore, Zhang Fei had no choice but to take action personally. What a piece of trash! Zhang Fei roared angrily. The players were scared out of their wits. They all knew that the King of Flames was about to release his skills, so they all focused their attention on Zhang Fei. However, the problem was that if you stared at Zhang Fei, would you be able to dodge his skills? If Zhang Fei was determined to wipe out the entire team, what use would it be even if these players were 12 times more careful? Chapter 2220-2220. Translator 5496903-3, Zhang Fei shouted. Then he waved his hands, and a huge fireball was formed in his hands. Andy shouted loudly. Zhang Fei's fireball did not hit Andy and the other players. Instead, it hit the boss. The boss that was hit by the fireball let out an angry roar. Then, as if it had been hit with a stimulant, the boss that was originally fierce-looking looked even more ferocious now. Its entire body was covered in crimson flames. The boss punched Andrew in front of it. Andrew was instantly sent flying. Not only that, Andrew, who was sent flying, spat out blood. His entire state was dispirited. He did not immediately get up from the ground. After knocking Andrew down, the boss let out an angry roar and switched its target to the melee players around him. F***CK. Save. F***CK. The defense of the few melee players could not compare to Andrew, so when they were attacked by the boss, they were instantly killed. Mia did not even have the chance to react, including Ryan, the sub-tank. In the blink of an eye, all the melee attackers were dead. If all the melee attackers were dead, would the range attackers still be okay? A minute later, all the players gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. D'asterisk emen. This King of Fire doesn't play by the rules. Why didn't he attack us? Cohen rubbed his nose and complained. Sigh. Andy also sighed. Initially, they had thought that they had already fought with Zhang Fei a few times. At least they had figured out his strategy. In the end, they still fell for it. Andrew said with a frown. This boss was quite weak in the beginning. It was not difficult for him to carry it. However, after being buffed by the Flame King, this boss was like a different person. It was really killing one boss with a single slash. I think there must be something wrong with us. Otherwise, the King of Fire would not have used such a team-wipe skill, Andy said thoughtfully. What's wrong? We fought well, and the BOSS skills were not completely empty, Ryan asked, puzzled. I don't know. Let's try again. Andy took a deep breath and said, "Yeah." The other players nodded one after another. Wasn't this the way to explore a new territory? They had to use their lives to test the skills of the boss. Soon, the second round of the boss battle began. Andrew stepped forward to receive the boss. Then, the players began to steadily attack. After the first lesson, the long-range players began to focus on their positions. Meanwhile, the melee players also began to pay attention to the situation around them. They were ready to protect the long-range players at any time. The boss once again sent Andrew flying. Ryan, who was at the side, immediately went up to the boss. The boss was too stable, so there were no accidents. The boss began to summon zombie monsters, but because the players were already prepared, these zombies did not mess up the players' formation again. They were quickly pulled away by the melee players and then destroyed by the long-range focused fire. "Everyone, be steady," Andy commanded. Just now, after they had passed this place, the Flame King had used its ultimate skill. They had to carefully observe what went wrong. About 10 minutes later, the boss was covered in wounds. At this time, Jiang Fei roared again. What a piece of trash! A large fireball was formed in Jiang Fei's hand and smashed onto the boss. Then, the boss went berserk again. Holy sh**t. Is there any justice in this? What do we do wrong? F***ck. This game can't be played anymore. As the players cried out, the boss wiped them out again. Andrew asked after regrouping. Andy frowned. Cohen was already traumatized by Jiang Fei. Mia's words reminded the dreamer. Andy's eyes lit up as if he had caught on to something. Andrew asked. Cohen replied. Mia said, "That's right. It's very likely." Andy nodded. "All right, let's try again." Andrew said. The other players nodded. Soon, the players gathered in front of the fourth boss again. "Let's fight faster this time," Andy said. Everyone agreed, and then Andrew went up to fight the boss. "How dare you!" With the roar of the boss, the battle began. The players who had 2 experiences this time had a much easier time fighting. After Andrew was sent flying, Ryan quickly replaced him. After the zombies were summoned, they were quickly killed. The whole process was safe and sound. "Everyone, give it your all. Use all the moves you can," Andy shouted loudly. Everyone was full of energy this time because they were afraid that if they were too slow, Jiang Fei would use his ultimate move again. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not use his skills to kill these players again. Today, these guys had already been wiped out twice. Even their fighting spirit would be destroyed. You can't break into. Finally, the boss was defeated under the focus of the players. "Yeah, we finally passed. Holy sh**t, this is too easy. If I had known earlier, I would not have been wiped out so many times." The players were jubilant. After defeating the fourth boss, they would face the final boss. Seeing that the players had started to distribute their equipment, Jiang Fei turned around and returned to his own hall. He was ready to officially welcome the players. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a smile. At the same time, the players were still distributing their equipment without any worries. One by one, they were happy to bid. After all, it was the fairest way for them to distribute their equipment in an internal auction. Chapter 2221. 2221. Translator 549690033. We're finally at the final boss. After distributing the equipment, Andy encouraged everyone. "Yeah," Cohen said excitedly. "What do you mean by strive?" Andrew laughed as well. Although the previous dungeon had been difficult, the first 4 bosses had already been defeated. Victory was just around the corner. Moreover, the rewards for the final boss were even more generous. Yes, yes, yes. Cohen also laughed loudly. At this time, these players had already forgotten the despair that Jiang Fei had brought them previously. Andy saw that everyone's morale was high, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot and let everyone continue clearing the dungeon. The small monsters before the throne were clearly stronger. Although Cohen was careful to lure the monsters, it was inevitable that he would make a mistake. If he attracted a group of small monsters at once, these players would not be completely wiped out. However, there would still be damage, especially those ranged attackers who were high in damage output. Once the aggro of the monsters was attracted to him, it would not end well. After 1 or 2 people died, the 10 players finally arrived in front of Jiang Fei. Andy said to the 2 unlucky guys who had just finished running the dungeon after they died. The 2 players nodded. After resting for a moment, Andy said to everyone, "As usual, clear the small monsters first." Cohen nodded and was about to go forward to lure the monsters. "Don't worry. Look at these monsters. They are divided into 4 square formations. I reckon they can be divided into 4 waves to lure them over, but each wave should not be separated," Andy analyzed seriously. Andrew frowned. Indeed, there were 4 Imperial Guards under Jiang Fei's throne. Each Imperial Guard formation had 5 to 25 people. If so many small monsters were pulled over at once, Andrew would not be able to handle it himself. "Ryan, you guys help share the burden," Andy said to the few deputy tanks. Ryan and the others nodded. At this time, they had to help Andrew share the damage. "All right, Mia, I might not be able to take care of you guys," Andy added. Although Ryan and the others were not very happy, this was the treatment of sub-tank. When there was sufficient healing, they still had people to manage it. Then, other than Andrew, the main tank, the others could only count on their own luck. "Come on, let's try to fight a wave first," Andy said. Cohen nodded. Then, when he saw that the few tanks were in position, he went forward and began to kill monsters. A spike hit a small monster in the square formation closest to the player. In the middle of the square formation was a small leader. Following his roar, these 25 small monsters rushed up. "Andrew, pull that small leader. Pull a few small monsters while you're at it," Andy shouted loudly. Andrew was the first to rush up. His target was very clear. It was the small leader with bright armor among the small monsters. After a shield strike, Andrew pulled the small leader. At the same time, he used an AoE skill to pull the surrounding 3 to 4 small monsters to his side. Ryan and the others rushed forward and quickly pulled the remaining small monsters. Andy saw that the tanks had caught the small monsters and immediately began to assign tasks. The ranged players fired at full power, whether it was using their spiritual energy to cast skills or firing energy cannons. These ranged players took action one after another. Soon, the normal monsters were reduced to low health. After another round of attacks, the monsters went all the way. This wave of small monsters was almost finished. After a large number of ordinary small monsters were killed, the small leader could only jump a few times. Soon, he was killed by the players. Cohen curled his lips and said, "Everyone, it's better to be careful." Andy poured cold water on the players who had easily killed a wave of small monsters. "That's true." Andrew and the others also nodded. After all, when they had just cleared this wave of small monsters, the final boss, who liked to meddle in other people's business, did not make a move. It was a surprise for everyone. After saying that, Cohen walked forward and shot an arrow at another group of small monsters. However, to the surprise of all the players, the remaining 3 groups of monsters were all alarmed. F***CK, what should we do? Cohen was also panicking. He subconsciously retreated. After all, he was a long-range soldier. He could not even handle 1 small monster, let alone more than 70 small monsters charging at him at the same time. Die in front! Die in front! Andy shouted loudly. "Ah!" Cohen stopped in his tracks. However, it was too late. After the monsters rushed over and dismembered him, the other players also entered their aggro range. Andy saw that there was no way to dodge, so he could only bite the bullet. Ranged attackers focus fire. At this time, Andy did not have any good ideas. There was no way they could beat the 3 groups of monsters together. Jiang Fei laughed as he watched from the throne. This time, he really did not do anything. As the throne was very high, Jiang Fei could clearly see it from above, the distance between the 4 groups of monsters and a dark line. Although the 4 groups of monsters were not together, there were still dark lines connected. The order of attracting monsters had to be front, right, left, and middle. If the order was wrong, the dark line would be triggered, causing the entire group of monsters to riot. Just now, Cohen was the first to draw the front army, which was not wrong, but the second wave directly opened up the middle army. This time, he had stirred up a hornet's nest, and the remaining 3 waves of monsters riot together. In an instant, these 10 players were wiped out. F***CK. Cohen was confused. Andrew asked, "Am I stupid?" Cohen rolled his eyes. Andy was more experienced in dungeons. Yeah. Cohen looked at the others. Andy and the other players nodded. Now, there was no other way except to risk their lives to try. Chapter 2222. 2222. Translator, 549690033. This time, Cohen did not casually make a move. He did not want to bear the responsibility of wiping out the entire team, so he opened his mouth to ask everyone and let them decide the order. It would not be his responsibility. If we can't fight in the middle, then let's fight on the left. I think the right side is more reliable. I think it's still the left. I agree with the right. Although they were only choosing one of the 2 sides, the players were quite divided. They did not find a pattern, so they were all guessing blindly. This way, they would not be able to convince the other party. Forget it, just make a random guess. Andy said it was not a good idea to keep arguing like this, so he might as well choose a random one. All right, Cohen randomly picked a side and then began to attack. Following the roars of the leaders, 3 waves of small monsters charged over again. These players had the urge to curse. They were really unlucky to be able to pick the wrong one out of the 2 choices. When the 3 waves of small monsters rebelled together, the result was obvious. The players resisted for less than a minute before they were completely annihilated by the small monsters. A few minutes later, the players who had regrouped returned to the throne hall. All right, I understand this time. Andrew rolled his eyes and said, "In." Andy nodded. Cohen went forward and shot an arrow at the square formation on the right side. This time, the order was right, so the mobs naturally would not revolve. Only one square formation of mobs was attracted over. It's done. It's done. Andrew, go and receive the mobs, Andy shouted. Andrew took the lead and pulled the leader and a few mobs. Ryan and a few sub-tanks followed closely behind to receive the remaining mobs. The ranged players at the back showed their might. They had been wiped out by the mobs several times. These players were all holding a fire in their hearts. Therefore, after this successful division of the mobs, everyone began to attack crazily. Soon, this wave of small monsters was cleared out. There are only 2 waves of small monsters left. Cohen asked, "Attack the left side. It should be more symmetrical." "I think so too." "Then let's attack the left side." This time, the players were surprisingly unanimous in their answers. Therefore, Cohen did not hesitate anymore and directly went forward to attack the monsters. As the leader shouted, the left side of the formation rushed out. Andrew laughed loudly and went forward to receive the monsters. Because of the successful splitting of the monsters, the small monsters could no longer stop the players. Soon, the remaining 2 waves of small monsters were cleared out. Only the players and Zhang Fei were left. We're finally at the boss. Yeah, we're finally at the end of the stage. Everyone, be careful, Andy said. Everyone present did not doubt Andy's words because Zhang Fei had made them suffer enough. Andrew asked. Andy was not sure. The other players nodded. At this time, the monsters in the throne hall had been cleared out. The training field where the monsters were originally was empty. Andy led the players to the training field and prepared to fight Zhang Fei there. However, the moment the players stepped onto the training field, Zhang Fei shouted loudly, "How dare you? How dare you use your left foot to enter the martial arts practice field first?" Zhang Fei roared angrily, then he went all out. Fire dragons flew down from the throne and instantly killed the players below. Once Zhang Fei went all out, these players would not be able to resist him. Therefore, after a round of fire dragons, these players were wiped out. Moreover, they were wiped out inexplicably. It was unknown what the reason was. F***CK. What's going on? Yeah, why'd he use his ultimate skill right at the beginning? What the hell? This dungeon can be played? The players who resurrected at the dungeon entrance almost cursed. What the hell was this instant kill? Cohen frowned and asked. We seem to have provoked the boss. Mia interrupted. Provoked, Andrew said with an aggrieved look. Mia asked. Most of the male players did not pay much attention to these details. He said that someone stepped into the martial arts practice field with his left foot first. Mia said, What the hell? Cohen rolled his eyes. Mia guessed. Sigh. Andy sighed. They were really angry that the team was wiped out because of this bad taste. Soon, the players returned to the throne hall. Everyone, be careful. Don't take the wrong foot, Andy warned before walking into the martial arts practice field. All the players were very careful when they stepped into the martial arts practice field. Each of them had confirmed it several times. Some of them were even worried and asked others to confirm if it was his right foot. All the players carefully walked into the martial arts practice field. Phew. Cohen let out a long breath. Sigh. I don't know who designed this perverse request. Andrew also complained. Cohen, you go and fight the boss, Andy said to Cohen. Cohen turned around and asked, I don't know, but you'd better take a step with your right leg first, Andy said. Cohen nodded and walked up the stairs. Cohen was delighted. Sure enough, it was safe to take a step with his right leg first. After Cohen had Jiang Fei in his shooting range, he drew his bow and knocked an arrow. He was ready to fire the boss. An arrow left the bowstring and shot straight at Jiang Fei. The arrow was caught by Jiang Fei. Then, Jiang Fei laughed coldly and said, Archer, don't you dare to face my authority? As Jiang Fei roared angrily, his henchman waved his hand. Cohen felt as if he was being restrained by a huge force. He wanted to break free, but there was nothing he could do. Weak Archer, you are just like the group of worms behind you, Jiang Fei shouted and threw Cohen at the other players. Cohen, who was thrown away, found that his body was still restrained. Moreover, his surroundings were surrounded by intense flames of energy. Cohen fell to the side of the players, followed by a burst of flame that engulfed everyone, including Cohen. Chapter 22-23, 22-23. Translator 5496903-3F*CK. Andrew cursed. Then, he was swallowed by the flames. Andrew was already dead. The other players, whose defense was not as good as his, were even worse. Under Jiang Fei's full attack, these people would not be able to survive even one move. A few minutes later, the players rushed to resurrect and gathered at the entrance of the throne hall. A long-range player complained. Mia did not know if her guess was right. Cohen asked, and he did not know what to do. He did not know who designed this stupid boss. It was simply a case of losing the team if they did not get along. Andrew nodded. They had already fought to this point. They couldn't give up now. All the players encouraged each other. Then, everyone carefully entered the training field again. Andrew turned around and said to the players behind him. Andy nodded. Andrew took the initiative to step forward and used his right foot to step on the steps of the throne. Andrew walked very slowly. This way, he could activate the boss at the furthest range and then retreat to the martial arts practice field. After all, the Flame King was the final boss. Andrew did not believe that he could withstand the BOSS attack. Coward, Jiang Fei said to Andrew. Andrew was so scared that he took 2 steps back. Then, he turned around and asked Andy. If he continued to walk forward, once the fight started, Mia might not be able to heal him. Before Andy could finish his sentence, Jiang Fei started to pick on him. Jiang Fei had not even finished his sentence when he threw a punch at Andrew. Andrew was instantly killed. F*CK. The other players were also dumbfounded. The main tank was instantly killed. How were they supposed to fight? Andrew, you can run the dungeon. And he was also very speechless. Fortunately, Jiang Fei did not vent his anger on them. This made the other players slightly relieved. Andrew muttered and began to run the dungeon. Andrew, I think you should do as the boss says. Don't hesitate, Andy said to Andrew, who was running the dungeon. But if I continue to walk forward, even if I don't anger the boss, he will attack me normally. Andrew said with a frown. Next time, I will let Mia follow behind you, Andy said. Andrew nodded. Very soon, Andrew, who had completed the dungeon run, returned to the martial arts practice field. I'm going up. Mia, you have to follow closely, Andrew turned around and said, Mia's mild. Then, Andrew once again stepped on the steps of the throne. When Andrew was only a dozen meters away from Jiang Fei, Mia also came to the edge of the steps. Jiang Fei shouted again. Andrew made up his mind and then walked up again. In order to give him additional buffs, Mia had no choice but to step on the steps. How dare you? Jiang Fei waved his hand, and countless fire dragons swept down. Those players did not understand what was going on before they were instantly killed again. F***CK. I'm not playing anymore. What the hell? Are we still allowed to play? What kind of stupid game is this? How can we be wiped out just because we don't understand it? Just now, only one Andrew had died, so everyone was laughing and talking. However, now that they had not run away, these players would not do it anymore. Everyone, don't panic, don't panic. It should be Mia who can't go up the stairs. We can only let Andrew go up and lure the monsters himself. Andy comforted everyone. Then it's the last time, a player complained. Andy turned around and asked, if Andrew went up the stairs alone, then even if he died, only he would die. So, Andy had to ask for his opinion. Andrew's character was more straightforward. He didn't like to give up halfway. Moreover, the reason why the boss was wiped out just now wasn't because they couldn't beat it, but because something went wrong, which directly angered the boss. This gave Andrew hope. He felt that as long as there were no mistakes, he and the others could defeat it. Therefore, he agreed to try again. After returning to the martial arts practice field, everyone once again filled up their state. After that, Andrew took a deep breath and walked up the steps leading to the throne. Coward! Jiang Fei shouted again. Andrew made up his mind and walked up. Very good. Jiang Fei summoned the Chunging sword and pressed it on Andrew's shoulder. What do you mean? Andrew could be considered to be blessed. He immediately knelt down in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said loudly. At the same time, he gave up the treasure chest behind him. Then he said to Andrew, This is my gift to you. Choose one of them. F***CK. The other players were all dumbfounded. Don't tell me he just walked up and won. F***CK. Isn't this too easy to pass? The one who regretted the most was Cohen. He was the first person to step up the ladder. If he did not go and shoot the boss, he might be the first knight to be conferred and the first to pick the treasure. However, it was too late to regret now. Cohen could only watch as Andrew picked the equipment first. Andrew was also dumbfounded. He did not expect happiness to come so suddenly. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. With the strength of the King of Fire, even if they came 10,000 times, they would still be wiped out 10,000 times. It was impossible to defeat it. Perhaps the development team designed it like this. After they defeated the first 4 bosses, the final boss would award them the title and give them gifts. Thinking of this, Andrew picked a treasure suitable for him from the treasure chest and stood aside. A player asked. Andy was a little confused about the development team's routine. Hal stood up at this time. When he had just entered the dungeon today, this kid was still a little droopy, but now it seemed that he had almost recovered. Andy nodded. The other players did not fight for it. Who knew if this was really the rule of the final boss? What if Andrew was just lucky? Chapter 22-24, 22-24. Translator, 549690033. Hal walked to the front of the stairs. He looked up at Andrew and asked, Is it the right leg first? Andrew shouted. Hal smiled. As long as he did not take the wrong leg, there was nothing to anger the boss. Then, Hal walked up the stairs. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Hal walked very smoothly. The King of Flames above did not show any signs of losing his temper. This allowed the players below to basically determine the way to clear the level. Some of the players had even begun to compete for the order to go up. At that moment, Jiang Fei's voice sounded again. Hal strode forward. However, just as he thought that he could successfully clear the level, Jiang Fei suddenly said angrily, Damn you! Are you laughing at me? A large hand made of flames instantly grabbed Hal in front of Jiang Fei. Bang! Boom! 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 Ah! Damn it! What the hell? Hal was ravaged by the flaming hands. The entire throne was flashing with flames and Hal's screams. The players below looked at each other. No one knew what had happened. In the end, Mia's eyes were sharper. Sigh. The other players all sighed. At the same time, a feeling of schadenfreude surged in their hearts. When Andrew went up just now, it was uncertain whether he was alive or dead. Of course, he had a serious look on his face. However, Hal was different. He thought that he had successfully cleared the level. How could he not have a smile on his face? In the end, this little difference was also picked on by Jiang Fei. Anyway, Jiang Fei wanted to destroy them. Wouldn't it be easy to find an excuse? In fact, Jiang Fei did not intend to let Andrew go at first. However, he saw that the expressions of these players were not right. If he destroyed them again, these guys might give up halfway. This did not meet the requirements of Vinylin. Therefore, Jiang Fei had an idea and changed his mind at the last minute. He deliberately let Andrew go so that he could successfully clear the dungeon, giving the other players hope. At the same time, he could also find a reason to kill these players a few times. If a single player was killed, then this would not make the other players feel that the dungeon was too difficult to clear. In the end, they would give up the dungeon. One had to know that killing a player alone was completely different from wiping out a player. The blow to their confidence was completely different. Soon, Hal returned from the dungeon. As he walked, he scolded, "Are the development team all crazy? Can't I even smile? All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go up," Andy urged from the side. After all, there were still so many players waiting. Hal nodded and walked up the stairs again. This time, Hal had learned his lesson. He kept a straight face and did not smile. He was afraid that Jiang Fei would find fault with him again. However, the problem was that if Jiang Fei was determined to find fault with you, it would be useless no matter how careful you were. With a roar, Jiang Fei slapped Hal off his throne. Hal, whose body was extremely twisted, was instantly killed. Hal was instantly killed again. Jiang Fei was determined to find fault with him. Hal was stunned. He never thought that Jiang Fei would make things difficult for him in order to take revenge for his misdeeds on Earth. F***CK. You guys go first. Hal threw his hat on the ground. His nose was almost crooked from anger. Ha! The other players were already laughing so hard that they were staggering. They had never thought that Hal would be so unlucky. But when Hal suggested that others go first, these players were terrified again. They were afraid that they would become a second Hal. In the end, Mia actually volunteered. Andy nodded. At the same time, he signaled Mia to be more careful with his eyes. Mia walked up the steps and walked up step by step. Jiang Fei had a good impression of Mia and Andy. These two people were very obedient on Earth, so he did not intend to make things difficult for them. Mia nodded. Because of Hal's previous experience, she did not dare to smile. Then, Mia walked up to the throne. Jiang Fei placed the sword on Mia's shoulder again. Mia knelt on one knee and waited for the bestowal. Following Jiang Fei's roar, Mia successfully passed the test. F***CK. Why? Hal, who was below, could not stand it anymore. "I think you must have offended the boss," a player said to Hal. "Yeah, he must hate you for mocking the boss," another player said. Hal was dumbfounded. A few players also came up with blind ideas. Hal was so anxious that he rolled his eyes. After all, every time he died, he had to spend a lot of money to resurrect this carrier. He was not willing. While Hal was talking to others, Andy also ascended the throne and became the third person to clear the dungeon. Seeing that Mia and Andy had chosen their own treasures, the other players could not sit still anymore. They stepped onto the steps one after another. However, each of them died once or twice. In the end, only Hal himself was left in the entire martial arts practice field. "I'll go all out." Hal made up his mind and walked up the steps again. "I'll let you wear a hat." "I'll let you not wear a hat." Because of the problem with the hat, Jiang Fei had killed Hal 17 or 18 times. Most of the times that he had wiped out the players had been recovered from Hal's head. He walked up the steps expressionlessly. He was instantly killed, resurrected, and then walked up the steps. He had even forgotten how many cycles he had gone through. Jiang Fei knew that he should stop when things were good. Therefore, after Hal was killed 20 times, he finally let Hal pass the stage. However, as the last person to pass the stage, Hal's reward was only what everyone had picked. Its value was not even as high as the cost of Hal's many resurrections. Chapter 2225, 2225. Translator 5496903. After the players received the rewards, they all left the dungeon. Hal was the only one left who looked at Jiang Fei with a blank expression. This time, Hal had really suffered a double loss. In this dungeon, he had died the most. He had died at least 25 to 26 times. Just the cost of reviving the carrier alone was an astronomical figure. However, in the end, he only received the worst reward. He was so angry that he wanted to fight Jiang Fei to the death. Jiang Fei glared at Hal. Hal was so scared that he quickly ran out of the dungeon. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he was ready to go home. After being teleported out of the dungeon, Jiang Fei stretched his back. Vinland's quest was finally complete. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a powerful energy wave. Jiang Fei's mind power instantly radiated out. A moment later, his eyes turned red. "How?" Jiang Fei shouted angrily. The next second, he appeared on a large island north of the South China Sea. This was the largest island in China. There were more than 23 million people on it. However, at that moment, Hal was wantonly slaughtering the civilians here. Hal, who had been tortured in the dungeon, finally could not suppress the anger in his heart. He needed to vent his anger. Therefore, after he left the dungeon, he did not leave. Instead, he stayed on Earth. He wanted to vent his anger on these low-level NPCs. Following Hal's punch, a 101-story building was cut in half at the waist. It was unknown how many people were living or working in the 500-meter-tall building. Hal's attack had killed countless people. "Ha! You scum!" Hal laughed arrogantly. The streets below were filled with people crying and shouting. At this moment, the people were so helpless. They did not know what had happened. Could this be the wrath of heaven? "Help! Someone save us!" The cries of the civilians made Hal even more excited. It was as if the cries of the civilians could bring him pleasure. At this time, Jiang Fei had also arrived at the scene. Although he was only one step late, the city was almost destroyed. With more than 30 million combat power, Hal's destructive power was no less than a nuclear bomb. "Huh, so what if you're here? Kill me?" Hal was no longer afraid when he saw Jiang Fei. He was ready to go all out. He did not plan to play this game anymore. Even if Jiang Fei killed him again, he did not plan to spend money to resurrect the carrier. However, before he died, he wanted to enjoy himself to the fullest, destroy the city as much as he wanted, and kill these low-level NPCs as much as he wanted. Jiang Fei rushed to Hal's side. He wanted to capture Hal, but the crazy Hal unleashed his full power. His flames soared into the sky, and the storm that he created instantly destroyed the surrounding buildings. Jiang Fei cursed silently. If he did not unleash his power, he would not be able to get close to Hal. However, if he unleashed his power, with Jiang Fei's strength, he would cause more damage to the city than Hal. Why did Jiang Fei not want to fight on Earth? This was his home. If he were to fight against a powerhouse of the same level, there would be no restrictions. At the very least, they could destroy a city. At the very most, they could destroy the entire planet. "Huh, come on." Hal shouted arrogantly. Jiang Fei saw that Hal was still slaughtering the civilians. He knew that if he continued to be timid, Hal would cause even more damage. Therefore, Jiang Fei roared angrily. His power was fully unleashed. In an instant, half of the city was destroyed by Jiang Fei's energy aura. Jiang Fei instantly rushed to the front of Hal. "Ha, so what if you kill me? This is just a game." "Hal Lauget," Jiang Fei muttered in a low voice. His fist was already in front of Hal. Hal met Jiang Fei's fist head-on. His fist collided with Jiang Fei's fist. A shock wave spread out and instantly destroyed the city that was almost in ruins. Hal let out a miserable cry. His strength was far inferior to Jiang Fei's. Jiang Fei's fist was almost unimpeded as it went straight in. When Hal's fist came into contact with Jiang Fei's fist, it began to shatter. Then Hal's arm, shoulder. In the end, Hal was killed by Jiang Fei's fist. However, when both of them exploded, They completely destroyed the densely populated city. Jiang Fei sighed. Although he had killed Hao, the collateral damage was too heavy. An entire city had been destroyed in their battle. Fortunately, after the dungeon was over, the players could not be teleported back to Earth directly. Earth was an extremely remote rural corner among space civilizations. There was not even a Stargate here. Even if the players wanted to return, they would have to fly in the spaceship for a few months. Moreover, they might not be able to find their way back. Earth is not safe anymore. Jiang Fei made up his mind. This time, when he left, he would bring his parents, family, and friends to Star. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei teleported directly to the moon base. Indeed, he had nothing left to miss on Earth. He did not plan to return for the time being. "Ah Fei, how is it?" Han Tianyu happened to see Jiang Fei, who had just teleported over. "Yes, everything is settled," Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu asked. The moon base was too boring. This young master was used to living a life of debauchery. He was not used to having him live such a quiet life. "Yes, you can, but I want to go back to my territory," Jiang Fei asked. Han Tianyu was stunned. Then, he immediately smiled and asked, "What good would that do? Give me a territory like the Winter Hawaiian Islands as a governor." "If you're a governor, I can give you a star area," Jiang Fei shrugged and said. He could be said to be the ruler of a universe empire now. Giving Han Tianyu a space zone was not a joke. A space zone? Han Tianyu was an Earthling after all. He had never left Earth, so his vision and knowledge naturally could not be as long-term as that of a space civilization. Chapter 2226, 2226. Translator 549690033. A star region is a region that is made up of several star systems. Jiang Fei explained. F***CK. Are you serious? Han Tianyu's eyes were wide open. Although he had always known that Jiang Fei would have a bright future, he did not expect Jiang Fei to be so awesome. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei had developed under Han Tianyu's eyes. When he first started, Han Tianyu had provided him with a lot of help. Of course, Jiang Fei had taken care of Han Tianyu even more. However, Jiang Fei had grown from a kid who did not know anything to an overlord-level existence in the galaxy under Han Tianyu's eyes. Therefore, when Han Tianyu heard that Jiang Fei already had such power, he felt as if he had lived in another world. Let's put it this way. For the current space civilization, the world is divided into two. Jiang Fei's words were really domineering. Moreover, it was not an exaggeration at all. Currently, the entire universe was basically under the control of two forces. One was dependent on the Universe Empire, and the other was dependent on the Vizari army as the core resistance army. Basically, it was all under the control of the two forces. Only a relatively backward planet like Earth was not under the control of the two forces. Han Tianyu was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the familiar young man in front of him, and suddenly had a feeling that he did not dare to recognize him. "How is it?" Jiang Fei smiled. He did not expect Han Tianyu to be able to help him in any way. He just wanted to bring his brother out to see the world. Isn't that obvious? Han Tianyu immediately made a decision. Such an opportunity was too rare. Compared to Earth's technology, it was unknown how long it would take to leave the solar system. Now that Jiang Fei had provided this opportunity, Han Tianyu did not want to miss it. Moreover, with Jiang Fei as his backer, Han Tianyu believed that it would not be long before he could make a name for himself in this vast universe. "All right, then pack up and bring the people you want with you. If you leave Earth, it will not be so easy to come back," Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu said and left. After Han Tianyu left, Jiang Fei arrived at the place where his parents lived. "Little Fei, you're back. How are you?" His mother held Jiang Fei's hand and kept checking him. She was afraid that something might happen to her son. "Don't worry, Mom. There are very few people in the world who can hurt me." Jiang Fei smiled. "It's good that you're not hurt." His mother smiled as well. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with his parents for a while. At that moment, his father asked, "Little Fei, are we leaving Earth?" "Yes. I've already settled my matters." Jiang Fei nodded. Other than his parents, Jiang Fei wanted to listen to his family and friends. If they were willing to leave with him, Jiang Fei would take them with him. Then, Jiang Fei would send them back. Then, you can go back to your work. Your mother and I have finished packing. We can leave any time, said his father to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded and found the others. These family and friends that Jiang Fei had brought to the moon base had not fully digested the information that they had received in the past 2 days. The moon base and the metahumans were all unheard of to them, now that Jiang Fei had invited them to go to the wider universe. Many people felt that it was very surreal. In the end, these people made a decision. Except for a very small number of people, most of them chose to return to Earth. After all, there were their family and social circle there. It was hard for them to leave their homeland. Very few people were willing to explore the unknown starry sky. In the end, only his childhood friend Zhao Feng and Bai Zhongwei from the Martial Artists Alliance were willing to go with Jiang Fei to explore the starry sky. Have the two of you thought about it? If you follow me, you won't be able to return to Earth in the short term, Jiang Fei asked with a serious expression. A good man is ambitious. I've made an agreement with my parents. They won't have any objections, Zhao Feng said nonchalantly. At first, he even advised his parents to follow Jiang Fei. They had family. They had too many things that they could not part with. Therefore, they chose to stay. Moreover, they had set a time limit for Zhao Feng. Within 5 years, he had to return home. I want to see the outside world. The world of martial artists is too small, said Bai Zhongwei. Previously, he had regarded Jiang Fei as his idol. Although Jiang Fei was much stronger than him in the past, he still had the desire to catch up. Jiang Fei had become a mountain that could not be climbed. He wanted to walk the path that Jiang Fei had walked before. Perhaps he could also achieve amazing results. Jiang Fei nodded. Now, the people that he had to bring were very clear. His parents, Zhao Feng and Bai Zhongwei. The next thing he needed to do was to wait for Han Tianyu to bring his people over. 2 hours later, Han Tianyu brought over a dozen people to Jiang Fei. These people were his trusted aides. All right, everyone is ready. Jiang Fei had already used the transport ship to send the others back to Earth. He left the moon base to 0543 to manage. Everyone nodded. Jiang Fei smiled. Everyone was confused. However, since Jiang Fei had said so, they closed their eyes. The inheritance space opened up and Jiang Fei took all of them in. Although there were 20 people, they were not commoners. They were low-level martial artists. The strongest among them, Bai Zhongwei, was only a level 4 on Earth. This little bit of strength was not enough to burden Jiang Fei. As time was frozen in the inheritance space, these people did not have the ability to release their spiritual power. Therefore, they could not feel anything after closing their eyes. At that moment, Jiang Fei pressed the teleport button on his wristwatch. In an instant, he was teleported back to Skoda Star. The reason why Jiang Fei used the inheritance space to take all of them in was to save time. If he released the yacht and brought these people back to Skoda Star from Earth, it would take at least a few months. However, now he just had to press the button and he would be able to teleport back directly. After the teleportation was completed, the wristwatch on Jiang Fei's hand shattered. It had completed its mission. Chapter 2227, 2227. Translator 549690033. After returning to Skoda Star, Jiang Fei opened his inheritance space and released all these people. Han Tianyu looked at the tall buildings around him and asked. Although there were tall buildings on Earth, there was no such thing as a sky tower that connected to the outer spaceport. There were also no hover cars that flew everywhere. There were also no moving roads and all sorts of strange aliens. Jiang Fei smiled and said. Jiang Fei's father thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Jiang Fei smiled. His father had an expression that said that it was true. Of course, this is not the only planet in my territory. Jiang Fei smiled as he described the map of the universe empire to everyone. Everyone, including Jiang Fei's father, had a blank look on their faces. They had never left Earth before. It was as if they were listening to a heavenly book. At this moment, an engineer who was passing by recognized Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Chief Engineer Kejuan said that the spatial equipment that mimicked the 9 rotating star disk has been preliminarily finalized. Please go and check the results, the engineer said to Jiang Fei. What? Jiang Fei was overjoyed. If he really succeeded, he would be able to completely open up the passage between the 5 directions and the outside world. Grand Marshal, when are you free? We can make preparations, the engineer asked. In the afternoon. I'll be there in the afternoon, Jiang Fei said. The engineer nodded and left. He had to tell this news to Chief Engineer Kejuan. Grand Marshal? Han Tianyu asked after the engineer left. I am now the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. I am in charge of all military affairs of the Universe Empire, Jiang Fei said. Then, doesn't that mean that you still have the Emperor above you? Han Tianyu asked. Oh, that Emperor. He is my puppet, Jiang Fei said with a shrug. Zhu Peter had been performing extremely well during this period of time. His logistical supplies were in place, allowing the production of Skoda Star to be at full speed. Holy sh**t. Han Tianyu was shocked. This Jiang Fei was no longer the ignorant youth he knew. This guy could even control the Emperor of the Universe Empire. He was probably not a match for this trick. Actually, Han Tianyu was thinking too much. Jiang Fei had indeed grown a lot. However, because of the increase in absolute strength, he no longer needed to play any tricks. Absolute strength was more effective than any trick. The people who followed Jiang Fei out had too much curiosity about Jiang Fei. They also had too many questions. Other than Jiang Fei's mother, who did not care at all, everyone else had a lot of questions to ask. However, Jiang Fei did not have the time to explain things to them. First, he asked his men to settle Han Tianyu and the others. Then he asked Hua Qingsheng and the other girls who stayed behind to take care of his parents. After that, he rushed to the laboratory. When Jiang Fei arrived at the Empire's Science and Technology Laboratory, Dr. Kursu was already waiting for him. This Dr. Kursu was from the planet of Oedipus. He looked like an octopus with 8 tentacles on his upper body. Therefore, it was very convenient for him to conduct experiments. Jiang Fei asked directly. Dr. Kejuan replied. Jiang Fei asked. This time, I have asked you to see if the space-time positioning is accurate, Dr. Kejuan replied. Then, his 8 tentacles began to move. A large instrument was activated. Dr. Octopus's tentacles quickly controlled the instrument in front of him. Soon, a space-time door was opened. Jiang Fei closed his eyes and sensed the aura inside the dimensional door. It was indeed very similar to the 5 directions. Professor Kejuan asked. Jiang Fei asked, I have already sent people in. There's a vast ocean on the other side. He cannot confirm whether that is the place you mentioned. Professor Kejuan replied. Ocean. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. He could understand Dr. Kejuan's difficulty. He was full of researchers. After entering the dimensional rift, he could only observe from a close distance. Most of these researchers were ordinary people. It was impossible for them to teleport to another place. In the end, Jiang Fei made up his mind. Grand Marshal, no. You can't take that risk. This is just an experimental machine. It's not very stable. Kessel pulled Jiang Fei back. Don't worry. I have a 9-turn astrolabe. Even if your dimensional door closes, I can still come back, Jiang Fei said. Kejuan wanted to say something more, but Jiang Fei stopped him. At that moment, Jiang Fei was bold. With his current strength, even if he was teleported to an unknown place, he still had the ability to come back. Therefore, he was not worried about any problems. Then, Kejuan could only agree helplessly. However, before Jiang Fei entered the dimensional door, he repeatedly checked the condition of the equipment, afraid that something might go wrong. After waiting for a long time, Jiang Fei was getting impatient. All right, Dr. Kursu answered with sweat all over his forehead. After Jiang Fei said that, he walked into the dimensional rift. A white light flashed, and Jiang Fei appeared in the sky above a blue sea. Jiang Fei closed his eyes to sense it. Jiang Fei immediately activated teleportation. His destination was Time Star's teleportation portal. Not long after Jiang Fei teleported away, electricity flashed on the dimensional door. The dimensional door also began to flicker. A moment later, the dimensional door was extinguished like a ball of flame. Jiang Fei had also arrived at the teleportation portal, but there was nothing there. Jiang Fei frowned. He was certain that this was the Time Star because he was very familiar with the aura here. However, what surprised him was that there was nothing at the teleportation portal. Jiang Fei released his spiritual power. Soon, the entire Time Star was covered by his spiritual power. Chapter 2228, 2228. Translator, 5496903 Impudent. Just as Jiang Fei's spiritual power spread to the entire year star, a stream of spiritual power roared through his spiritual power veins. Jiang Fei quickly withdrew his spiritual power. From the short exchange, just now, the other party's strength was almost the same as his. In the next second, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Jiang Fei. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man asked as he looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not recognize the person in front of him. The man looked at Jiang Fei up and down and was also stunned. The middle-aged man asked curiously. Jiang Fei also recognized him from his aura. However, he did not remember that there was such a person in the dragon race. The middle-aged man asked. Jiang Fei was the dragon race's sage lord. How could his aura be suppressed by others? Umph! The middle-aged man was furious. He immediately attacked Jiang Fei. A water arrow flew straight at Jiang Fei. It was obvious that this guy was a water-type dragon. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The spiritual energy in his body instantly turned into the earth attribute. Then, it turned into a shield in front of him. The middle-aged man's water arrow shattered. As the two of them were similar in strength, the natural counter of the attribute was revealed. Jiang Fei's earth attribute countered the middle-aged man's water attribute. Therefore, his attack was completely blocked. Oomph. So, you are the descendant of the earth dragon. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. The middle-aged man roared and directly revealed his dragon form. Just as the middle-aged man had said, this was the Time Star. It was the planet with the densest water element. In this place, water element cultivators would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, even if he encountered an earth element cultivator whose attributes countered each other, the middle-aged man would not be afraid. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. If he was an ordinary earth element cultivator, he would not be able to outlast his opponent in a battle on the Time Star. The opponent could replenish his spiritual energy from the surrounding dense water-type spiritual energy at any time and place. However, an earth elementalist would not be able to do so. If the stalemate continued, the earth elementalist would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. However, Jiang Fei was different. His origin energy could be converted into any attribute. Therefore, Time Star's water-type spiritual energy could also be absorbed and used by him. After that, he could convert it into earth-type spiritual energy for the battle. This way, he was not afraid of exhausting his energy. He could also suppress his opponent. After a moment, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. However, there was still no winner. At this moment, Jiang Fei frowned slightly. He realized that his strength was very close to his opponent's. The other party had already transformed into a dragon and could use bloodline martial arts. However, Jiang Fei could not defeat the other party without transforming into a dragon and using bloodline martial arts. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed and transformed into a dragon. With the dragon's roar, Jiang Fei also used the dragon's bloodline martial skill. This way, the middle-aged man could not hold on any longer. The strength of the two sides were almost the same. Jiang Fei could also get spiritual power from the Time Star. Both sides could also use the dragon's bloodline martial skill. This way, the attributes of the two sides would be the key to the victory. Jiang Fei's earth dragon defeated the middle-aged man's water dragon and entangled him tightly. Under Jiang Fei's control, the earth dragon became tighter and tighter. The middle-aged man's green-eyed, white dragon almost rolled its eyes. Jiang Fei asked. The dragon race was still stubborn. You're not going to say anything, are you? As the dragon's sage lord, Jiang Fei kept calling him a bastard. This was a serious crime. Even if he were to be executed, it would be reasonable and legal. I'll say. I'll say. Gradually, the dragon's face turned red. His eyes were bloodshot. His tongue was almost hanging down. Clearly, he was threatened by death. This time, he gave in. Oof. Jiang Fei sneered. Then, he let the earth dragon relax a little. Huff. The dragon panted heavily. After a moment, he said, I'm Aolai of the dragon race's water faction. Jiang Fei asked. Aolai said, as if it was a matter of course. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He had only left the 5 directions of heaven and earth for a short period of time, and the dragon race had already been given a new fiefdom. However, he had never heard of the name Aolai. Who are you? A mixed blood hybrid. Aolai was also confused. Jiang Fei was also stunned. Aolai Yaskich, Jiang Fei said. Ha ha ha. Don't tease me. I admit that you're very strong, but you said that you're the dragon race's sage lord. This joke is really big. Pretending to be the sage lord is a capital offense. Aolai Lao Gid Lodli. Jiang Fei frowned. A bad premonition rose in his heart. Ha! Your joke is not funny at all. Aolai said respectfully. Wei Hao. Jiang Fei suddenly felt that this name was very familiar. After a moment, he remembered this name because he had once seen this name in a book. The name of the book was called My Power. The author of this book was the first sage lord of the dragon race. This is hundreds of thousands of years ago. Jiang Fei's mind was in chaos. It was clear that Professor Kirshen had gotten the spatial coordinates right. However, he had gotten the time coordinates wrong. That's not right. Jiang Fei's understanding of time was even more confused now. Sylvie, who had previously mastered the core of time, had once said that although the flow of time was controllable, it was irreversible. Moreover, in Jiang Fei's own understanding, the irreversibility of time was also an important theorem. However, now he had come to hundreds of thousands of years ago. What was going on? Hey, are you afraid? Aolai said proudly. He thought that Jiang Fei was scared by Wei Hao's name. At that moment, Jiang Fei's heart was in a mess. He had no time to bother with Aolai. Jiang Fei clenched his fists. At that moment, the dimensional door had disappeared. He did not know what to do now. Chapter 2229, 2229. Translator 5496903 Jiang Fei subconsciously let go of Aolai. Aolai, who had regained his freedom, turned around and ran away. Aolai did not forget to turn around and say something fierce as he ran. Jiang Fei ignored Aolai. At that moment, his heart was in a mess. For a moment, he did not know what to do. After a long while, Jiang Fei shook his head hard. He muttered to himself, forget it. Let's not think about the retrogression of time for now. Since we were tens of thousands of years ago, it would be a waste not to do something. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei rode his sword and rose. This was the era of the 5 directions that was hundreds of thousands of years ago. It was also the most glorious golden age of the dragon race. In this era, immortal-level figures were everywhere. He might be able to find some opportunities here. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and made a decision. The year mark was the place with the densest spiritual energy on the year star. This place must have been occupied by a super powerhouse. Jiang Fei rode his sword at an extremely fast speed. After half a day, he arrived at the year mark. The flying sword landed, and Jiang Fei arrived at the edge of the year mark. The spiritual energy here is even denser than it would be in a few 100,000 years. Jiang Fei closed his eyes and felt the water-type spiritual energy above the year mark. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. A loud voice came from below the year mark. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and jumped down. Along with the strong wind, an extremely cold air rushed towards Jiang Fei. This was not the attack from the person at the bottom of the valley, but the extremely low temperature inside the time scar. This time scar is even colder than hundreds of thousands of years later. Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly and turned his spiritual energy into the water element. Then, he began to absorb the almost condensed spiritual energy to his heart's content. Jiang Fei's feet landed on the bottom of the valley. The terrain here was not much different from hundreds of thousands of years later. However, The density and purity of the spiritual energy were not on the same level. Jiang Fei said in a clear voice, "Haha, little guy, not bad." A voice sounded like a great bell. Jiang Fei's voice was cold because the voice just now was mixed with spiritual power. Clearly, he wanted to test Jiang Fei's depth. However, who was Jiang Fei? The owner of the will core. His spiritual power was as vast as the sea. Even hundreds of thousands of years ago, when there were as many strong people as dogs and immortals everywhere, Jiang Fei was definitely one of the best among the best in terms of spiritual power. Therefore, before that person's spiritual power could test Jiang Fei, it was completely devoured by him. He even followed the clues and taught that person a lesson. The person grunted. It was obvious that he had suffered a loss in this test battle. However, because Jiang Fei did not hit him too hard, he was not really hurt. The voice became serious. "Sir, it's already like this." Jiang Fei was a little unhappy. "Haha, it's not that I'm not willing to show myself." Although the voice was loud, there was a hint of helplessness in it. Jiang Fei was stunned. The voice said. Jiang Fei was also a bold person. He followed the direction of the voice and walked forward. Soon, Jiang Fei followed the direction of the voice and made a few turns. Then he saw a frozen frog. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded because the voice was too loud. He thought that the person who made the voice was a strong man. In the end, it was just a frog. "Why?" the frog asked. Although Jiang Fei did not say anything, his attitude was very obvious. "Sigh, you dragons are just like that. You look down on other intelligent races. But I'm telling you, sooner or later, your dragon race will decline." The frog said. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. After all, this was hundreds of thousands of years ago. This was the era when the dragon race was at its most prosperous. The dragon race enslaved thousands of races and even treated all the races as food. Their power was absolutely unparalleled in the world. However, this frog actually dared to say that the dragon race would eventually decline. Moreover, it accurately said that humans would rise up. Could it really have the ability to predict the future? "What?" the frog asked back. "Why should I believe it?" Jiang Fei asked. "I said that I can predict the future." The frog said. "Oh, you can see the future?" Jiang Fei laughed. Of course. I knew that you would come." The frog laughed. Jiang Fei asked. "Of course I know." When the frog said that, Jiang Fei was stunned. Jiang Fei could not help but take 2 steps back. Could the future really be predictable? Moreover, he could predict the future that would happen hundreds of thousands of years later. The frog asked with a smile. Jiang Fei asked with a trembling voice. The frog laughed. Jiang Fei asked, "Me?" The frog laughed bitterly. Jiang Fei asked. The frog sighed. The entire world of the 5 directions was only so big. A spiritual power expert like Jiang Fei could scan a planet in an instant. No matter where the frog hid, it would be found. Moreover, it was no match for the frog. It was only natural that it would be caught and imprisoned. "Then why did you call me down here?" Jiang Fei asked. "Of course not. What's the point of letting me go? He can catch me in a matter of minutes." The frog was quite open-minded. Jiang Fei asked. "I asked you down here to tell you something," the frog said. Jiang Fei asked curiously. The frog said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not understand. However, he still took 2 steps forward and came before the frozen frog. Chapter 2230. Translator 5496903-3. Jiang Fei asked as he walked towards the frog. The frog paused for a moment. Just as Jiang Fei leaned forward out of curiosity, the ice that had frozen it suddenly exploded. The frog pounced on Jiang Fei's face. Then, it held onto Jiang Fei's face tightly. Then, Jiang Fei felt a powerful spiritual force being crazily injected into his mind. This spiritual force invasion was very fast and fierce. Jiang Fei was caught off guard and almost fell for it. He was attacked by the frog's spiritual force into his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, there was a will core in Jiang Fei's sea of consciousness. After the frog's spiritual force entered his sea of consciousness, it was immediately devoured by the will core. Immediately after, the will core was like a giant beast that had been awakened. It began to crazily devour the frog's spiritual power. What? The frog cried out loudly. It wanted to withdraw its spiritual power, but it realized that it could not do it at all. Its spiritual power was continuously being devoured by the will core like flowing water. Moreover, the will core did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Oof. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. It was rare to see such an idiot take the initiative to feed his mind power to the will core. Stop! Stop! The frog also knew that it had kicked an iron plate, so it quickly begged for mercy. Oof. Aren't you a prophet? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. I'm not a prophet. The frog finally spoke the truth. Jiang Fei was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Just now, he thought that he might be able to make some progress in his understanding of time. In the end, he was deceived by a toad for a long time. Sir, I beg you, please let me go. I have an elder at the top and a younger one at the bottom. The frog begged bitterly. Don't you know how to read minds? Jiang Fei sneered. When the frog realized that Jiang Fei was determined to not let it go, it immediately put down its face. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. The frog laughed coldly. Then, it suddenly burst out with its remaining spiritual power and spread the news that Jiang Fei was the future dragon sage. They would never allow their own race to have a half-blood sage after hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, the frog believed that as long as it spread the news, the dragon race would definitely chase after Jiang Fei. When that time came, although it would be dead, Jiang Fei would also be buried with it. After releasing the last bit of spiritual power, the frog's consciousness was eventually devoured by the nucleus of will. In the end, it was left with nothing but the skin of a frog. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he threw the dead frog on his face onto the ground. In the extremely cold time scar, the dead frog that had lost its strength was frozen into an ice sculpture in midair. Then, it fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Although the frog had spread the news of Jiang Fei's identity before he died, Jiang Fei did not care. After all, he was on the dragon race to talk to the first-generation sage Lord Wei Hao. He hoped that he could gain some inspiration from the first-generation sage Lord and gain a deeper understanding of time and space. However, Jiang Fei did not plan to leave the time scar at this time because he had some things to digest. He did not know what was going on. This time, when the nucleus of will devoured the spiritual power, it also devoured the frog's consciousness. This caused the nucleus of will to possess the frog's memory and a part of its consciousness. The nucleus of will possessed memory and consciousness. This was not a good sign. If they merged together and caused the nucleus of will to come alive, that would be too scary. Now, the nucleus of will was an object, therefore it could help Jiang Fei. However, if the nucleus of will came alive and it had its own consciousness and memories, then the relationship between it and Jiang Fei would not be as harmonious as it was now. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to prevent this from happening. He wanted to eliminate this hidden danger ahead of time and eliminate the frog's memories and consciousness in the core of will. Therefore, Jiang Fei sat cross-legged inside the year mark and entered closed-door cultivation. Jiang Fei's spiritual power slowly poured into the core of will. As Jiang Fei's spiritual power and the core of will were of the same origin, it would not trigger the devouring of the core of will. Let's clear out the frog's consciousness first. Jiang Fei carefully activated the inheritance space. He removed the frog's consciousness from a nucleus of will and stored it in the inheritance space. As the frog's consciousness was no longer complete, it was only a ball of the purest spiritual energy. As soon as it entered the inheritance space, it attracted the attention of the other prisoners who were also imprisoned there. Great nourishment. Snatch it, don't move, it's mine. Scram, don't snatch it from me. Whether it was unintentional, the Yuan family's special envoy, or the Dragon Clan's Old Seven, their consciousness all went crazy. Then they began to wantonly devour the frog's incomplete consciousness, and they wanted to strengthen themselves through this. However, these guys did not understand. Even if they devoured the frogs' consciousnesses and strengthened themselves, what could they do? They were still imprisoned here as prisoners. Moreover, once Jiang Fei had a new understanding of his spiritual power, the few of them would also face the end of being completely wiped out or even devoured. However, at this moment, Jiang Fei's attention was completely focused on another matter. There was still a portion of the frog's memories in the core of his will. There was also the content related to mind reading. All along, even though Jiang Fei's spiritual power was very large, he could destroy his opponent with his spiritual power attacks. He could also forcefully read the memories of others through his spiritual power pierce. The damage to the target was too great. The target would most likely become an idiot. However, it was different after mastering mind reading. Jiang Fei could read the memories of others without anyone knowing. Although this skill might not be able to read what one wanted, it could read what the enemy was thinking. This was also a very useful ability. Chapter 2231. 2231. Translator 54969033. After an unknown period of time, Jiang Fei finally opened his eyes. Jiang Fei smiled. He had completely solved the hidden problem on the will core. Not only had he gotten rid of the frog's consciousness, he had also digested and absorbed its memories. Moreover, this time, Jiang Fei had also accidentally learned the mind-reading skill. Although he was unable to read people with stronger spiritual power than him. How many people had spiritual power that was stronger than Jiang Fei, who had the will core? During the time he was meditating, Jiang Fei had already mastered the mind-reading skill. However, the problem was that he could not use this skill alone. He needed a target to cast the skill. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to find someone to test the results of his training. Although he could not think of anyone to test the effect of mind-reading, Jiang Fei did not plan to stay at the bottom of the year mark. Therefore, Jiang Fei leaped up and stepped on his flying sword to leave the depths of the extremely cold year mark. As soon as he reached the ground, Jiang Fei felt that someone was watching him. Jiang Fei asked. At the same time, he turned his head to look at a huge rock beside the year mark. "You're quite alert." A young man walked out from behind the huge rock. Jiang Fei frowned. He could clearly sense the dragon's aura from the other party. However, the dragon's aura was not pure. Clearly, this guy was also a mixed-race dragon descendant. The youth looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. "I guess you're not either," the youth said. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh. He was prepared to be harassed. However, he did not expect that the frog's reputation was so bad. He risked his life to expose Jiang Fei's identity. In the end, no one believed him. Jiang Fei looked at the young man in front of him with interest. "I can feel the dragon's aura on your body," the young man said. Although Jiang Fei had completely transplanted the dragon's bloodline, his body was still his. Therefore, although his bloodline was relatively pure, he was not a 100% dragon. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. You must have offended that frog. Otherwise, he would not have made up such a useless lie that you are the future Sage Lord," said the youth. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He had not offended the frog. He had killed the frog. However, regardless of whether the frog was lying or not, I'm afraid that the entire dragon race knows that you are the future sage," the youth said. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He knew that the youth in front of him was not trying to scare him. In this era, the dragon race enslaved all races. They were the supreme existences. How could they tolerate a mixed-race dragon being a tainted existence like the sage? Even if they knew that this matter was fake, they would still get rid of Jiang Fei to protect the dignity of the dragon race. "How is it?" The young man smiled proudly. "You've said so much," Jiang Fei asked with a cold smile. The young man said seriously. "Light of vengeance?" Jiang Fei asked. The young man said. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly understood what the young man meant. The Light of Vengeance was a group formed by a group of mixed-blood dragon descendants. The dragon race enslaved all races, including those mixed-race descendants. They were also enslaved. Due to the issue of face, the dragon race was even more cruel to these mixed-race descendants. Therefore, these people formed a secret organization to resist the dragon race, it was not surprising. Dragons were inherently lascivious, especially the male dragon race. They were merciless everywhere. The women of the various races who were victimized not only had to live their lives in misery, but the children they gave birth to were even more miserable. These mixed-blood draconids were often enslaved or even tortured by the dragon race. Therefore, they were filled with hatred towards the dragon race and their own biological father. However, Jiang Fei, the mixed-blood draconid, was an exception. Almost all of his mixed blood was caused by himself. The 1 in 100,000 rain dragon bloodline did not bring any shame to Jiang Fei. He did not have a deep-rooted hatred towards the dragon race like these hybrids. How about it? The young man invited sincerely. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. It did not matter whether he joined the Light of Vengeance or not. However, if he joined, he might be able to meet some people or things that could help him in the organization. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to agree, he suddenly had a thought. What if this young man was sent by the dragon race to test him? Although most of the mixed-blood draconids had a deep hatred towards the dragon race, there were also a few mixed-blood draconids who became the dragon race's lackeys. However, just as Jiang Fei was hesitating, he suddenly remembered the new ability that he had just obtained. Previously, he had wanted to find someone to test it out. Now, this young man had delivered himself to his doorstep. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei quietly activated mind reading. This ability was activated without any warning. Everything was silent. Outsiders could not even sense Jiang Fei's mind power fluctuations. Very soon, a strange feeling lingered in Jiang Fei's heart. Clearly, mind reading was working. Mind reading was not forcefully reading the other party's memories. It was only to decipher the mind waves that the other party revealed. When the other party forcefully read the memories, it did not matter what the other party was thinking. Even if the other party had already forgotten about the sealed incident, he could still read it. However, he had to control the other party and completely suppress the other party with his strength. However, mind reading was different. It was done quietly. It would not be discovered by the other party at all. However, it could only understand what the other party was thinking at that moment. It could not directly obtain everything that it wanted to know. At that moment, a scene appeared in Jiang Fei's mind. It was a memory of the young boy. A dragon in human form was beating up a beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was desperately protecting a young child. From the looks of it, the young child was the young boy in front of him. Clearly, when a young boy invited Jiang Fei, he recalled the painful experience of his childhood. This also proved that what he said was true. Jiang Fei could feel that his heart was filled with hatred toward the dragon race. Chapter 2232, 2232. Translator, 549690033. After Jiang Fei confirmed that the young man did not know the person the dragon race had sent to test him, he nodded and agreed. That's great. The young man smiled happily. Every time their organization grew stronger, it would have more hope to overthrow the dragon race. Jiang Fei asked. The young man said, "My name is Jiang Fei." Jiang Fei also said his name. Wandering Dragon laughed. Just now, before the frog died, it had already spread Jiang Fei's name throughout the entire year star. Jiang Fei asked. Actually, his purpose was to meet the other mixed-blood draconids. Of course, if you are free now, follow me, the walking dragon said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded and followed the walking dragon into the sky. The walking dragon looked at the flying sword under Jiang Fei's feet and asked. Jiang Fei said matter-of-factly. The walking dragon was very confused. This was still the ancient era. Humans were still very weak and did not have any advanced crafting skills. On the other hand, the dragon race and the beast race relied on their talent and strength to fight. They would not study crafting or alchemy. Therefore, they naturally had not seen flying swords or other magical items. Jiang Fei tried to explain. However, the walking dragon was also confused by the magical item. In the end, Jiang Fei spent a good half a day before he finally explained it to the walking dragon. I think it's better for you not to be greedy for these external things. It's better for you to focus on your own cultivation. You are the one with the purest bloodline among us brothers and sisters. The walking dragon said, although the mixed-blood draconids were extremely resentful of the dragon race. On the other hand, they also placed great importance on the dragon race bloodline in their bodies because the number of dragon race bloodlines in their bodies determined their upper limit. It was impossible for a mixed-blood draconid with a weak bloodline to become a top-tier powerhouse. Jiang Fei smiled. He did not explain how powerful alchemy and alchemy were. Hundreds of thousands of years later, humans relied on powerful pills and magical equipment to become the ruler of the 5 directions of the world. Of course, this was also related to the retirement of the dragon race. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for humans to rise up. However, if Jiang Fei told the WIRM about the power of the magical equipment and pills now, all the races in the 5 directions would be wary of humans. When that time came, the humans would rise up in hundreds of thousands of years. It would probably be destroyed by all the races in the world in a few years. After all, no one wanted their juniors to be suppressed by a weak race that was almost ignored by everyone. Therefore, it was best to nip the danger in the bud. As the flying sword was not valued too much, the walking dragon did not ask any more questions. Then, it brought Jiang Fei along as they flew. Soon, they arrived at an island in the endless sea. Jiang Fei casually sensed and knew that this was an uninhabited island. The walking dragon laughed. This island was located in a corner of the endless sea. There was nothing iconic around it. It was impossible for unfamiliar people to find it. Even if they searched all the way, it would be easy for them to mistake it. Jiang Fei and the walking dragon landed on the uninhabited island. Then, the walking dragon arrived in front of a few giant rocks. Then, Jiang Fei saw the walking dragon moving the few giant rocks back and forth. He did not know what mechanism it was activating. A few minutes later, blue light suddenly bloomed on the island. A teleportation door appeared. The WIRM called out to Jiang Fei and took the lead to enter the teleportation portal. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and walked into the teleportation portal as well. The teleportation portal flashed with a blue light and disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared before. A light flashed in front of Jiang Fei's eyes. He had arrived at a cave. Jiang Fei asked. The WIRM said to Jiang Fei with a smile. Jiang Fei asked. The WIRM pulled Jiang Fei deeper into the cave. Jiang Fei wanted to sense his surroundings, but he realized that there was a strange mineral under the rocks here. It could absorb spiritual energy. Therefore, when Jiang Fei's spiritual energy waves were shot out, they were all absorbed. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no feedback from him at all. You'll know in a while. The walking dragon deliberately kept him in suspense. After Jiang Fei followed the walking dragon through the dark cave, what happened next completely shocked him. Are we at the bottom of the sea? Jiang Fei asked with his mouth wide open. The walking dragon said proudly. Although this was the bottom of the sea, there was fresh air. The seawater was isolated in the sky by a layer of light film. There were Sansa's glowing shells and pearls everywhere. The originally dark underground world was illuminated with a colorful light. Jiang Fei asked. The WIRM took the lead and walked forward. Jiang Fei followed behind the WIRM. As he walked, he looked curiously at the underwater spectacle. All kinds of novel underwater creatures swam above his head. It was as if he was in a modern ocean pavilion. After walking for about 10 minutes, the walking dragon arrived in front of coral. He twisted a coral branch, and the ground cracked open, revealing a passage. Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. However, it was no wonder. At this time, the dragon race was at its peak. If this kind of resistance organization was not well hidden, it would be destroyed in a minute. The walking dragon beckoned Jiang Fei and took the lead to walk down. Jiang Fei replied and followed. In the dark tunnel, Jiang Fei followed the walking dragon for more than 10 minutes. At this time, the front of them lit up. Jiang Fei asked, "Yes." The walking dragon quickened its pace. Jiang Fei followed it and soon arrived at a large hall. There were dozens of football-sized luminous pearls in the hall, illuminating the entire hall as if it was daytime. The walking dragon triggered a mechanism. Jiang Fei then felt a ripple spread out. However, since he could not use his spiritual power to investigate, Jiang Fei did not know where the ripple had gone. Soon, a secret door opened from the other side of the hall. Then a few guys in black robes walked in. The walking dragon bowed to a guy in a black robe with the moon embroidered on it. Chapter 2233, 2233. Translator, 549690033. The seventh elder nodded. Then, he looked at Jiang Fei and asked, "Are you the new brother that joined us?" Jiang Fei nodded. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt a wave of spiritual energy wrapping around him. Although this underwater world was extremely strange, spiritual energy would be absorbed by the minerals and the rocks. However, it was still possible to use spiritual energy to investigate at a close distance. Jiang Fei frowned. It was too impolite to use spiritual energy to investigate so openly. Jiang Fei directly struck back with a spiritual hammer. After all, Jiang Fei was now the dragon race's sage lord. How could he allow others to offend him like this? The seventh elder was pushed back 2 or 3 steps by Jiang Fei's counterattack. After he managed to stabilize himself, he felt his heart clench. His throat felt sweet. Following that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The seventh elder spat out a mouthful of blood. The people around him were scared out of their wits. "How dare you? What are you doing? How dare you? Do you want to die?" The people who came with the seventh elder were all ready to capture Jiang Fei. The walking dragon was also dumbfounded. He did not know what was going on. Why did Jiang Fei suddenly attack and injure the seventh elder? Stop! The seventh elder took a lot of effort to regain his strength. The first thing he did was to stop his subordinates from attacking Jiang Fei. The people gathered around and asked about the seventh elder's injuries with great concern. "I'm Fine." The seventh elder was clearly still recovering from his injuries. Therefore, his voice was still a little weak. "Seventh elder, this kid is too presumptuous. He actually dared to behave atrociously in our territory. I think we should teach him a lesson first." "That's right. This kid is too arrogant." The members of the Light of Vengeance were filled with righteous indignation. From the looks of it, it seemed like they were going to fight Jiang Fei to the death. Seventh elder finally managed to straighten out his breathing. Jiang Fei's spiritual hammer was not light at all. Yes, when the people saw that seventh elder was angry, none of them dared to say anything. "Little brother, I was rude just now," seventh elder said with a smile. There was a reason why he was so polite to Jiang Fei. Even if they, the branch members of the Light of Vengeance, attacked together, they would not be a match for him. Secondly, Jiang Fei was here to join the Light of Vengeance. If such an expert joined, the power of the Age Star branch would definitely increase greatly. When that time came, the seventh elder would have a greater say in the Elder Council of the Light of Vengeance. Thirdly, there might be conflicts between the members of the Light of Vengeance. However, the hatred between the dragon race and them was deeper. Therefore, as long as they were bent on fighting against the dragon race, the Light of Vengeance would take them in, not to mention a super expert like Jiang Fei. Although the seventh elder had lost the battle with Jiang Fei's spiritual power, he had gained something from it. He had already sensed Jiang Fei's bloodline purity. This was a bloodline purity that was only second to the real dragon race. With such a master joining in, the power of the Light of Vengeance would increase by a notch. It was precisely because of this that the seventh elder stopped the clamoring crowd. Then, he apologized to Jiang Fei with a smile on his face. "Hee hee, seventh elder, you're too kind. It's my fault for not being careful." Jiang Fei had been in the circle of power for a long time. How could he not understand the logic of a pretty palanquin? Since the other party had given him so much face, it would not make sense for him to continue to pester Jiang Fei. It's okay, said the seventh elder with a smile. Although he had just spat out a mouthful of blood, it was not a big deal. He only needed to rest for a few days. Jiang Fei asked. "Yes, that's true." When the seventh elder said this, he was carefully observing Jiang Fei. He was really afraid that Jiang Fei was a spy because Jiang Fei was too strong. If he was a spy, not only the seventh elder, but also the people present would not be able to survive. Even this underwater stronghold might not be able to survive. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. The seventh elder said as he commanded his subordinates to form a formation. The seventh elder looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Actually, he was asking even though he already knew the answer. Because of the frog, there was not a single expert in the entire Year Star who did not know Jiang Fei. My name is Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei answered truthfully. The seventh elder nodded. At the very least, Jiang Fei did not lie on this point. The seventh elder pointed at a spot and said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not walk up rashly. Although he was skilled and bold, these people were not weak either. If he added the power of the formation, he might really be at a disadvantage. Said seventh elder. Because the dragon clan was extremely distrustful of the mixed-blood draconids, the draconids' lackeys all had the dragon clan's mark on them. Once they betrayed the dragon clan, the mark would explode and instantly kill these draconids' lackeys. The formation that seventh elder and the rest had set up was to activate the mark. Therefore, after seeing this formation, the spies sent by the dragon clan would definitely not dare to enter. Jiang Fei nodded and walked into the formation. If it was before, he would not dare to determine whether the seventh elder was lying. However, it was different now. Jiang Fei could easily determine whether the seventh elder was telling the truth. The seventh elder said to Jiang Fei. Then, Jiang Fei walked into the center of the formation. With the command of the seventh elder, his subordinates began to move according to a certain set of steps. Jiang Fei felt a strange power around him. Although this power was not strong, it had a special function. It was probably used to activate the Dragon Clan's mark. Therefore, Jiang Fei secretly remembered the form of this energy fluctuation. This was because he could adjust the energy string to simulate this energy fluctuation. Perhaps this move would work. After walking 2 rounds, the 7 elder subordinates stopped. Because Jiang Fei did not react at all, these people could already determine that Jiang Fei was not a spy sent by the dragon race. Therefore, there was no need to waste their energy. Chapter 2234, 2234. Translator, 5496903-3. Seventh elder walked up to Jiang Fei and gave him a hug. Jiang Fei nodded and asked, "There's no need for that for the time being. Our strength is still very weak. Fighting against the dragon race now would be like hitting an egg against a stone." Seventh elder said. Jiang Fei nodded. He also agreed with the seventh elder's words. Their strength was still too weak. If they were to fight the dragon race head-on now, it would be no different from hitting a rock with an egg. Moreover, they would also expose themselves. Therefore, the best way now was to hide in the dark and quietly accumulate power. Then, they would wait for an opportunity. Asked the seventh elder. Jiang Fei was telling the truth. Although he was the dragon race's sage lord, this place was hundreds of thousands of years ago. In this era, no one knew him, and he had nowhere to go. Why don't you stay here? Although we are not as powerful as the dragon race, we have some resources. We can provide you with a good training environment, said the seventh elder. Jiang Fei immediately nodded. He came to the territory of the light, of revenge, to look for opportunities. Therefore, he immediately agreed to the seventh elder's invitation. There's no need to thank me. We are all one family because we share the same ideals, said the seventh elder. That's right. Jiang Fei laughed. He had already said such a thing. The seventh elder held Jiang Fei's hand and laughed. In this era, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the cunning humans had yet to rise. All the races in the 5 directions, including the dragon race, were still very simple. Therefore, the seventh elder firmly believed that Jiang Fei was telling the truth. Following that, the seventh elder led Jiang Fei into the interior of the time star branch of the Light of Vengeance. It turned out that the location of the previous ceremony was only the outer area of the branch. Further inside, there was another world. After passing through the maze-like corridor, Jiang Fei was led by the seventh elder to a paradise. This place was similar to the underwater world that Jiang Fei had seen before. It was also an underwater space under the light membrane. There was very fresh air around it. The dense water-type spiritual energy was almost condensed together. If Jiang Fei cultivated here, he would not have to endure the cold of the year mark. He would also be able to enjoy the density of spiritual energy that was almost equal to the treatment. It could be said that this was a holy place for water-type cultivators to cultivate. Jiang Fei sighed from the bottom of his heart. He did not know if there would still be this grotto heaven under the endless sea after hundreds of thousands of years. That's right. This was built by the seniors of the Light of Vengeance, said the seventh elder with great emotion. Jiang Fei asked curiously. After arriving here, he realized that there was no one else besides the few people that the seventh elder had brought with him and the walking dragon. Oh, the others. Some of them are cultivating, and some of them are out on some errands. There are not many people here now, said the seventh elder with a smile. Jiang Fei was stunned. Even with his powerful mental strength, he did not realize that there were still people here. We have built some secret rooms here. We use the materials that can absorb mental strength. Therefore, it is impossible to find people who are not familiar with it, said the seventh elder with a smile. In fact, these secret rooms were not only used for training. They were also a sanctuary to prevent future trouble. Once this place was discovered by the dragon race, the members of the Light of Vengeance could still hide in the secret rooms. They could still try their best to preserve their strength. Jiang Fei nodded. At that moment, a seemingly ordinary rock not far away suddenly flipped open. A girl dressed very skillfully jumped out from it. The girl walked up to seventh elder and asked, "Yes." Seventh elder pointed at Jiang Fei and said. At the same time, he introduced Jiang Fei to her. "This is Pang Xueqing. She can be considered as one of my juniors." Jiang Fei nodded politely. Before the girl finished her sentence, she threw a punch at Jiang Fei. However, she was very restrained. She did not attack Jiang Fei's vital points. It was just a normal exchange of blows. Jiang Fei's face darkened. Although the girl did not attack him ruthlessly, she started fighting right away. No one would like that. Jiang Fei did not want to be entangled with the girl. He quickly took 2 steps back and put some distance between them. However, the girl was pressing him step by step. She insisted on exchanging a few blows with Jiang Fei. "Brother Jiang, you don't have to be so polite. Teach the girl a lesson." Seventh elder laughed. Jiang Fei sighed. It seemed that the seventh elder did not intend to stop this girl. If Jiang Fei continued to dodge, the girl would be entangled for a long time. In order to end this meaningless battle quickly, Jiang Fei made his move. Just as the girl threw a punch, Jiang Fei instantly moved to her side and grabbed her wrist. Then, the origin energy in his body transformed into the water element. In an instant, it surged into the girl's body and suppressed her spiritual energy. The girl cried out in surprise. In an instant, she was suppressed by Jiang Fei and was thrown aside by Jiang Fei. Although in this era, Jiang Fei was no longer invincible in the 5 directions, he was still the top expert with more than 60 million combat power. Although the girl's strength was not bad, she only had around 40 million combat power. She was just as strong as Xie Tianxin. Therefore, she was nothing in front of Jiang Fei. After a long time, the remaining water-type spiritual power in Jiang Fei's body was forced out of Pang Xueqing's body. At this time, the girl finally regained her mobility. "How is it?" Seventh elder laughed. "TCH," Pang Xueqing said with a red face. "All right, don't deny it," seventh elder smiled. He was also very happy that someone of his age could suppress Pang Xueqing. Otherwise, this little girl would be underestimating the heroes of the world. This was extremely disadvantageous to her future development. Chapter 2235, 2235. Translator, 549690333, Pang Xueqing snorted. Then, she swung her arms and ran back to her secret chamber. It was unknown whether she was angry with the seventh elder or was shocked by Jiang Fei. Brother Jiang, please don't take offense." The seventh elder smiled at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled. He had seen a lot of spoiled little girls like Pang Shuetching, so he did not take it to heart. After following the seventh elder for some distance, the seventh elder pointed ahead and said, "This place is still empty. Pick a spot, and I'll get someone to make a secret room for you two." Zhang Fei smiled and picked a spot, although he wanted to communicate with the other members of the Light of Vengeance now. The people here were still unfamiliar with him. It was inevitable that people would think that he had ulterior motives. Moreover, Zhang Fei had plenty of time now. He would only return to his era after hundreds of thousands of years. Even if the time flow deficit was taken into account, it would still be tens of thousands of years in the outer universe. Therefore, what Zhang Fei did not lack the most was time. After Zhang Fei chose a spot, Elder 7 drew a circle there. Then he took out a special spirit stone and activated it. Not long after, a few people appeared in front of the seventh elder. The leader asked, "We have a new member. You can help build a secret room here," said the seventh elder. The man nodded and led his men to start the construction. When the people arrived at the place that Zhang Fei had chosen, they all gave up their original forms. Although these guys had the dragon bloodline, the purity of their bloodline was very low. They had inherited more characteristics from their mothers. After they showed their original forms, they all looked like giant pangolins. These guys laid on the ground and quickly dug up the sand on the ground. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, these guys had dug out a spacious secret chamber. Then, the leader of the group brought over long giant rocks from God knows where. These giant rocks were obviously processed. Each rock was of the same size and was smooth and flat. After that, the group of people used the boulders to build the entire secret chamber. The inside of the boulders were filled with minerals that could absorb spiritual energy. Therefore, when the secret chamber was built, it could no longer be sensed from the outside. Following that, the group of people used the boulders to build a stone door to cover the exit. The stone door was also camouflaged with coral and gravel. When everything was done, the flawless workmanship left Zhang Fei amazed. The man brought his men back to hand over the order to seventh elder. "Yes." Seventh elder smiled and handed a few strange crystals to the people. Zhang Fei asked curiously. Seventh elder asked curiously. Zhang Fei shook his head in confusion. Although he had been to the time, star tens of thousands of years later many times, he had never seen such a thing. Asked the seventh elder. "Yes, I'm from the time star," Zhang Fei said casually. "I see." The seventh elder nodded. Zhang Fei asked, "Of course, this is an ice crystal stone. It is a kind of spirit stone unique to the time star. It contains a large amount of pure water-type spiritual energy. It can be used to replenish one's own spiritual energy at any time. Of course, it can also be used as a common currency of the time star," explained the seventh elder with a smile. Zhang Fei nodded. Then he asked the seventh elder, "Why do we have to pay for our work within the Light of Vengeance?" The seventh elder explained as if it was a matter of course. "Although we are an organization, everyone maintains a very high degree of autonomy. When you contribute to the Light of Vengeance, not only will we record your achievements, we will also give you sufficient rewards." Zhang Fei laughed. Of course, when the seventh elder mentioned the dragon race, his emotions fluctuated greatly. Clearly, he hated the dragon race to the bone. After that, the excited seventh elder finally opened his mouth. He berated Zhang Fei about the cruelty of the dragon race. Zhang Fei listened quietly from the side. When the seventh elder had finished scolding Zhang Fei settled down. At this time, his secret chamber had been built. Although the secret chamber was empty, it was just an empty room. However, Zhang Fei needed daily necessities. The ring space had everything. Therefore, after he settled down, he did not feel wronged. Just like that, Zhang Fei stayed in the underwater world for more than a month. During this period of time, the dragon race did send people to Time Star to search for Zhang Fei. Although no one believed what the frog said, it was just like what the dragon walkers said. In order to get rid of this stain, the dragon race would also find Zhang Fei and kill him. However, because Zhang Fei lived in the underwater world, the dragon race had returned empty-handed. Jiang Fei had stayed in the underwater world for more than a month and had also gotten to know many members of the Light of Vengeance. This underwater world was the headquarters of the Time Star Branch. Almost all the members of the Time Star Branch lived here. During this period of time, Jiang Fei had also met 20 to 30 mixed-blood draconids. On this day, the seventh elder came to Jiang Fei's secret room. "Brother Jiang Fei, there's something I need to tell you," said the seventh elder to Jiang Fei. "Seventh elder, if there's anything you need, just say it," Jiang Fei smiled and said. "You've been here for more than a month. In 3 days, it will be the time for our Chronostar Branch's annual gathering," said the seventh elder. This gathering was held once a year. At that time, the members of the Year Star Branch's Light of Vengeance would be present. Oh, Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. The reason he came here was to have more contact with these mixed-blood draconids. Therefore, this gathering was more than he could wish for. During this gathering, you and another new member will be meeting everyone. "You should make some preparations," said the seventh elder. Jiang Fei asked curiously. The seventh elder sighed and continued. "As you know, the members of our organization are all descendants of the dragon race. Some of them are violent and aggressive. When the time comes, it is inevitable that they will challenge you." Jiang Fei smiled slightly. When he first came here, he had already met Pang Shiueching. It was not a big deal to meet a few more of these guys. "But don't worry, we are all brothers. Don't overdo it," seventh elder comforted him. Chapter 2236. 2236. Translator 549690033. It doesn't matter. Jiang Fei smiled. Although these mixed-blood draconids were very strong, they were not strong enough to threaten him. Seventh elder smiled. After all, every year during the gathering, there would be new people who were challenged. Although it was said that they would only go so far, there would always be people who did not like it. However, when he saw that Jiang Fei did not seem to be disgusted, the seventh elder was relieved. Then, he chatted with Jiang Fei for a while before he left. After the seventh elder left, Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. He needed to consider whether he should intimidate these guys or choose to hide his strength if someone challenged him during the gathering. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Fei made a decision. Although he could get a lot of benefits by pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, the people of this era were simple and honest. Everyone did things according to their hearts. Therefore, if you showed weakness, they might not think that you were being modest. Instead, they would think that you were weak. That would be detrimental to Jiang Fei's relationship with these guys. After making his decision, Jiang Fei closed his eyes to rest. The underwater world's water-type spiritual energy was very rich. It was very suitable for training. Jiang Fei did not want to waste such a good opportunity. He converted all his attributes into water-type. Then, he used the cultivation method to channel the spiritual energy into his body and entered the state of training. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei only woke up from his training on the day of the gathering. Jiang Fei stretched his back. He felt relaxed and refreshed. The water-type spiritual energy entered his body very gently. It was not like when he was absorbing the fire-type spiritual energy. It made him feel irritable. Jiang Fei opened the secret door of the secret room and walked out. Once he came out of the secret room, Jiang Fei was shocked. Normally, there were only about 10 to 20 people in the Year Star Branch. However, today, there were more than 100 people gathered here. Due to the unique nature of the secret room, the external spiritual power could not detect the inside. Similarly, the spiritual power inside could not extend out. This caused Jiang Fei to not notice that there were so many people here when he was in the secret room. He did not realize that there were so many people here. A girl said crisply. Jiang Fei heard a familiar voice, so he looked over. He saw Pang Shiueching with one hand on her waist and the other pointing at him. Jiang Fei was confused. A strong man walked over. Jiang Fei was speechless. He had experienced similar things several times. There would always be some guy who appeared out of nowhere to stand up for the girls. Initially, Jiang Fei thought that the people from hundreds of thousands of years ago were simple and honest. However, he did not expect such a thing to happen. "What are you mumbling about, kid?" the brawny man said as he tapped Jiang Fei on the shoulder. Jiang Fei did not want to pester him. However, he was a person who had once been the dragon race's sage lord. How could he tolerate being poked on the shoulder and taught a lesson? F***CK. Not only did the brawny man not take his hands back, he even slammed his shoulder against the brawny man. Jiang Fei was also angry. He moved forward and his right shoulder shook slightly. He crashed into the brawny man. The brawny man was sent flying by Jiang Fei's collision. After all, Jiang Fei's physique was extraordinary. He had completely transplanted the dragon bloodline. Moreover, his body had been refined by the scorpion milk essence of the giant steel scorpion. The strength of his body was simply unimaginable. Although Jiang Fei usually relied on his spiritual power to defeat his opponents, that was because he wanted to save time. If he really relied on his physical strength, Jiang Fei would also dare to fight against the green-eyed white dragon race. Just now, Jiang Fei was enraged again. He had no way of retracting his strength. Therefore, the brawny man's shoulder collapsed from the impact. It was obvious that his bones had been shattered. Moreover, his entire body had collapsed on the ground. If it was not for the fact that he had inherited a part of the dragon race's bloodline, this guy might have died here. One of the guys who was with the brawny man rushed over. He carefully checked the brawny man's injuries. After confirming that the brawny man's life was not in danger, he looked at Jiang Fei with a face full of anger. "You actually went so far as to do this." After saying those harsh words, the kid carried the unconscious Ruda and left. At that moment, Pang Xueqing was also scared silly. Although she had encouraged Ruda to look for trouble for her, she did not expect things to turn out this way. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He did not take the person's threat to heart. At the same time, he ignored Pang Xueqing, who was stunned at the side, and walked away. After walking for a short while, Jiang Fei noticed that there were many people setting up stalls. These people were casually laying a mat on the ground. There were some things scattered on the mat. Occasionally, there would be people passing by to ask about it. However, there were still very few people who actually bought it. Jiang Fei's attention was quickly attracted by these stalls. His purpose of coming to the Light of Vengeance was to see if he could encounter any fortuitous encounters. This stall was a good opportunity to search for treasures. After that, Jiang Fei walked to the side of stall. His spiritual power spread out. Although the underwater world was filled with minerals that absorbed spiritual power, there was no problem for him to use his spiritual power to investigate at close range. I don't know what kind of ferocious beast's horn. Jiang Fei examined the items on the stall one by one. They were nothing more than the treasures of some ferocious beasts, as the human race had yet to rise up in this era. Alchemy and crafting were still in the most primitive stage. Therefore, the materials on these ferocious beasts were basically useless. All they could do was to directly extract spiritual power to nourish themselves. If he did that, it would be a waste of a god's gift by the standards of the future. However, due to the limited technical means at the moment, he could only do so. Jiang Fei walked around and wandered around stalls. Soon, his gaze was attracted by a fruit from a plant. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. This treasure was extremely rare. He did not expect it to be placed on the stalls just like that. This dragon saliva fruit was not ordinary. It was only produced in the lair of the green-eyed white dragon. Because the ground under the dragon's head was always nourished by the saliva of the green-eyed white dragon when it was sleeping, this plant would grow over time. After 1,000 years of breeding, this plant would give birth to a dragon's saliva fruit. From this, one could see how precious this thing was. Chapter 2237. 2237. Translator 54969033. Although the ambergris fruit did not sound rare, it was actually very rare. This was because a blue-eyed white dragon could not always sleep in one place. Then it would be impossible to grow a plant of the ambergris fruit. Therefore, the plant of the ambergris fruit needed to be in a place where a blue-eyed white dragon would sleep for a long time before it had a chance to breed. Another point was that once the green-eyed white dragon woke up and found the plant of the dragon saliva fruit, it would definitely destroy it at the first opportunity, because no green-eyed white dragon would want others to know that it was drooling in its sleep. Moreover, it would be first-rate for hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, every dragon saliva fruit was stolen when the green-eyed white dragon was sleeping. There were not many people who had this ability. When the plant of a dragon saliva fruit grew up and gave birth to a dragon saliva fruit, the probability of it being discovered and stolen was even lower. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that the dragon saliva fruit was once in 1,000 years. Even when Jiang Fei became the dragon race's sage lord, he had never seen such a legendary treasure, because in his era, the dragon race had retreated to the final territory. Outsiders could not enter at all. Naturally, no one could steal it. It was also impossible for the dragon race to keep it. After all, it was very embarrassing to let others know that they had been drooling for thousands of years. Therefore, it was also in this era that the dragon race ruled over all the races. They spared no effort in setting up homes everywhere. That was why it was possible for people to sneak into the nest and steal the dragon saliva fruit. The medicinal effect of such a rare dragon saliva fruit was also very shocking. It could allow a fierce beast to possess a certain amount of dragon bloodline. That would depend on the level of the green-eyed white dragon that was breeding this dragon saliva fruit. If it was just a small dragon or a green-eyed white dragon that had just matured, then the bloodline obtained through the dragon saliva fruit would be very weak. However, if it was the dragon emperor or the sage lord's dragon saliva fruit, then it would be very impressive. Of course, the dragon emperor or the sage lord level green-eyed white dragons would not have that much time to sleep, so it was almost impossible for them to have the dragon saliva fruit. However, no matter what, it was a fatal temptation for the fierce beast to obtain the dragon bloodline. However, for the members of the Light of Vengeance, this thing was useless. The Light of Vengeance's condition for accepting people was to possess the dragon bloodline. Moreover, the dragon saliva fruit could not strengthen the bloodline of the mixed blood dragon people. Therefore, this thing was meaningless to the dragon race or the mixed blood dragon people. However, although this thing was useless to Jiang Fei, he was still very interested in it. This was because there were many berserk beasts in his family that needed this thing. They were all ferocious beasts. If they could obtain some dragon bloodline, it would definitely increase their strength greatly. Of course, if there were more dragon saliva fruits, Blood Mistress, Siet Tianxin, and the others could also benefit from it. However, the probability of that happening was too low. After all, dragon saliva fruits were not like cabbages. They could be found everywhere. However, if Jiang Fei could not find a way to go back, he would have hundreds of thousands of years to collect dragon saliva fruits. When he reached his era, he would probably be able to gather a lot of them. No matter what, since he had seen a dragon saliva fruit, Jiang Fei could not let it go. The person who set up the stall glanced at Jiang Fei. Although this thing was rare, it was not used by mixed blood draconids. Therefore, it was not easy to set a price for it. Jiang Fei nodded. That person was really asking for a lot. 50 ice crystals were not a small amount. When the seventh elder asked someone to help Jiang Fei build the secret room, several people had been busy for a long time. He had only given Jiang Fei 2 or 3 ice crystals. Therefore, even though Jiang Fei did not know much about the purchasing power of the ice crystals, he knew that the man was not asking for a low price. Jiang Fei frowned. The man asked. In fact, it was not easy for him to set a price for the dragon's saliva fruit. If the price was based on the rarity of the fruit, it would not even be considered high. However, the problem was that it was inside the Light of Vengeance. This thing was completely useless, so it could not be sold at all. Although the mixed blood dragon men were discriminated against by the dragon race, they also discriminated against the ordinary fierce beasts because of their dragon bloodline. Therefore, they rarely interacted with the fierce beasts, let alone had any friendship with them. Another point was that the mixed blood dragon men had the pride of the mixed blood dragon men. Although they hated the dragon race to the bone, they were also proud of the descendants of the dragon race. Therefore, they did not want the fierce beast to obtain the dragon bloodline through the dragon saliva fruit. That was because they felt that it would tarnish their identity as the dragon race descendants. Speaking of which, the mixed blood draconids were indeed conflicted. They hated the dragon race, but they were also proud of their identity as the dragon race descendants. Perhaps in their hearts, obtaining the recognition of the dragon race was the best outcome. The reason why they rebelled against the dragon race and overthrew the dragon race was because the dragon race did not acknowledge their identity as their descendants. They had no choice but to choose. I don't want to name a price, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. He did not have any ice crystals on him. He could not afford it no matter how much the other party offered. Therefore, the best way was to barter. The person was also interested. Speaking of which, he had gotten this dragon's saliva fruit for quite some time. However, his brothers from the Light of Vengeance did not want it. He could not bring himself to sell it to the ferocious beast. If he could exchange it for a treasure today, it would be a good choice. Jiang Fei lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He was thinking about what he could use to exchange for this dragon's saliva fruit. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Fei took out an item from his body, illusion vine seed. Speaking of illusion vine seed, Jiang Fei had already gotten his hands on it for some time. This thing was not very useful in battle. However, when he was out, this thing was definitely a must-have item for traveling. Then, he threw it on the ground. It could grow into a house according to one's expectations. It could even have tables, chairs, and benches. It would save him the trouble of sleeping in the wilderness. After Jiang Fei demonstrated it to the person's eyes suddenly lit up. This illusion vine seed was not a product of the 5 directions. Therefore, it was even rarer than the dragon's saliva fruit here. The man rolled his eyes and said, "Okay." Jiang Fei had originally planned to use this bag of seeds to exchange for the dragon's saliva fruit. However, he did not expect the man to be so smart as to ask for 5 seeds. Naturally, Jiang Fei agreed to it. Chapter 2238. Translator 549690033. After obtaining the dragon's saliva fruit, Jiang Fei was about to continue walking around when the walking dragon found him. The walking dragon said to Jiang Fei, "Looking for me?" Jiang Fei asked. "Of course, he wants you to go to the venue," the walking dragon said. Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he also noticed that the people who were setting up the stalls had begun to pack their things. Clearly, the party was about to begin. Therefore, Jiang Fei followed the walking dragon towards the venue. On the way, the walking dragon suddenly asked, "Jiang Fei, did you offend someone?" Jiang Fei was stunned. "I heard that many people are looking for trouble with you," the dragon reminded him. Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. However, he quickly understood what was going on. Previously, when Ruda helped Pang Xueqing to look for trouble, he ended up getting beaten up by him. They were probably with Ruda. "How about it?" the dragon asked. He had a good impression of Jiang Fei, so he was very willing to help. "It's okay." Jiang Fei smiled. Although he did not want to cause trouble, he was never afraid of trouble. The walking dragon sighed, but did not say anything. After all, some of the mixed-blood draconids had very bad tempers. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei followed the walking dragon to a small square. The place was surrounded by colorful corals. It looked very beautiful. "This is it," said the walking dragon. At this time, there were many people gathered in the small square. Elder 7 was also here. "Elder 7, we are here," the walking dragon shouted as soon as it entered the small square. Almost everyone's eyes turned to this place. After all, the voice of the walking dragon was not small. "Hee, you guys are here. The gathering is starting now," said Elder 7 with a smile. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Then, he walked to the side of the 7th elder. At that moment, the people who were gathered in the square were mostly looking at Jiang Fei with curiosity. After all, Jiang Fei was a newbie. No one knew much about him. However, a few of them had hostile looks on their faces. All of them stared at Jiang Fei fiercely, as if they had a deep grudge against him. The 7th elder also noticed the unusual behavior of those people. He frowned, but did not say anything. After a while, more and more people gathered in the small square. At this time, another young man was brought to the 7th elder's side. The 7th elder pulled the young man to Jiang Fei's side. "This is Songda." The 7th elder pointed at the young man and introduced him to Jiang Fei. Then, He introduced Jiang Fei to the young man. Jiang Fei looked Songdo up and down. This guy was of medium height. He also had a common face. The only characteristic of him was his large set of matted teeth. Not only were the matted teeth large, but they were also yellow. That was enough for 15 people to look at him for half a month. Jiang Fei smiled and greeted him. Although this guy looked a little shabby, Jiang Fei was not a person who judged people by their appearance. Therefore, he still had basic courtesy. Hello. Songdo was also very polite. Jiang Fei frowned slightly. Although Songdo was very polite, Jiang Fei found that there was always a sense of hypocrisy in his expression. All right, the gathering is about to begin. In a while, you'll have to introduce yourselves to everyone. Perhaps someone will challenge you. Everyone, just do as you were told, said the seventh elder with a smile. Jiang Fei and Songda nodded. Although Jiang Fei felt that Songda was a little hypocritical, this was his business. At most, he would not get to know him well. Soon, the gathering began under the auspices of the seventh elder. When the gathering started, it was no different from other gatherings. It was all leader speeches. The seventh elder looked back at the development of the past year. He looked at the future again. He gave a long speech that ended only when everyone was sleepy. All right, I won't say any more nonsense. The seventh elder waved his hand. Jiang Fei and Song became the focus of the meeting. My name is Jiang Fei. I was originally from the town Star. I came to the Year Star because I was persecuted by the dragon race. Jiang Fei did not know what to say, so he just casually said a few words. My name is Songda. Songda then began to talk about his background. In summary, it was nothing more than how strong the dragon race was. He would rape his mother and then enslave the mother and son. So it's a rabbit. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. At the same time, because he had nothing to do, he used mind reading on Song De. F*CK. Originally, Jiang Fei had nothing to do. However, he never thought that his boring actions would actually solve the case. After Jiang Fei activated his mind-reading skill, he could sense Songda's current thoughts. It turned out that Songda's lines had been prepared beforehand. Jiang Fei could sense that a dragon was teaching him how to say it. He also taught him how to spread the news. I really did not expect this guy to be a spy. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Initially, the Star Division had only received 2 new members this year. In the end, none of these 2 people had sincerely joined the Light of Vengeance. Jiang Fei was the future emperor of the dragon race. Although he was not a spy, he would definitely not help the Light of Vengeance destroy the dragon race. Songda, on the other hand, was sent by the dragon race. If it was not for the fact that the spiritual power here could not be spread out, the dragon race would have already received the news and sent people to destroy them. After knowing Songda's background, Jiang Fei looked at Songda's performance on the stage. He could not help but admire Songda's acting skills. The tearful accusation just now was really heartbreaking. It made the mixed-blood Draconids beside him feel extremely sympathetic when they heard it. All right, I think everyone knows them. Now it's time for the challenge. The seventh elder spoke very quickly. He wanted to end the gathering as soon as possible. He skipped the challenge segment. After all, he had already noticed that some of the kids were looking at Jiang Fei with hostility. Although the seventh elder tried to speak faster, someone still stood up. The seventh elder asked. That person pointed at Jiang Fei. Chapter 2239, 2239. Translator, 5496903-3. Jiang Fei smiled. He had already expected these people to challenge him. All right then. Although the seventh elder did not want the situation to worsen, he could not break the rules. Therefore, he could only warn the person and retreat to the side. Kid, I heard that you are very arrogant. The person came in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked calmly. That's right. The man said condescendingly, as if it would not take much effort to deal with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was almost amused. Lu Ji had been ridiculed since he was young because of this name. Therefore, he was enraged at that moment. Lu Sun threw a punch at Jiang Fei's face. His punch was filled with hatred. Not only did he not stop, but it went straight for Jiang Fei's vital points. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei raised his hand and grabbed Lu Sun's fist. Then, he flipped his wrist and shouted, "Get down." Lu Ying was really obedient. With a muffled groan, Jiang Fei threw the kid to the ground. Jiang Fei went forward and stepped on Lu Ying's back. Suddenly, Lu Ying felt as if there was a huge mountain on his back. If he wanted to move again, he would not be able to. "You two brothers really like to stand up for others, don't you?" As he spoke, Jiang Fei's foot on Lu Da's back became heavier and heavier. At the beginning, Lu Ying was still holding on. After all, he had the dragon bloodline. This guy's strength was not weak either. The conservative estimate was that his combat power was around 40 million. This little bit of strength was simply not enough. Finally, under Jiang Fei's constant pressure, Lu Ying could not help but cry out. "What do you think?" Jiang Fei asked coldly. He was not the kind of person to be overbearing. However, Jiang Fei could see that if he did not suppress these guys a little more, he would have to fight the younger one to get the older one. This matter would never end. Lu Zhao was just about to say something fierce when Jiang Fei stepped on him. At this moment, the seventh elder could not sit idly by. As the leader of the Time Star branch, he had to control the overall situation. Whether Jiang Fei won or Lu Ji won, it was not important. The important thing was to not let the conflict escalate. There could not be any casualties. Jiang Fei did not want to cause trouble. So, he lifted his foot and let Lu Ji go. Seventh Elder pulled Lu Ji up. Lu Ji shook his head. Jiang Fei had acted appropriately and did not seriously injure him. Seventh Elder nodded. He did not continue to dwell on this issue. Lu Ji was the one who had taken the initiative to challenge Jiang Fei today. It was normal for him to be beaten up if his skills were not as good as Jiang Fei's. The seventh elder looked at the people around him. However, at that moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Speaking of which, Lu Sun was considered a good player in the Year Star branch. His combat power of more than 40 million years ago was not considered weak in this era where there were many strong people. Therefore, he was easily trampled under Jiang Fei's feet. Who else would be so foolish as to come out and humiliate themselves? The seventh elder waved his hand and quickly ended the gathering. He was really afraid of making a big deal out of it. As the seventh elder announced the end of the gathering, the others gradually dispersed. Although the official gathering had ended, these people would not leave immediately. This so-called gathering itself was not the main point. The main point was that everyone had gathered together with great difficulty. It was a good opportunity to exchange their cultivation experiences and exchange information about the treasures they did not need. Therefore, after the people dispersed, almost all of them ran back to set up their stalls. This was the main point of their annual gathering. Otherwise, who would come all the way back just to listen to the seventh elder's long-winded official speech, or to pick a fight with a newbie who was not pleasing to the eye? That was definitely impossible. As cultivators, these mixed-blood draconids were also very busy. Everyone was not that bored. The ultimate purpose of their annual gathering was to trade for treasures that they did not need. When Jiang Fei saw that everyone had gone back to set up their stalls, he was ready to follow them. After all, he had only obtained one dragon's saliva fruit from Taba. He wanted to see if he could find other good things. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, he was stopped by the seventh elder. The seventh elder pulled Jiang Fei aside. Jiang Fei asked. The seventh elder asked. Jiang Fei did not deny it. The seventh elder sighed. "What's wrong?" Jiang Fei asked. "It's not really troublesome." The seventh elder was also in a difficult position. If it was anyone else, he would definitely scold them. However, Jiang Fei was special. He was too powerful. The Time Star branch would gain more authority within the entire Light of Vengeance. Moreover, he could also provide a certain degree of protection to the other members of the Time Star branch. Other than that, there was another important point. The seventh elder was afraid that his words would be too harsh and anger Jiang Fei. Because Jiang Fei was so powerful, no one in the entire Time Star branch could stop him. Then, there was no need for the dragon race to make a move. He would be able to overturn the underwater world by himself. All right, I will try not to provoke others in the future. However, you had better tell them, Jiang Fei said. All right, all right. The seventh elder nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse to pull Jiang Fei into the light of vengeance. After all, such a wild and powerful young man would not only bring benefits to the Time Star branch. He was also a ticking time bomb. There was a possibility that some stupid guy would explode. After seeing that the seventh elder had turned around to warn the young people, Jiang Fei also turned around and walked towards the market where everyone was setting up their stalls. However, he had only taken a few steps when he realized that there was a tail behind him. Jiang Fei turned around and asked, "The road does not belong to your house?" Pang Xueqing asked with her eyes wide open. Jiang Fei could not be bothered to argue with this girl. If it were not for him, he would not have caused trouble for the two brothers. Although Jiang Fei did not care about such trouble, it was still annoying. Chapter 2240. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei ignored Pang Xueqing, who was behind him. He went to the small square that was filled with stalls. Pang Xueqing did not say anything. She followed behind Jiang Fei like a small tail. She neither helped him nor caused him any trouble. Jiang Fei walked and stopped in the middle of the stalls. These stalls were usually filled with the toys of fierce beasts. Although the dragon race enslaved all the races, the fierce beasts were among the races. Battles between ferocious beasts and mixed-blood draconids also happened from time to time. Therefore, ferocious beasts often died in battle, and their corpses became the spoils of war for others. Jiang Fei suddenly stopped in front of a stall. He did not think that this thing was very good. He was just curious because he had never seen this thing before. The person who set up the stall first lazily lifted his eyelids and looked at Jiang Fei. Initially, he did not intend to pay any attention to this country bumpkin who did not even recognize the dark smoke beast treasure. However, when he looked up, he realized that the person who asked him was Jiang Fei. This guy was so scared that he quivered. After all, Jiang Fei had just trampled Lu Sun like a piece of dog shit in front of everyone. Not only was this guy powerful, but he also did not leave any face for others. Judging from the stance of the seventh elder, he probably could not afford to offend Jiang Fei. Therefore, the person who set up the stall immediately put away his lazy look and put on a smiling face. As the saying goes, ghosts fear evil people. After going through so much, Jiang Fei had finally seen through it. Although it was good to convince others with virtue, it might not be effective everywhere. However, as long as one had enough strength, he would put on a posture that said that no one should provoke him. That was because no matter where he went, people would be polite to him. "You're asking about this?" The person said to Jiang Fei with a smile. "I know about the dark smoke beast." Jiang Fei was stunned. This dark smoke beast was a type of ferocious beast. It looked like a horse. It had horns on its head and scales on its body. It could spit smoke and fire. When it reached adulthood, it had the strength of a false immortal. It could be considered a relatively powerful race. The person who set up the stall laughed. There was a hint of awkwardness on his face. He looked at Jiang Fei and then looked at Pang Xueqing, who was slightly red behind Jiang Fei. Then he rolled his eyes. He then said in a low voice, "It's the egg of the dark smoke beast." Jiang Fei suddenly understood. It turned out that this was the same principle as the sheep's treasure or the cow's treasure. Pang Xueqing spat shyly. Then she turned to the side. At that moment, her little face was completely blushing. Jiang Fei was quite happy to see Pang Xueqing so embarrassed. "How about it? Little brother, buy it and try it," the person recommended with a sly smile. At the same time, he looked at Jiang Fei and then looked at Pang Xueqing. He showed an understanding expression. "What are you looking at?" Pang Xueqing's little face looked like it was stained with blood. Jiang Fei shrugged. First of all, he had nothing to do with Pang Xueqing. He did not want to have anything to do with her. Moreover, did Jiang Fei need this thing to nourish him? Back then, Jiang Fei could fight with Bella for 3 days and 3 nights without any problem. He did not need this thing at all. After walking away from the stall, Jiang Fei realized that Pang Xueqing had gone off somewhere. She was probably afraid that Jiang Fei would bring her to see something strange again. Therefore, Jiang Fei walked away. Without this little tale, Jiang Fei was very happy. He lingered in front of the various stalls and looked at each other. He felt very comfortable. After taking a few steps forward, Jiang Fei noticed that there was a group of people in front of him. He did not know what they were doing. As he wanted to join in the fun, Jiang Fei walked over as well. Hey, why are you like this? You already agreed on the price, but you don't want it. Are you kidding me? I'm just asking. If you want to ask, then ask. Why are you bargaining? After listening to a few sentences, Jiang Fei understood the general situation. It turned out that there were two people who were buying and selling. However, the buyers still refused to accept the price. Then, what could the seller do? Through the crowd, Jiang Fei saw that there was an acquaintance among the two people. The person who bought the item was Songda, who was also a newcomer. Jiang Fei frowned. He knew Songda's true identity. This guy was a spy sent by the Dragon Clan. Logically speaking, he should be careful and try not to attract attention. Why would he have a conflict with someone? Thinking of this, Jiang Fei quietly activated his mind-reading skill again. Very soon, he sensed Songda's thoughts at this moment. It turned out that Songda had a quarrel with someone on purpose. At this time, he had already found out the location of the Light of Vengeance's Time Star Branch. Moreover, the Time Star Branch's people were still around. Then the Dragon Clan would definitely be able to capture the Time Star Branch in one fell swoop. At that time, he would also be the first to take credit. However, the problem was that everyone was gathered here. There was no reason for him to leave now. If he left rashly, he would definitely attract attention. At that time, his identity might be exposed. He would then spread the news. By then, although the Dragon Clan would be able to wipe out this place, more than half of the people here had already left. Then, he wouldn't be able to capture them all at once, and his contribution would be small. That was why Songda came up with this idea. He would take the initiative to quarrel with someone, and then he would use the excuse to leave in anger. That way, no one would suspect him. Once he left the seabed, he would be able to send the news back to the Dragon Clan. When the Dragon Race's heavenly soldiers arrived, none of the mixed-blood Draconids would be able to escape. Jiang Fei thought to himself, how can you be like this? Do you even know how to bargain? That's right. That's right. No one does that like you. The people who were doing business were siding with the people who were doing business. The other people who were setting up their stalls were also chiming in. Songda was secretly happy. All of you are bullying a newbie like me. Fine. I can't afford to offend all of you. Songda said angrily on purpose. Jiang Fei thought to himself. He had only been here for a few days. He could not let Songda destroy the place just like that. Everyone, calm down. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei smiled and stepped forward to smooth things over. Don't you see that they're bullying newbies? Just now, they were picking on you. Now, they're bullying me. Songda's acting was not bad. He even did not forget to drag Jiang Fei down with him. Hee. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. However, his expression did not change. He said to Songda, don't be too wronged. They're all stall owners. Of course, they would side with their own people. Come, let's go take a look over there. Jiang Fei did not wait for Songda to speak. He pulled Songda to the side. When the stall owner saw that Jiang Fei had pulled Songda away, they wanted to scold him a little more. However, they were afraid that they would anger Jiang Fei, who was a ruthless person. Therefore, they did not say anything. Songda was interrupted by Jiang Fei, so he could not continue to escalate the conflict. He also did not have an excuse to leave in anger. Chapter 2241. 2241. Translator 549699033. Although Songda thanked Jiang Fei, he hated Jiang Fei to the core. If Jiang Fei had not come out to cause trouble, Songda would have left the underwater world to inform the dragon race. You're welcome. We're both newbies. Jiang Fei was happy to play along with Songda. Songda smiled, but his teeth were almost broken. All right, don't think too hard. Actually, they're not targeting you. I'll go over there and take a look. Jiang Fei pointed in another direction in the square. Songda did not have the mood to take a stroll. He had to find a quiet place to think of a way. If he waited until the gathering was over, it would be too difficult to capture all these people in one go. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Because he had activated mind reading, He knew exactly what Songda was thinking. Mind reading was like this. If the other party emptied his mind and did not think about anything, Jiang Fei would not be able to see anything. However, the more the other party thought, the more complicated it was. Jiang Fei could see it more clearly. At that moment, because Jiang Fei had ruined Songda's plan, other than cursing Jiang Fei in his heart, he was also thinking about what to do next. Therefore, his brain was very active. Jiang Fei knew everything that he was thinking about. Kid, Fine, didn't you curse at me? Jiang Fei thought to himself. On the other hand, Songda went back to his private room to think of a solution. Jiang Fei continued to stroll around the stall. He strolled around and stopped in front of stall. Jiang Fei pointed at a small herb and asked, "Why do you care where I got it? If you want it, name your price." This person was also very unreasonable. Even if he knew who Jiang Fei was, he did not give him a good look. "Don't be nervous." Jiang Fei squatted down. Although the person was very unreasonable on the surface, it revealed the nervousness in his heart because this small herb was not ordinary. This little grass was called the dragon soul grass. As its name implied, this thing grew in the dragon tomb. Moreover, it could only grow in places where there was an abundance of yin qi and dragon soul power in mass graves. The effect of this little grass was also very powerful. It did not need to be refined into a pill to increase a person's cultivation. If it was combined with supplementary ingredients to refine into a pill, the medicinal effect would be even more astonishing. If an ordinary person ate it, they would also have the strength of the Mahayana stage. This was equivalent to the elixir of immortality. Even if a cultivator ate it, it would also greatly increase their own strength. Moreover, the medicinal properties of this thing were not strong. Therefore, anyone could eat it without worrying that their body would not be able to withstand it. However, the problem was that this thing was too difficult to go to. The dragon tomb was a large-scale dragon tomb. Could an ordinary person go to such a place? Any dragon's tomb was very secretive. In Jiang Fei's time, the dragon's tomb was concentrated in the dragon's final territory. Only dying dragons could enter. Even if Jiang Fei became a sage, he would not be able to enter, otherwise an old man like Yu Ting would not let him off. Therefore, even though Jiang Fei was known as the Dragon Sage, he had never been to the dragon's tomb. Otherwise, with his personality and his knowledge of the blood alchemy pill's refining method, he would have long gone to dig up the dragon's tomb. Although Jiang Fei had never had the chance, he had never given up on this idea. Today, he finally had the chance. Since the kid in front of him was able to get the dragon soul grass, it meant that he had been to the dragon's tomb. Would he let it go? Cool me. Jiang Fei pulled the kid aside. The kid was anxious. He still had a lot of things to pack. Hurry up, pack up and come with me. A big deal of 2,000 ice crystals. Jiang Fei really dared to ask. His old master did not even have a single cent. Yet he dared to ask the kid for 2,000 ice crystals. What? The kid's eyes widened when he heard that. Normally, he would only get 1 or 2 ice crystals for doing quests for the Time Star branch. These 2,000 ice crystals were his income for several years. What do you think? Jiang Fei asked. The man began to pack up without saying a word. Jiang Fei asked while the boy was packing up. My name is Sherwan, the boy replied. At the same time, he packed up his things. Let's go, Jiang Fei said. Then let's go to my secret room, said Sherwan. Jiang Fei nodded and followed Sherwan out of the simple market. Jiang Fei followed behind Sherwan and walked for more than 20 minutes. Finally, they came to an empty place. Sherwan made a hand gesture and cast a spell. The ground suddenly cracked open. The secret chamber was revealed. Sherwan called out to Jiang Fei and entered the secret chamber first. Jiang Fei followed closely behind. When he entered, the door of the secret chamber was closed. From the outside, there was no sign of anything suspicious. Moreover, the secret chamber was also built with ores that absorbed spiritual energy. Therefore, it was almost isolated from the outside world. Even if there were people searching outside, they would not find the people inside. All right, let's talk about your big business, Sherwan said. Take me to the dragon tomb. Jiang Fei said directly. Sherwan asked. Although he had been to the dragon tomb, There was nothing valuable there. The only thing that was useful was the dragon soul grass. However, the problem was that these dragon soul grass could only be used by people with very low strength. They cannot be sold at a price. Even if all the dragon soul grass in the dragon tomb were taken out, they would not be worth 2,000 ice crystals. Of course, when Sherwan calculated the value of the dragon tomb, he did not count the corpses of the dragon clan. The materials from the dragon's corpses were not as valuable as the materials from the later generations. Moreover, when the dragon died, they would usually cast a curse on their own bodies. Ordinary people would not dare to touch the dragon's corpses. They would only dare to look at the green-eyed white dragons that had died accidentally. They would not dare to touch the cursed dragon's corpses. Although others did not dare to touch the dragon corpses, Jiang Fei was different. The dragon race's curse was actually a technique to use mental strength. Jiang Fei was the ancestor of this technique. He did not care. Chapter 2242, 2242. Translator 5496903. Why do you care about me? Of course, Jiang Fei could not say that he was going to steal the dragon's corpse. Otherwise, he would scare the kid away. That works too. However, let's make it clear first. I'll only send you to the dragon's tomb. You can walk the rest of the way yourself, said Sherwan. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not want to bring an annoying tale with him. Of course, things like stealing the dragon's tomb had to be kept as secret as possible. After all, Jiang Fei had yet to find a way to return to his era. If he was discovered by the dragon race, he would be hunted down by the dragon race. His life would not be easy. Sherwan rubbed his hands. It was obvious that he wanted Jiang Fei to give him a deposit first. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He did not have any money on him. How could he give him a deposit? You can't run, but the dragon tomb is extremely dangerous. Although Sherwan did not say it explicitly, he understood it clearly. If Jiang Fei were to die in the dragon tomb, he would not have worked for nothing. Jiang Fei casually took out a small thing that he had made when he was practicing crafting. Sherwan had never seen such a common thing in the future. This is called the heart protection mirror. The first drop of your blood is on it, Jiang Fei said. What? Sherwan asked cautiously. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Sherwan. Then, he took the small metal piece and dripped his blood on it to recognize its owner. As a golden light flashed, the heart protection mirror successfully recognized its owner. Come, use 1/10 of your strength to hit me, Jiang Fei said. Sherwan asked in confusion. Jiang Fei said angrily. Sherwan said and swung his fist. Although this punch only used 1/10 of his strength, it had reached the power of a true immortal. Just as Sherwan's fist aura approached Jiang Fei, the metal disc jumped out and transformed into a shield in front of Jiang Fei. Following a soft sound, Sherwan's fist aura was blocked by the shield. Then, the shield turned into the size of a copper coin and returned to Jiang Fei's body. Interesting, Sherwan asked curiously. He had never seen such a magical thing. Jiang Fei nodded. Sherwan was not stupid. He could tell the strength of this thing from Jiang Fei's words. Nonsense. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. This heart protection mirror was only something that he had casually made during practice. Therefore, it could only defend against the power of a beginner true immortal. However, if this thing could really defend against Sherwan's full power attack, it would be worth more than 2,000 ice crystals. Would Jiang Fei be able to give it to Sherwan as a deposit? Sherwan smacked his lips. Although this thing was useless to him, it was still good for a junior to defend himself. Moreover, no one had seen this thing before. There was a saying that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Therefore, it was not a problem for it to be worth 300 to 400 ice crystals. Take this. Our matter is settled. However, you must keep it a secret. Jiang Fei removed the heart protection mirror and recognized it as its owner. Then, he flicked it to Sherwan and did not forget to threaten him. Don't worry, Sherwan swore. Moreover, he also knew who Jiang Fei was. This guy was ruthless. It would not end well if he offended him. Jiang Fei asked, It's the gathering period now. If we leave now, it would attract attention. Sherwan suggested. Jiang Fei nodded. What he did not lack the most right now was time. Therefore, He did not have any objections. After discussing the departure date with Shi Wan, Jiang Fei left Shi Wan's secret room. Originally, Jiang Fei had planned to go to the market again. However, at that moment, he found a familiar figure. Songda. Jiang Fei was curious, so he followed quietly. As Jiang Fei's strength was far greater than Songda's, Songda did not realize that he was being followed when Jiang Fei could hide his aura. Jiang Fei followed behind Songda and found that he was carefully turning around. Finally, he came to an empty area. Songda took out a small spiritual stone. This spiritual stone gave off a strange spatial fluctuation. Jiang Fei recognized that it was a rough communication stone. Communication stones were not rare in the 5 directions of the world. Any famous blacksmith will be able to refine it. This thing could communicate with another spiritual stone in a planet. However, this kind of artifact that was more common in the future was a very rare and precious treasure in this era that was hundreds of thousands of years ago. Therefore, the communication stones of this era did not have very good communication effects. It was common for the signal to be lost. Damn it, hiding in a secret room without any signal? Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. He had made an appointment with Shi Wan to go to the Dragon Tomb in 7 days. If Songda lured the dragons here now, his plan would be ruined. If Shi Wan was killed by the dragons, where would Jiang Fei go to find the Dragon Tomb? Therefore, at this moment, Jiang Fei's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. His heart was filled with anger. Just as Songda was about to take out his communication stone to contact the dragons, Jiang Fei suddenly made a move. A heavy mental hammer was instantly cast. Songda's mind buzzed for a moment, and then he knew nothing. Then, Jiang Fei directly opened the inheritance space and put Songda inside. Although Songda's strength was not bad and Jiang Fei had used up a lot of energy to put him in the inheritance space, it was still within the acceptable range. After dealing with Songda, Jiang Fei held the inferior communication stone in his hand. As Jiang Fei exerted force with his finger, the communication stone shattered. In the beginning, Jiang Fei did not intend to help the Time Star branch to get rid of this spy. However, the problem was that Songda was interfering with his interests now. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not sit idly by. On Songda's side, Jiang Fei dealt with everything cleanly. There was not a single trace left behind. In the next few days, although Songda went missing, no one cared because he was a newbie. Even if there were people who found out that he had gone missing, they would most likely think that he had left in a fit of anger. None of them would take it to heart. These people had no idea that they had made a trip to the gates of hell. They would have been wiped out by the dragon race long ago. Chapter 2243, 2243. Translator 549690033. After dealing with Songda, Jiang Fei returned to his secret room. Jiang Fei did not plan to interrogate Songda in the inheritance space. He understood what was going on with just a glance. There was no need to interrogate him. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. When Jiang Fei came out of the secret room, most of the members of the Time Star branch had already dispersed. After all, the Light of Vengeance was a secret organization. Everyone could not stay in headquarters all the time. They had to go out to gain experience and earn a living. After that, Jiang Fei went to Shi Wan's secret room. Shi Wan was waiting for him. There were already 2,000 ice crystals hanging in front of him. How could Shi Wan bear to leave? Hee, you're finally here. Shi Wan was very enthusiastic when he saw Jiang Fei. After all, who had a grudge against money? Jiang Fei asked. Shi Wan said. After that, the two left the underwater world through the teleportation portal. Although they could not teleport in directly from the outside, it was still quite easy to get out. Asked Jiang Fei after returning to the land of Sui Xing, said Shi Wan. Big teleportation formation? Jiang Fei was stunned. Of course. How can I possibly in the year of the Pirate Dragon Tomb? Shi Wan rolled his eyes. Jiang Fei asked. Shi Wan smiled. Jiang Fei nodded. When he first came to the 5 directions, he had gone to fluorescence first. He had no idea what the fluorescence from hundreds of thousands of years ago was like. After that, Jiang Fei and Shi Wan went to the big teleportation formation in the ancient space. although this place was also controlled by the dragon race. How could the noble dragon race personally guard the teleportation formation? Therefore, the people on duty here were two mixed-blood draconids who were loyal to the dragon race. Sherwan smiled and went forward to greet them. One of the guards rolled his eyes at Sherwan. Although they were all mixed-blood draconids, not everyone was qualified to be loyal to the dragon race. Therefore, many people who became butt-face would bully their own compatriots even more. Sherwan smiled as he took out 2 ice crystals from his body and handed them over. Then he said, "I think the 2 big brothers haven't had lunch yet. You can use this little money to buy some food." The guard put away the ice crystals, but his words were still unfriendly. The prices are expensive recently." Sure, Wanming knew that the other party was extorting him, so he didn't dare to resist. He could only take out 2 more ice crystals from his body and handed them over. Although the 2 guards were greedy, they also knew Sure Wanming's family background. He didn't have too much, so they knew to take it when it was good. Sherwan carefully took out an ice crystal and placed it on the energy node of the teleportation array. He had to bear it himself. In fact, the Dragon Clan would charge the teleportation array regularly, but the energy crystals were basically all corrupted by these butt-face. If the Dragon Clan used the teleportation array on a daily basis, these butt-face would charge the energy crystals themselves. If someone from another race came and wanted to use the teleportation portal, not only would they have to bribe them, but they would also have to pay for the energy themselves. From the outside, the guards of the teleportation portal had all earned a lot of money. Each and every one of them was extremely rich. The guard lifted his chin and gestured for Sherwan to go up the teleportation portal. Okay. Sherwan nodded and bowed before he went up the teleportation portal. At the same time, he said to Jiang Fei, "Come on." Just as Jiang Fei was about to enter the teleportation portal, another guard opened his mouth. Jiang Fei was stunned. Sherwan had already taken care of everything that he needed to take care of. He had also taken care of everything that he needed to take care of. What was the meaning of this guy stopping him? He took care of his share. The guard looked at Jiang Fei and asked, "Big brother, we're together," Sherwan explained. Scram. The guard glared at Sherwan. Sherwan was so scared that he did not dare to speak. The guard asked. As Jiang Fei had deliberately hidden his aura, the mixed-blood draconid could instinctively sense that Jiang Fei was one of his own kind. Other than that, he could not sense anything else. However, although they could not figure out Jiang Fei's depth, these butt-faces were used to being arrogant. Moreover, they had the support of the dragon race. Therefore, they did not care whether Jiang Fei was very strong or not. How could you be stronger than the dragon race? Jiang Fei was already a little angry. These 2 brats were too much. Usually, they would use their power to intimidate others. He did not know how many people they had extorted. Today, they had actually extorted money from Jiang Fei. "It's easy if you don't have money," the person said. Jiang Fei's face fell. "What's the matter?" The 2 guards immediately showed their claws. Jiang Fei said with a cold face. At this moment, Sherwan saw Jiang Fei's expression and knew that he was going to get into trouble. He remembered how the 2 brothers, Ruda Lugan, were beaten up. Sherwan wanted to smooth things over. "You will pay? Who do you think you are?" The guard pushed the defenseless Sherwan away. "I now suspect that you are a member of the Light of Vengeance." The 2 guards did not see through Jiang Fei's identity. Instead, they used the method that they were best at, framing him. Usually, the 2 boys would use this name to extort others. There were also many female half-blood draconids who had ruined their plans. Unfortunately, they had met Jiang Fei today. Oh, Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Although he knew that the 2 were talking nonsense, he admitted it openly. "What? You?" The 2 guards were dumbfounded. The reason why they dared to make such a fuss was because they felt that Jiang Fei was just an ordinary draconid. Therefore, the 2 of them relied on the support of the dragon race. Even though Jiang Fei's strength might be much stronger than the 2 of them, they were not afraid at all. However, if Jiang Fei really was the Light of Vengeance's person, then he had already resisted the dragon race. If he was captured by the dragon race, it would be a capital offense. Then, would he still care about killing the 2 of them? Jiang Fei's lips curled into a wicked smile. Then, He was ready to attack. Chapter 2244. Translator 549699033. The two guards shouted when they saw Jiang Fei approaching them. Jiang Fei sneered. At this point, what else could he do? Of course, he was going to kill them. Before the two guys could react, Jiang Fei was already in front of them. At the same time, he reached out with both hands and grabbed the necks of the two guys. The two of them used their hands to lock Jiang Fei's wrists at almost the same time. They wanted to break free. However, with their limited strength, how could they break free? Gabba! Jiang Fei ignored the struggle of the two of them. With a flip of his wrist, the necks of the two of them were broken. Of course, as the descendants of the dragon race, although the necks of the two of them were broken, they would not die just like that. However, the next moment, Jiang Fei's spiritual attack arrived. Following the two spiritual stabs, the two guys felt their heads go dizzy. Then, they lost all feeling. Jiang Fei's hands were burning with flames. This kind of spiritual fire was omnipresent. In a moment, the two guys were completely burned. Shi Wan, who was standing at the side, was scared silly. He never thought that Jiang Fei would be so brutal. He actually killed people without even saying a word. Moreover, he even managed to destroy the corpses in just a moment. It was a pity that the two unlucky mixed-blood draconids had not even managed to escape their primordial spirits before they were completely burned by the fire. Jiang Fei smiled at Shi Wan, revealing his little white teeth. I don't mind. Although Shi Wan said that, his face was pale. I would not mind. Who would want to work with a guy who could kill people just by staring at them? Especially when they had to do shady business. What if this guy had the intention to kill them to silence them? Actually, Jiang Fei had just killed the two guards. On one hand, he was really annoyed by them. On the other hand, he also wanted to intimidate Shi Wan. After all, what he wanted to do was lacking in virtue. If the dragon race found out that Jiang Fei had thrown away their ancestral graves and even dug up their bodies, it would be strange if they did not fight him to the death. That was why Jiang Fei killed the chicken to warn the monkey. He wanted to suppress this fellow in advance so that he would not spread rumors in the future. But, Shi Wan asked nervously, after killing the two guards, who would help them adjust the teleportation circle. Adjusting the teleportation circle was not something that everyone could do. Jiang Fei did not care. In the future, as long as a cultivator had received basic education, they would usually adjust the teleportation circle. This was not a big deal to him. Then, Jiang Fei bent down and searched the items on the two guards. However, in this era, crafting and alchemy were not developed. Therefore, the two guards did not have any good things on them. However, the two heavy money bags on their bodies were not bad. Jiang Fei opened the money bags and looked inside. There were more than 100 ice crystals in each bag. It seemed that the two guards had indeed made a lot of money. However, now, the money was all surnamed Jiang. When Shi Wan saw that Jiang Fei had put away the money bags, he did not dare to ask for an equal share. At this time, Jiang Fei was no different from a real dragon. They were all powerful and cruel people. Right now, he wanted to send Jiang Fei to the place as soon as possible and then run away. He wanted to avoid Jiang Fei as much as possible in the future. He did not want to follow him anymore. As for the remaining 2,000 ice crystals, Shi Wan did not plan to take them. Although money was a good thing, life was more important. After Jiang Fei was done adjusting, he called Shi Wan over and walked into the teleportation circle. Oh! Shi Wan nodded and followed behind Jiang Fei. A white light flashed, and the two arrived at planet Mars. Similarly, the two half-blood draconids were guarding the teleportation circle. Jiang Fei glared at the two and walked out. Shi Wan did not dare to say anything and follow behind them. F***CK. One of the guards was about to curse when he was stopped by his companion. Don't cause trouble. None of these people are easy to deal with. Let's just take advantage of the ordinary people. The other guard advised, although they were all mixed-blood draconids. Judging from Jiang Fei's posture, he was probably a trusted aide of one of the dragon race. TSK. The first guard cursed in a low voice. However, he had never thought that he was also relying on the power of the dragon race to do whatever he wanted here. Of course, Jiang Fei would not bother with such a person. He brought Shi out of the teleportation portal and asked, "Where do we go next?" Shi leaped and flew in the direction of the dragon tomb. Although Jiang Fei could ride a sword, riding a sword was too conspicuous in this era. Therefore, he did not summon the Chungying sword. Instead, he flew behind Shi. As Jiang Fei and Shi were not weak, they flew very fast. After about half a day, they arrived at the equator of the planet. At this time, Shi landed on a high mountain. Jiang Fei asked. Shi paused for a moment, then he pointed at a rainforest in the distance and said, "Do you see that rainforest? It's in the center of the rainforest. There's a small lake there. There's an island in the middle of the lake. The entrance is under a huge rock on the left side of the island. Okay, then, wait for me here." Jiang Fei knew that Shi did not dare to follow him. Therefore, he did not force him. After all, he did not want others to see what he was going to do next. Shi nodded. However, he did not think so in his heart. He was prepared to leave once Jiang Fei left. As for the rest of the reward, he did not plan to take it. With mind reading, Jiang Fei could see Shi thoughts clearly. However, he did not expose him. It was not a bad thing for Shi to be a coward. That way, he would not spread the word. As for Shi going to the Dragon Clan to inform them, as long as he was not mentally ill, he would not do so. First of all, Shi was a member of the Light of Vengeance. He also had a grudge against the Dragon Clan. Secondly, Jiang Fei was the one who directed him to rob the tomb. If the Dragon Clan knew about this, he would not be able to live. Therefore, Shi could only go around the Dragon Clan. He would definitely not go to inform them. On the other hand, Jiang Fei left Shi alone and flew towards the Dragon Tomb. Without Shi burden, Jiang Fei was even faster. After a few minutes, he arrived above the small lake. Chapter 2245, 2245. Translator, 5496903, looking down from the sky. The small lake looked ordinary. Jiang Fei could not even feel any energy fluctuations from below. He then spread out his spiritual power. Jiang Fei immediately noticed that the small lake was unusual. The other parts of the small lake were normal. Jiang Fei's spiritual power could detect everything clearly. However, once he reached the small island in the middle of the lake, Jiang Fei's spiritual power sank into the sea. There was no feedback at all. Although Jiang Fei did not sense anything unusual on the island, this was the biggest anomaly. Jiang Fei landed on the island. Then, he followed Shi instructions and found the huge rock. Jiang Fei knocked on the huge rock and found that it was indeed hollow. With a slight push, the huge rock was pushed away by Jiang Fei. As expected, there was a tunnel underneath. The dark tunnel led straight to the underground. A sinister aura floated up along the tunnel. Jiang Fei thought to himself, this sinister aura was unique to the tomb. After that, Jiang Fei walked into the tunnel. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the huge rock was covered back up as if no one had come before. Jiang Fei lit up the lighting equipment in his hand and walked into the tunnel. Although at his level, mental strength was better than vision, Jiang Fei still did not like this kind of dark place. As he walked forward, Jiang Fei found that the tunnel was very simple and crude. Not only was there no decoration, even the traces of digging were clearly visible. Don't the dragons value their own graves very much? Jiang Fei was a little puzzled. As Jiang Fei continued to move forward, the tunnel continued to widen and increase in height. After Jiang Fei walked for 200 to 300 meters, the tunnel was already more than 10 meters wide and 7 to 8 meters tall. It seems that the dragons who have come here to die are almost at the end of their lives. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. After walking for a few hundred meters, Jiang Fei arrived at a large hall. It was very spacious. Even if there were more than 10 green-eyed white dragons in their original forms, it would not be crowded. Very soon, Jiang Fei found a small green grass on the ground. Jiang Fei waved his hand, and the small grass was put into his bag. Then, Jiang Fei came to the side of the small grass. Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to look down. As expected, it did not take long for Jiang Fei to find a dragon's corpse. Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to wrap the dragon's corpse. As Jiang Fei shouted, the ground broke open and the dragon's corpse was carried out by Jiang Fei. The green-eyed white dragon's body was more than 100 meters long. Although it was not known how long it had been dead, its corpse was still not decayed. It was in good condition. This is good stuff. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he opened the inheritance space and kept the dragon's corpse inside. Although the ring space could also hold the dragon's corpse, it was not a secret. If the dragon's aura was leaked out, it would be a big threat to Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to put the dragon's corpse into the inheritance space. After putting away the first dragon's corpse, Jiang Fei activated his spiritual power. He began to search for the other dragon's corpses. After all, not every dragon's corpse had dragon soul grass on them. If he did not look carefully, he might have missed it. After half a day, Jiang Fei found 5 dragons' corpses in the dragon's tomb. These green-eyed white dragons had died of natural causes. When they were alive, they had at least 40 million combat power. If he could refine them into blood alchemy pills, it would be of great help to the girls around Jiang Fei. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei could not help but smile. This was in his era. There would not be a dragon tomb for him to steal. After collecting the 5 dragon corpses, Jiang Fei left the underground tomb in satisfaction. However, when he first arrived on the island, Jiang Fei felt that something was not right. Previously, Jiang Fei had heard that when the dragons died of natural causes, they would cast a curse on themselves. Anyone who dared to desecrate their corpses would be cursed. However, he did not feel anything. As soon as he came out, he felt his vision blur. At the same time, strange patterns appeared on his body. Jiang Fei's spiritual power covered his entire body. Most curses were used as a form of spiritual power. However, this time, the dragon corpse's curse was clearly not like this. It could not stop the power from approaching his heart meridian and sea of consciousness. Jiang Fei instantly entered his own inheritance space. Time was frozen here. The strange curse power could no longer spread out. Although Jiang Fei was wrong at first, and his spiritual power could not defend against the curse, he was not only worried because he had a way to solve the problem at the root. Then, Jiang Fei began to adjust his state of mind to calm his heart. When Jiang Fei's heart was completely calm, his body and the spiritual power in his body appeared in his perception as energy strings. Of course, the strange curse power was no exception. Jiang Fei carefully teased the energy strings that produced the curse power, causing the nature of the energy strings to change. Although Jiang Fei did not remember the frequency of the energy strings, included the type of energy that produced his own energy. As Jiang Fei teased the energy strings that produced the curse power gradually changed into the energy strings that produced spiritual energy for Jiang Fei. Although it would take a lot of time to convert all the curse power, it was not a problem for Jiang Fei. When he came out, it was still the moment before he entered. With a flash of light, Jiang Fei came out of the inheritance space. At this time, not only did he get rid of the curse, but the spiritual power in his body was even more abundant. Good. Jiang Fei smiled in satisfaction. Then he jumped up. It was not good to stay here for long. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible. After leaving the small island, Jiang Fei found that Shi Wan had indeed left early. He did not plan to look for Shi Wan anymore. In fact, he did not even plan to return to Old Star anymore. After all, Jiang Fei did not have anything serious to do right now. He still had no idea about returning to his era. He could only make do with whatever came his way. Jiang Fei lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Although the planet Mars was the first planet he had arrived on, he really did not know where to go in this era. Chapter 2246, 2246. Translator, 54969033. Forget it. I don't know where to go anyway. Finally, Jiang Fei made a decision. Since he wanted to refine pills, he had to find a suitable place. As Jiang Fei had no time to care about alchemy, the first thing he needed to do was to find a safe place. Although Jiang Fei's inheritance space was the safest place, time was still there. He could not refine pills there. Therefore, he definitely could not do it here. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to find a relatively safe place on the planet of chaos. Therefore, Jiang Fei flew for half a day. After he was completely far away from the small lake where the dragon tomb was, he once again released his spiritual power. Good Lord! As Jiang Fei's spiritual power spread, he sensed all the ferocious beasts deep in the mountains below. In the present, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the ferocious beasts were really spread across all the planets in the 5 directions. Moreover, they were spread across every corner of every planet. In this era, humans were still very weak. They could only live in a corner, although the Dragon Clan claimed to rule all clans. But they are few in number, so do not occupy much space. But the Fierce Beast Clan, they spread throughout the 5 sides of the world. Although the beasts called this era the Dark Ages, but for them is also the most prosperous time. Although the Dragon Clan retired later, the rise of the human clan made the living space of the Fierce Beast Clan smaller. They could only live in the Wanshou Mountain and a few forests that belonged to them. In most of the territories of the 5 directions, heaven and earth, it's been taken over by humans. Oh, ow! The beasts in the mountains had also discovered Jiang Fei's existence. They all roared angrily at Jiang Fei to express their dissatisfaction. After all, it was very impolite to use mental strength to forcefully investigate. However, the ferocious beasts had also sensed Jiang Fei's power. Therefore, no one rushed out to challenge Jiang Fei. They only howled a few times in their own territory to express their dissatisfaction. However, if Jiang Fei entered their territory, the attitude of the ferocious beasts would be different. Although ferocious beasts had very high intelligence, and some high-level ferocious beast intelligence was not inferior to that of humans, ferocious beasts were still ferocious beasts. They had a very strong sense of territory. If humans could not defeat others, it was normal for them to abandon their own nest and escape. However, ferocious beasts were different. They would rather die in battle than give up their own territory. Jiang Fei frowned. He wanted to find a quiet place to refine pills. However, the forest was filled with ferocious beasts. Forget it, I don't care. In the end, Jiang Fei chose a small valley. Just as Jiang Fei was about to land, a white tiger rushed out. The white tiger roared at Jiang Fei, wanting to chase him out of its territory. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The white tiger's strength was not comparable. Its combat power was around 35 million. It was almost on par with Xie Tianxin. If it could not transform, it would be a miracle. After a golden light, the white tiger transformed into human form. What Jiang Fei did not expect was that the white tiger was a female. Therefore, after it transformed, it was a wild girl. This territory is mine. The white tiger said, I'm not going to take your territory. Jiang Fei smiled and said, No. The white tiger immediately refused. It was very difficult for humans to understand the concept of a ferocious beast territory. I can't stay for long. Jiang Fei really did not want to bully the weak, especially women. The white tiger rejected Jiang Fei again. This time, she actually took the initiative to pounce on him. In midair, the white tiger reverted to its original form again. A pair of tiger claws went straight for Jiang Fei's face. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Then, with a flash, he dodged the front of the white tiger. Then, he turned around and rode on her back. The white tiger let out an angry roar. The entire valley trembled for a moment. After that, the white tiger kept jumping and rolling in the valley. It wanted to kill Jiang Fei. However, what kind of strength did Jiang Fei have? No matter how hard the white tiger struggled, he was still sitting on its back. After struggling for half a day, the white tiger was finally tired. At this time, the valley had been destroyed beyond recognition. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. After a flash of golden light, the white tiger once again took human form. Jiang Fei had not felt anything when he was riding on a white tiger just now. Now that he was riding on a girl's back, it was a little inappropriate. Therefore, he quickly dodged to the side. The white tiger asked. Jiang Fei shook his head. At this point, the white tiger suddenly became embarrassed and angry. Her little face turned red. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, "You should just kill me. I won't agree to it." Jiang Fei was confused. The girl had a determined look on her face. She suddenly raised her hand and was about to slap the top of her head. Clearly, she was going to commit suicide. What the hell? Jiang Fei had no idea what was going on. The white tiger chick was about to commit suicide. He grabbed the white tiger chick's wrist and restrained her. What exactly is going on? Jiang Fei asked angrily. He did not want to be blamed for forcing the girl to die for no reason. "Do you think I don't know what kind of people you dragons are?" The white tiger chick said with a face full of shame and anger. Jiang Fei immediately understood what was going on. This chick clearly thought of him as a dragon who came out to have fun. Dragons were extremely lustful. It was not rare for male dragons to come out to have fun. They would most likely flirt with female fierce beasts first. It was better if they agreed. If they did not agree, they would force their way in. Anyway, they had done this many times. Jiang Fei's dragon bloodline was almost 100% complete. As the mixed blood draconids had dragon bloodline, they could tell the difference. However, how could a normal monster be able to tell the difference? Therefore, this white tiger chick had treated Jiang Fei as a green-eyed white dragon. Jiang Fei had insisted on staying with her just now. It was obvious that he had taken a liking to her. "All right, don't get too excited. I'm not interested in you." After Jiang Fei understood the truth of the matter, he let go of the white tiger chick. The white tiger chick clearly did not believe it. After all, the reputation of the dragon race among the various races was very bad. It was no different from the underworld that wreaked havoc in the later generations. Chapter 2247. 2247. Translator 549690333 Nonsense. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Although the white tiger chick was furious at Jiang Fei, she was relieved. At the very least, the guy in front of her did not look like a lecherous dragon. "All right, go wherever you like. I'll borrow that cave for a while," Jiang Fei said and ignored the white tiger chick. He went straight to a cave in the valley. Hey, perhaps the white tiger chick saw that Jiang Fei, a dragon, was not as scary as the legend said, so she became braver. She actually stood in front of the cave to prevent Jiang Fei from entering. "Am I being too nice?" Jiang Fei laughed self-deprecatingly. The white tiger chick saw Jiang Fei's inexplicable smile and suddenly became timid. Therefore, she subconsciously took 2 steps to the side and made way for the cave entrance. "It would have been better if you had done this earlier." Jiang Fei waved his hand and gestured for the white tiger chick to stay out of the way. However, Jiang Fei had seen too many beauties now, so he had long been immune to them. When the white tiger chick saw that Jiang Fei was really not interested in her, she felt lucky and a little disappointed at the same time. She had heard the elders talk about the evil and lascivious dragon race more than once. However, the dragon race in front of her was really not interested in her at all. How ugly was she? Even the male dragon race, which was famous for its unscrupulous nature, was not interested in her. There must be something wrong with this dragon. If he is not gay, then he must be sick. That's right. The white tiger chick thought to herself maliciously. Fortunately, Jiang Fei did not use mind reading on the white tiger chick. Otherwise, he would really be angered to death. Girls were always like this. When men chased after them all day long, not only did they treat you badly, but they also treated you badly all day long. They looked down on them. They even thought that men were as annoying as flies. However, when men ignored them, they began to doubt their own charm. They complained that men did not understand romance. They even speculated about men's orientations or physical problems. In ancient times, one of Jiang Fei's fellow Earthlings had summed up this point very well. Only women and villains were difficult to raise. If they were close, they would not be inferior. If they were far, they would be resentful. However, Jiang Fei was not in the mood to care about what the white tiger chick was thinking. He was already prepared to start the alchemy process. Jiang Fei placed the materials beside him. In the future, each of these materials would be priceless. Even the present, hundreds of thousands of years ago, many of these materials were very rare. Jiang Fei first took out the dragon's saliva fruit. It could give several ferocious beast dragon bloodlines at the same time. A ball of flame of will burned in Jiang Fei's hand. Then, Jiang Fei threw the dragon's saliva fruit in. Under the cover of the flame of will, the dragon's saliva fruit slowly melted and turned into a crystal-clear liquid. Then, the flame of will began to purify it. A large amount of impurities were burned by the flame, leaving only the essence of the fruit. Then, Jiang Fei began to throw supplementary materials into the flame of will. All kinds of rare plants, and even the inner cores of fierce beasts were quickly refined in the flame of will. Then, they merged into the liquid of the dragon's saliva fruit. At that moment, a small head quietly peeked out from the side of the entrance of the cave. Jiang Fei's spiritual power had long noticed that the white tiger chick was spying on him. However, he did not care. After all, the strength of the little white tiger was not enough to pose a threat to him. As the various supplementary ingredients were added, the liquid gradually grew larger. At its largest, it was the size of a basketball. After that, the liquid rapidly contracted under the tempering of the flame of will. In the end, it only stopped when it was the size of an orange. It's about time. Jiang Fei was 100% confident about the success of the pills. After all, after he had mastered the flame of will, he had not made many mistakes. However, the final number of pills that were produced was not something that Jiang Fei could control. Whether one pill was produced or one furnace was up to fate. The flame in Jiang Fei's palm suddenly soared. The high temperature shocked the little white tiger who was peeping at the entrance of the cave. The little white tiger cried out in surprise. Then, she quickly covered her mouth in fear of alerting Jiang Fei. However, she did not know that Jiang Fei knew that she was peeping from the beginning. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt that the pill was about to take shape. With a flip of his wrist, he threw the ball of liquid and the flame of will outside. After the flame of will left Jiang Fei's palm, it exploded with the last light. Its heat hit and exploded, causing the liquid to quickly solidify and crack. It shattered into more than 10 pills. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already taken out a small porcelain bottle. Then, he pointed with his finger. At that moment, the pills that had taken shape just happened to fall. Jiang Fei lured them all into the porcelain bottle. A soft sound came from the entrance of the cave. It was the little white tiger. When she saw that Jiang Fei had finished practicing, she was afraid that she would be discovered and wanted to leave. However, she kicked over a few pieces of gravel. "Little girl, come in," Jiang Fei shouted outside. The little white tiger admitted to herself. Jiang Fei shouted, "You?" The little white tiger came to the entrance of the cave in fear. She was afraid that Jiang Fei had finished his business. Now, she remembered her. At that moment, the little white tiger was very afraid. She was worried that Jiang Fei was not interested in her because he had business to do. However, now that he had finished his business, wouldn't she be in trouble? However, the problem was that she could not afford to offend the dragon race. If she angered them, they might wipe out her entire race. Therefore, after hearing about Jiang Fei, although the little white tiger was afraid, she did not dare to not go over. Jiang Fei said unhappily. The little white tiger was hiding at the entrance of the cave, wanting to enter but not daring to. Jiang Fei was both angry and amused. In desperation, the little white tiger chick carefully came in front of Jiang Fei. "Here." Jiang Fei threw a pill to the little white tiger chick. It was the dragon saliva pill that he had just refined. As he had just successfully refined the pill, he had produced more than 10 pills. This was more than enough for Jiang Fei. Although he had some fierce beast chicks by his side, he did not have that many. Therefore, it was not a big deal to give the white tiger chick a pill as a venue fee. Moreover, Jiang Fei also wanted to see the effects of the pill. After all, the amount of dragon bloodline had nothing to do with alchemy skills. It only had to do with the owner of the dragon's saliva fruit. If it was a small dragon, its bloodline would naturally not be deep. Chapter 2248, 2248. Translator, 549699033. What? The white tiger chick looked at the pill in her hand in horror. She had once heard from her elders that the dragon race was very perverse in that aspect. To make a female ferocious beast become extremely flirtatious and then slowly enjoy it. Could it be that the dragon race before her was giving her that kind of evil medicine? Jiang Fei laughed, seeing that Jiang Fei did not want to say it out loud and had an inexplicable smile on his face. The little white tiger was almost certain that the thing in her hand was that kind of evil medicine. At first, she wanted to throw the evil medicine away, but she was afraid that she would anger Jiang Fei. Therefore, her little face was red with anxiety and tears were about to fall. "What are you doing?" Jiang Fei did not know that the little white tiger had thought so much. He was too lazy to use mind reading to read the little white tiger's mind, so he directly urged her. "Sigh." The little white tiger finally made up her mind. She looked up at Jiang Fei. The dragon in front of her was not bad. Although it was not quite the same as her dream partner, it was still okay. The white tiger chick whispered to Jiang Fei. Then, she raised her head and ate the ammunition. "Huh? Abandon you? What do you mean?" Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He was giving her benefits for free. Why was she still clinging to him? At that moment, the white tiger chick felt warm all over her body after she swallowed the ammunition. Immediately after, her body began to heat up. This was very similar to the behavior of the fierce beast girls who had taken the evil medicine described by the elders. The white tiger chick sighed in her heart. She blamed the heavens for treating her this way. Then, she raised her head and looked at Jiang Fei. She said to him, "Do you want to take the human form or the original form?" "What the hell?" Jiang Fei said impatiently. The white tiger chick nodded. Then, she began to take off her clothes. F***CK. What are you doing? Jiang Fei was speechless. At that moment, he finally could not take it anymore. He activated mind reading on the chick. He wanted to see what was going through her mind. Once he activated mind reading, Jiang Fei immediately understood. This chick clearly still thought of him as a dragon who had come out to snatch a good girl. This made Jiang Fei angry and helpless. He could be considered the leader of the dragon race. However, he did not expect that the image of the dragon race had been tarnished to this extent in the minds of the various races. All right. Put on your clothes. I did not mean that." Jiang Fei stopped the little white tiger who was taking off her clothes. The little white tiger was very shocked. The "how is this possible" that she said had two meanings. First, how could there be such a good person in the dragon race? Second, how could there be such a divine medicine in the world? "You should practice first," Jiang Fei said. The little white tiger was still a little skeptical. "Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Jiang Fei said angrily. The little white tiger was so frightened that it trembled. Then, it lay on the ground and transformed into its original form. Ferocious beasts rarely used human form when they practiced. When Jiang Fei saw that the little white tiger had entered its training state, he ignored her. He took out a few more materials and prepared to refine another pill. Jiang Fei could also see that it was unlikely for him to return to his era in a short period of time. However, if he wanted to survive in this era, it was impossible for him to not have a large amount of money on him. Jiang Fei could not just snatch everything that he saw, right? After all, there were many capable people in this era. It did not matter if he snatched once or twice. If he snatched too many, it would be troublesome if he became enemies with the strong. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to refine some simple pills, especially healing pills, and then exchange them for some money to spend. In any case, the alchemy technology in this era was very backward. High-grade healing pills were definitely worth thousands of gold coins. Jiang Fei, who had mastered the monopoly technology, was not worried that he would not be able to survive in this era. Just as Jiang Fei was casually refining healing pills, the little white tiger's body was also undergoing changes. First, the originally smooth white fur on her body was now curled up and growing. From a distance, it looked like a dragon's scale. Secondly, a row of long mane that looked like a dragon had grown out of her back. Other than the two most obvious changes in appearance, the little white tiger's strength had also increased from 35 million combat power to more than 47 million combat power. Good God! Jiang Fei gasped. He could clearly sense the concentration of the little white tiger's bloodline. The purity of this little girl's dragon's blood was at least 70%. She could be considered as one of the best among the mixed-blood draconids. At this moment, the little white tiger opened its eyes. She let out a roar that carried a hint of a dragon's roar. The moment she let out that roar, all the ferocious beasts in the forest trembled in fear. Jiang Fei was very satisfied with this effect. When he returned to his own time, the remaining dragon saliva pills would be enough to increase the strength of the ferocious beasts around him by a large margin. The little white tiger transformed back into human form. Other than the vertical mark on its forehead, the rest did not change much. The little white tiger stammered. She had misunderstood Jiang Fei previously. She did not expect him to give her such a huge benefit. Therefore, she was a little embarrassed. Jiang Fei laughed. He just wanted to find someone to test the medicine. I really don't know how to thank you. The little white tiger said embarrassedly. Forget it. I took your cave. Jiang Fei smiled. The little white tiger suddenly mustered up his courage and said. Jiang Fei was stunned. The little white tiger was a smart person. She knew how she got her strength to soar so quickly. If she followed him, her future would not end there. Jiang Fei frowned. Having a helper by his side was not bad, but sometimes it was a burden. The little white tiger immediately knelt beside Jiang Fei. In this era, fierce beasts did not have an easy time. Not only were they bullied by the dragon race, but they were also bullied by other fierce beast races. Therefore, they were able to rely on a powerhouse. To the ferocious beasts of this era, it was not a shameful thing. Then, Jiang Fei nodded. Sometimes, he didn't need a helper to help him. Chapter 2249, 2249. Translator, 549690033. The white tiger chick was so happy that she almost jumped up. If she could follow a dragon like Jiang Fei, who would dare to bully her in the future? Moreover, Jiang Fei seemed to be quite friendly. He was not as arrogant and domineering as the legendary dragon race. Therefore, the white tiger chick felt that she had found a good master. If she followed him, not only would she win a good future, perhaps she could even bring glory to the family. Jiang Fei only remembered now that he did not even know her name. The little white tiger was a little embarrassed when she said her name. Other than her parents and elders, she had not told anyone else about her name. Jiang Fei smiled and said. Bai Wei's little face turned slightly red. Then, she asked curiously, Master, what were you doing just now? How did you come up with such a magical pill? My pill is called alchemy. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. This girl actually said that his pill was a pill. This was an insult to alchemy. Bai Wei nodded her head as if she understood something. All right, don't call me master from now on. It's weird. My name is Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was really not used to people calling him master. Before this, only Maleki and Mo Lisang had called him that. Maleki was called Rivendell that way previously. Now that he had followed Jiang Fei, he did not change his name. On the other hand, Mo Lisang was called master because of the contract. If she called him anything else, she would be punished by the contract. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not say much. However, as a good young man who had grown up in a civilized society, Jiang Fei was still not used to others calling him master. Therefore, he took the opportunity to correct her before the little white tiger called him. All right, brother. Bai Wei did not dare to call Jiang Fei by his name directly. However, she was a little shy to call him brother. Therefore, her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he ignored Bai Wei. He took out some materials again and continued to refine pills. Jiang Fei did not dare to use the dragon's corpse to refine the alchemy pill. After all, the level of the alchemy pill was too high. It would definitely attract the heavenly tribulation. When that time came, it would not be a joke to alert the dragon race. He had to find a safe place to refine the alchemy pill. Only then would he dare to make the pill. However, it was not a problem to use the dragon soul grass to make the pill. The level of the pill was not high. To the experts of this era, it was nothing. However, to Jiang Fei, this thing was still very useful. After all, the lifespan of Jiang Fei at this moment could not be measured by an ordinary person's perception. However, his parents were ordinary people. Jiang Fei did not want to go into seclusion and come out with his parents gone. Therefore, when he saw the dragon soul grass, he wanted to refine this dragon soul pill. The medicinal properties of this pill were mild. Ordinary people could also eat it. Moreover, after eating it, they would have the energy level of the Mahayana stage. Although this did not mean that they would be able to fight, however, Jiang Fei only wanted to extend the lifespan of his parents. Therefore, this medicine was enough. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei began to refine the pill. The flame of will burned in his palm. All kinds of materials were thrown into the fire. Under the catalysis of the flame of will, all kinds of ingredients were quickly melted and purified. Then, Jiang Fei threw the dragon soul grass into it. Once the dragon soul grass entered the fire, the flame of will in Jiang Fei's palm seemed to come to life. It instantly turned into a ball of dragon shape and circled in Jiang Fei's palm. After a long while, the dragon soul grass was completely refined. Then, it merged with the other ingredients until the final pill was formed. Bai Wei watched quietly from the side. She was watching very seriously. At the same time, spiritual energy circulated on her palm as if she was imitating Jiang Fei's every move. After the elixir was formed, Jiang Fei took out a small porcelain bottle and stored all the elixirs in it. Brother, Bai Wei asked timidly. Although Jiang Fei told her to call him brother, she really did not dare to treat herself as Jiang Fei's younger sister. Ever since she was young, she had been taught by her elders that dragons were cruel and temperamental. Therefore, although Jiang Fei looked very kind and treated her well, deep down, Bai Wei was still very afraid of Jiang Fei. It's a kind of pill that increases strength. However, it's only effective for people who are very weak. You won't be able to use it anymore, Jiang Fei explained with a smile. Bai Wei nodded and continued to watch Jiang Fei concocting the pill. As this place was not particularly safe, Jiang Fei did not dare to refine high-level pills. He mainly focused on refining healing pills. After all, this was what he used to exchange for money. If a single cent could defeat a hero, it would be tragic. Jiang Fei noticed that Bai Wei was looking at him so seriously. Therefore, he asked her when he was free. Bive nodded vigorously. Previously, when Jiang Fei completed the alchemy, he would tell her about the use of this pill. This time, she was dumbfounded. The wild grass at the entrance of the house could actually turn into such a magical pill. This was simply a God-given ability. If she could learn this, wouldn't even the dragon race have to show some respect? That's good too. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He was lacking a little assistant to help him pick medicinal herbs. Since Bai Wei was willing to learn, it was naturally a good thing. In the next 3 days, Jiang Fei had refined more than 10 bottles of medicinal pills for healing and replenishing spiritual energy. There were more than 1,000 pills in total. Originally, Jiang Fei did not have that many ingredients. Fortunately, there were quite a number of medicinal herbs in this small valley. Jiang Fei only needed to collect a few of them and teach Bai Wei to identify them. She would then help Jiang Fei collect them all. In this era, the alchemy skills of humans were still in their infancy. Therefore, there were precious herbs all over the mountains and plains. Because no one knew who they were, no one collected them. Every single one of them would cause the cultivators to fight over them. However, now, Jiang Fei would benefit from all of them. Jiang Fei clapped his hands. After 3 days of refining pills, he was getting a little tired of it. After 3 days of getting along with Jiang Fei, Bai Wei had become much more familiar with him. She was gradually letting go. I plan to take a look around, Jiang Fei asked. Bai Wei nodded. Since she had chosen to follow Jiang Fei, she naturally had to follow him. Moreover, Jiang Fei's alchemy skills had really attracted her. Even if Jiang Fei chased her away, she did not want to leave. Chapter 2250-2250. Translator 5496903. After that, Jiang Fei brought Bai Wei away from the small valley. The small valley was no longer important. Up until now, Bai Wei still thought that Jiang Fei was a pure-blooded dragon. Jiang Fei did not deny it. In a sense, he was indeed a dragon. Moreover, he was the dragon race's sage lord. 99% of Jiang Fei's bloodline was also from the dragon race. However, he deliberately kept 1% of his human bloodline for himself. The purpose was to show that he was a human. As a human, Jiang Fei never felt that humans were inferior to the dragon race. He changed his blood so that he could have a near-pure dragon bloodline. The purpose was just to be able to use the dragon race's bloodline martial skills. If it was not for this, Jiang Fei would not have changed his blood into a dragon bloodline. After coming out of the small valley, Jiang Fei asked Bai Wei. After all, she was the native here. Bai Wei shook her head in confusion. Although she was born and raised on the planet, the problem was that she had never left the small valley since she was young. Therefore, she had no idea what it was like outside. So forget it. Jiang Fei shrugged. Anyway, he did not have any clear purpose. He would just bring Bai Wei around and look around. Anyway, most people in this era did not really know what was good for them. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei brought Bai Wei and randomly picked a direction. Then, they flew over calmly. As there was nothing important to do, Jiang Fei went on a sightseeing trip. When he came across suitable medicinal herbs, he stopped to refine 1 or 2 simple pills. At the same time, he taught Bai Wei some simple alchemy knowledge. Bai Wei's talent was not bad. Not only was she of the fire attribute, but she also had a good understanding of alchemy. It could be said that she could learn whatever Jiang Fei taught her. She could even draw inferences from one example. If Jiang Fei did not have the fire of will, he even suspected that his talent was not as good as Bai Wei's. A few days later, Jiang Fei and Bai Wei arrived in the sky above a dense forest. As soon as they arrived, he felt a powerful pressure. Moreover, this pressure was clearly released on purpose. Jiang Fei pulled Bai Wei, and the two landed. Jiang Fei asked in a loud voice, "Kid, you passed over my head." A deep voice said. Jiang Fei smiled. "Why do you have to say that?" A strong man came out from the forest. This man only had a piece of animal skin around his waist. After that, he was naked. He did not wear any shoes or socks. He stepped on the ground. Bai Wei said in a low voice. Jiang Fei looked at the strong man. Although he did not know what kind of beast he was, Jiang Fei could clearly see that his combat strength was 41 million. Actually, the little white tiger's strength was also above that of the strong man. However, Bai Wei's strength was increased by taking pills. As it was too short a time, she could not get used to it yet. Therefore, she still felt that this strong man was stronger than her. After she had familiarized herself with her strength, Jiang Fei believed that it would be a piece of cake for Bai Wei to torture this guy. The brawny man stood in front of Jiang Fei and Bai Wei and said, "Bai Wei, go and exchange a few moves with him," Jiang Fei said to the little white tiger beside him. She had just increased her strength by taking pills. Now, when she encountered a strong enemy, she could quickly convert the increased strength into battle strength. Bai Wei said timidly, "Don't be afraid. Let's fight." Jiang Fei laughed. Bai Wei was still a little afraid of Jiang Fei, so she did not dare to disobey his orders. The brawny man saw that Jiang Fei actually let a girl appear, so he laughed disdainfully. Jiang Fei laughed. "Oof. This girl is not bad looking. I'll just capture her and make her my wife." The brawny man said indifferently, "Go ahead, Bai Wei." Jiang Fei encouraged Bai Wei. Bai Wei nodded vigorously. Since Jiang Fei had said so, she was relieved. With a real dragon to support her, she would definitely be fine. After she calmed down, Bai Wei's expression became serious. Since she had chosen to join Jiang Fei, she had to show her master that she was strong. Although the person on the other side was stronger than her, she had to show her strength. Otherwise, what if her master despised her? Now that she had witnessed Jiang Fei's magic, Bai Wei was even more reluctant to leave him. Therefore, she mustered all her strength for this battle. The burly man shouted and pounced on Bai Wei. Bai Wei shouted. At the same time, she unleashed her aura. At that moment, the burly man wanted to slap himself. He had never dreamed that this delicate little girl in front of him actually had the aura of a dragon. Moreover, the aura that she emitted was even stronger than his own. It was very obvious that this little girl in front of him was a mixed-blood draconid, and her strength was even higher than his. At this moment, there was no need to mention the regret in the burly man's heart. A mixed-blood draconid with a dragon bloodline was already slightly more powerful than a ferocious beast of the same level. Now that this little girl's strength was even higher than his, how could he still fight this battle? However, at this moment, Bai Wei's little claws were already in front of him. The burly man had no choice but to receive her attack. Fortunately, Bai Wei had just increased her strength, so her understanding of him was not enough. Thus, when she fought, her hands and feet were somewhat tied. She couldn't accurately judge the power of her attacks and defenses. This brawny man had been coming out to rob Dao all day long, so he naturally had a lot of combat experience. Therefore, after a few exchanges, he could tell that Bai Wei was just an embroidered pillow. However, no matter how embroidered it was, Bai Wei's hard power was still there. Therefore, the brawny man could only fight with her and didn't dare to take her attacks head-on. The two sides instantly fell into a stalemate. Bai Wei gradually began to adapt to her new power in the actual battle. Moreover, because of the dragon blood inheritance, she remembered some simple dragon blood martial skills during the battle. This was the fundamental reason why the dragon race dominated the 5 directions of the world. As Bai Wei shouted, her entire body suddenly became illusory and her speed increased to the maximum. The brawny man was unable to determine Bai Wei's position for a moment. At this moment, Bai Wei's attack arrived. The burly man was sent flying by Bai Wei's attack. Bai Wei, who had just upgraded her strength, was still unable to retract her strength. Thus, the burly man was able to eat this palm, strike firmly, and the difference in strength between them was quite large. Thus, the burly man was instantly knocked to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Chapter 2251, 2251. Translator 5496903-3. After defeating the brawny man, Bai Wei cried out in surprise. Clearly, she did not expect herself to become so powerful. How is it? Zhang Fei asked the brawny man with a smile. The brawny man stood up shakily. He rubbed the spot where his chest was injured. Although the palm strike was not light, it did not leave any serious injuries. After taking a few breaths, the brawny man straightened his neck. He was still not convinced. Bai Wei, go beat him up, Zhang Fei said with a laugh. He had recently picked up a problem. He specialized in treating those who were not convinced. Bai Wei had just obtained a new power. She was about to find someone to experiment on, so she happily accepted the task. In a flash, the little white tiger arrived in front of the brawny man. This time, the brawny man didn't dare to be negligent. He directly transformed into his original form and started fighting in the form of a huge bear. This was the battle form of the Fierce Beast clan. Bai Wei's palm struck the huge bear's thigh. Not only did she fail to injure the bear, but she even slapped her little hand until it hurt. "Oomph," the girl shouted in a delicate voice. Then, with a shake of her body, she transformed back into her white tiger form. Following a tiger roar, Bai Wei charged forward again. The giant bear stood up. A pair of bear paws swung towards Bai Wei. However, Bai Wei was extremely fast. In a flash, she dodged the giant bear's attack. At the same time, she circled around to his side. The giant bear's pair of bear paws landed on the ground. Zhang Fei, who was far away, felt the earth tremble violently. The ground was even cracked open. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this fellow's strength was. At the same time, Bai Wei, who had dodged the giant bear's attack, also made her move. In her white tiger form, she raised her left claw. The sharp tiger claw pierced into the giant bear's body. The tiger claw pulled on the giant bear's body, leaving 4 deep wounds that could see the bones. The giant bear let out a cry of pain. It then turned around and struck out with its paw, but Bai Wei easily dodged it. The white tiger that Bai Wei had transformed into was already more agile than the giant bear. In addition, Bai Wei's current strength was above the bear's, so the giant bear could not even touch Bai Wei's fur. It repeatedly let out a furious roar. Its paws smashed the ground until it collapsed. However, it could not do anything to Bai Wei at all. As Bai Wei swam around agilely, she used her claws and teeth to continuously increase the wounds on the giant bear's body. The bloody smell made the little white tiger gradually become excited. Although she was a little wild and cute after transforming, the little white tiger had grown up eating raw meat from a young age. Hunting had become an instinct. A large piece of flesh was torn off the back of the giant bear's neck. The little white tiger did not stand on ceremony and directly swallowed it. Seeing the bloody scene, Jiang Fei frowned. The worldview of humans and ferocious beasts was really different. As time passed, the wounds on the bear's body grew more and more. He finally could not hold on anymore and admitted defeat. I lost. I lost. The bear begged loudly. If he did not admit defeat, he would really die in Bai Wei's hands. Hearing the bear admit defeat, Bai Wei jumped out of the circle. She stuck out her little tongue and licked the blood on the side of her mouth. It was as if she still had some unfinished business. The bear was so scared that it shrank its neck. How is it? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. At this time, Bai Wei had returned to her cute girl image. The bear had also returned to his brawny form. However, at this time, his face was already bruised and swollen. Oh, still not convinced? Jiang Fei turned his head and wanted Bai Wei to continue beating him up. Meanwhile, Bai Wei seemed to be addicted to beating him up. She looked like she was ready to give it a try. The muscular man waved his hand. He glanced at Bai Wei and the corner of his mouth twitched. He was really afraid of being beaten up by Bai Wei. Jiang Fei asked, amused. He was completely treating the muscular man as a joke. What kind of a man are you if you always let a woman stand up for you? The brawny man thought that Jiang Fei was easy to bully, so he opened his mouth and tried to save his face. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Bai Wei, who was standing at the side, also looked at the brawny man in surprise. She knew the identity of Jiang Fei's dragon race. This brawny man could not even defeat her, yet he still wanted to challenge a real dragon race master. Wasn't that a death wish? I'm sure, the burly man said seriously. Jiang Fei smiled and walked into the arena. Kid, the burly man did not wait for Jiang Fei to get ready and directly punched him. Brother, you can do it. Biwei encouraged Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei laughed out loud. He did not even make a move. He just released his aura. Due to the existence of the nucleus of will, Jiang Fei could not only hide his aura, but he could also simulate a fake aura. Unless his strength or mental strength was above Jiang Fei's, he would not be able to tell if it was real or fake. Therefore, Jiang Fei usually disguised himself as an ordinary true immortal. This way, it was convenient to walk around and would not attract anyone's attention. That was why the brawny man dared to cause trouble in front of him and then challenged him to a duel. Now that Jiang Fei had unleashed his full power, a terrifying draconic aura swept across the entire mountain forest. For a moment, the entire mountain forest within 1,000 miles became quiet. Bai Wei had never seen Jiang Fei display his full strength before. Back then, Jiang Fei had only revealed a hint of the dragon race's aura. Therefore, today was the first time Bai Wei knew how strong Jiang Fei was. Jiang Fei's display of his strength was just a pleasant surprise to Bai Wei. However, to the brawny man, it was no less than a bolt from the blue. In an instant, the brawny man's mind went blank. He sat down on the ground with a thud. The punch that he had thrown earlier had already lost its strength. It's over. It's over. The brawny man rolled his eyes. He was scared to death. D'asterisk emin. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and retracted his aura. He did not expect the brawny man to be so cowardly. Bai Wei was also shocked. Jiang Fei had not made any moves. How'd this guy fall? Bai Wei came to Jiang Fei's side and asked. She thought that Jiang Fei had used some kind of invisible killing move. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. At the same time, he raised his eyebrows because he had keenly sensed the strong man's spiritual power. If a person had fainted, his spiritual power would not have any fluctuations. Then, there was only one explanation for the current situation. He was pretending to be unconscious. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.